was Conifer, Operation Conifer, which was looking at Ted Heath. I'm on the roof, I'm in control, I've got my tea, I sold my soul. I had a pie, I had a swim. Strip down to your pants, strip down and get in. I'm on the podcasts. I'm on the podcasts. On the podcast.
Hi, you're with Scott.
I'm on the podcast.
I'm Super Chuffer.
I'm on my old patch.
It's midnight.
I'll knock on your boat.
It's always midnight.
So open the hatch.
This your right ear and your left ear?
I like a drink.
It's time for Nutterwatch.
I like what I like. I like how they cry. I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast. I'm on the canals.
I'm on my old patch. I'll knock on your boat. So open the hatch. I like a drink. I like a waddle. I like what I like. I like how they cry.
I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the beat.
The
Back
beat
on the
street.
Mug of tea.
Mug of tea.
Head to the brothel. Who's in the park? Do me some lurking. Hide in the dark. I'm on social media. John Wedge films. I'm talking to victims. I'm getting thrills. I'm gonna get back. Come back to my flat. I'm getting fat. Me in the calf. Cup of tea.
Cup
I'm on
of
the
tea.
podcast.
Cup of tea.
I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast. I'm on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast. When will they arrest me?
Hi.
When on the podcast.
All right, John. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Super Chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. It's your right ear and your left ear. I've already had one OBS crash. Come on, OBS, keep up. Tonight on the show, might look a little bit of John Wedger, might not, to be honest. I'll give you a brief overview of Alan's recent show and Luke's recent show, where they both talk about the horrific tragedy that recently went down. And I won't talk about that really. I'll give you a brief overview, which is that those episodes are going to be coming up as members content, because I just don't want them on the channel really. Just don't really want it like that. But I do feel happy that I've covered it. It's absolutely disgraceful and disgusting what they've been saying. Him and Luke are disgusting. Disgraceful, disgusting people. Alan all smiles, Luke smiles, John Wedger is flinging around all sorts of, well, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. Well, no one said it's not that. Did you know it's not that? Are you sure it's this? Like, just absolute twaddle, absolute disgusting twaddle. We watched as well, just we watched it on, so you're watching me now on Battery Exhausted. Hang on, just give me a second. You watch me now on Battery Exhausted, and we watch on Twitch. I watch certain things that I just think are a bit, you know, not sure if I just want to do them on YouTube or not. View my channel. Here it is. It's my channel, Battery Exhausted. You're watching this now on Battery Exhausted. There will be a members video coming up on the membership side of things. There's already an extensive list of members videos, and some of these things on the members content, it's happened before. I just think it's a little bit over the edge sometimes. Like, it's just not exactly. Some of it's fun, some of it's a laugh, but on the members content we've also got stuff that's a little bit like edgy. A little bit edgy. I felt a bit negative about the way I was speaking about the way, like, for example, Brian and Stella, I saw both sides of this sort of conversation a little bit. I saw that Stella was getting frustrated, Brian was frustrated. It wasn't my, favourite reaction. Charlie Lawson Heights Extras is loads of fun. The Eamon Holmes Rabbit Hole is loads of fun. And the Dark Place, look, members Dark Place, is that John Wedger in that stream? Oh, that was dark. The members Dark Place, Luke stands by cash for questions. Maybe I should make those public. Luke's cash for questions debacle, but they're in there. The fake lawyer foolery, Alan always goes on about it. Vinny's bar, Vinny's bar. There's a few there that I just think are a bit dark. Alan interrogates his daughter-in-law on the stage, so the members' content gets a bit like that, I suppose. Don't know if that's good or bad, to be honest. But this week we've had John Wedger and Luke on Break the Ice do a disgusting episode, absolutely disgraceful. And Alan did a really appalling one, so I've reacted to them. They'll be on the membership panel because I just don't really feel like I want them on the main channel. So after today's show, I'll release the first one, Alan's reaction. The other one's uploading as we speak. They'll look like normal videos, but they will be a bit more dark and a bit, trigger warning and all that. So they'll go on there. And then tonight, we will watch this excuse. This man got caught having a Dropbox with his ex-girlfriend's daughter's mobile phone photos all uploaded on his Dropbox. This man got caught with a private Dropbox, saving files on the internet Dropbox, and he said that his daughter's his ex-partner's teenage daughters, when they needed to update their phones, they would ask him to plug in their phone to his computer so they could upload all of their phone to his Dropbox so that they could save their pictures. They're not still going out anymore, him and that ex-partner, but he's still got all the pictures from his ex-partner's teenage daughters on his Dropbox. So that guy's a weirdo. He's called Review Tech USA, and he's a reasonably known lolcow. So today there's a video that this guy called Michael Alberto's made. I haven't watched it yet. I wanted to watch it. It's a 20-minute Who Is Review Tech USA, telling us all about his life and times. So I think that's a good place to start, really, isn't it? The Dropbox is included in this episode, so I want to watch that. That might be a good watch. We can skip, we can move, we can jam, we can vibe, we can flow, we can wobble. Whatever you want to do in chat as well. If you tell me I don't like this, I do like it, we'll change it. It's no problem. Let me shout you out in chat. Big ups the Greens first. There was a green first. Look, Curious Cat. Big ups you. Big ups Red Fan. Big ups Pom Bears. That's me. Big ups Kelly. Blank Faces Live. How you doing? I've got some more gifted memberships to give out this month, so we'll see if we can get a few more of you green by the end of this episode. Big ups Lynn, big ups Rachy Barney B, big ups Seb, big ups Sunflower, big ups DC Primetime, big ups Nikki. I'm saying all your names now, not just the Greens. Big ups John, big ups Nikki, big ups Lisa. How are you doing? And that's up to speed there, isn't it? That's up to speed. Good. Yeah, you just looking at him, there's something up, don't you? The man's a bit of a one. We've also got on the list, right, tonight, also on my list, this might be up your street, it might not, but on my list is Kingcobra JFS. We've looked at him briefly on the channel before, and we're like a bit, where do we go with this? He's a bit of they call him the Boglim. He's a bit of a strange one. He's a bit of a YouTube lolcow, but he does have Asperger's, so I don't tend to sort of go heavy on him. We laugh when he does things that are a bit bizarre, like he ate a sandwich once with bugs in it by mistake. He left it out on the side, bugs got in it, he ate it on a stream, you could see the bugs crawling around. It was a bit rank, he gets drunk on streams and acts like a rock and roll Ozzy Osbourne, so there's something there. And when he rants and goes a bit, strange, like people are interested, I guess. He's called Josh Kingcobra, and he's got a girlfriend called Naked and Laughing. Well, he had a girlfriend called Naked and Laughing. They broke up, and she's a full-blown nutter. She's on my buttons, actually. She's on my buttons. You might have heard on my buttons.
Battery exhausted. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about or who you're talking to. That's the problem.
Right. So I was going to do, on Nutterwatch over here, I was going to, have this cast of characters that we sort of kept up with every week. Yeah, it's hard to do. Like Foodie Beauty came up a couple of times. I watched Curious Cat now doing the Foodie Beauty, and I think I watched what was going on with Foodie Beauty this weekend or last week, and I thought, can I bring this to Nutterwatch again? I have this issue battling in my mind. I'm not keeping up to speed with it because it moves so fast. So there's so many of them that sort of, do I bring Foodie Beauty on tonight? There's so much to say, there's so much I've missed. I might start filtering it back in a little bit, with just the odd bit here and there, wow, look at this one. Like when she did the swimming, I really wanted to bring that on the stream, And she recently did more swimming and she nearly died, but Yeah. So, but this is one of these like carousel. It's a carousel of nutters on this show, yeah? So you might have seen Josh before on this show, you might not, but I'm going to cover it tonight because I think you're going to be interested in the way they talk and their behaviour through the breakup. So we've got his side of the breakup, we've got her side of the breakup, and a bit of her Twitch stream from last night. Her Twitch has now been discontinued, deleted. Her channel has now been discontinued and deleted, so you'll see why when you listen to her raging. Although she's not that bad last night, I don't think. And for a bit of supper, to add on to this smorgasbord of content, I've got a 20-minute video from this guy. He's in my thumbnail, Durianrider. Now, tonight... Oh, I've also got Paul Arnott. Don't forget Paul Arnott. Don't forget Paul Arnott. He should have been the thumbnail, really. I think he'd pull more numbers. I just like the Durianrider thumbnail. He looks so fucking pathetic. And he is pathetic. And he's done a really pathetic video about Freely the Banana Girl because she lives in his head rent-free. So I've got to have a look at that. Again, he's on the Carousel of Nutters. So tonight's Carousel of Nutters will be Kingcobra JFS and the breakup. It will be this mess and his Dropbox. And we'll dip in and dip out because leaving down the rapids has left Sardinia. He hasn't got as many videos to watch this week. So we've got a couple to watch here, and then we've got some of his old videos as well. And they're all only about a minute long, aren't they? So we'll pop one on, we'll dip back in, we'll dip out, round and about. Is the rain started where you are now, has it? We had a bit of a thunder last night, we did, but we'll dip in, we'll dip out, we'll dip round, we'll dip about, and we'll watch some nutters, and it's Nutterwatch. So you know the score, get on the dance floor, that's what it's for. Where should I start, really, on this? Where should I start? Look at you, disgusting disgrace. You disgrace. John Wedger and Luke are disgraceful. They're absolutely disgraceful, going on about, oh, well, it could be the Muslim, and it could be and he could have, like, absolutely disgraceful. They're so behind the times, they're so behind the speed, people have already caught them out and spotted what they're up to. They are disgraceful people, they are. Look at that. Disgrace. I won the Song Wars, I'm the best. I don't know where to start, really. Where should we start? I suppose let's start with one Paul Arnott, and then we'll get the ball rolling and we'll start dipping in and dipping out and moving around. So let's start with one Paul Arnott from what's been happening, Paul, down the on the search, down the rapids. What's been happening?
So guys, I just want to show you how I've been getting my water out here.
It's the first time you've seen him without his shirt on. Some people seem to think he's kind of muscular. He's not.
In Sardinia, let me show you. So here we've come to the side of the mountain, and they've got these fountains, and you can literally fill your water up. The water's so cold, it tastes so good as well. It's so...
It looks like it's coming through. I mean, it does look like fresh water coming out this thing, but it does look like there's some build-up of, I don't know what you'd call that. Green slime on the old channel that it's flowing through there.
Fresh. And there's loads of these fountains absolutely everywhere. There is somewhere in Italy as well that actually has a fountain that consistently pours wine. Now, I don't drink alcohol, but that's a pretty crazy thing. Anyway, back to the water. That's so cold. That's cold. It's so hot.
I don't actually believe he's going to be drinking that. He sort of put it down there automatically. I kind of get the feeling that they're available, these things are, and most people would use them, but he's probably got several bottles of bottled water in every hand and he's not prepared to do this.
Very nice. Fill some more
I know,
up.
he's filling it up again, yeah.
That's how we do it, guys. That's how we do it. I'd love to see this in England. Now, obviously...
You'd love to see that in England. We do have natural springs in England.
For those of you who watch me, normally when I'm in the mountains, I carry a filtration kit. So normally I do drink from the mountains in the UK. I just filter all my water, but this water here does not need to be filtered. Absolutely crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. Big love to everybody. Woo!
Got your nippies out in that one. That was a waste of a video. Like, it's kind of disgraceful as well. If you're, disgraceful is the word of the day for me today. If you're searching for Michael, that you would do TikToks like this, I think.
So it's official, guys. I'm leaving Sardinia.
Oh right, you're not searching for Michael.
The airport is just over here, and I'm heading back to the UK. And the reason for this, it's not because we have given up hope of finding missing Michael. Quite the opposite, in fact, guys. I can do a lot more from the UK. I'm going to have a much better internet connection, and I can raise a lot more awareness. Not only this...
So why did you even go out there in the first place?
cannot actually do too much out here without the fire brigade, police and mountain rescue guys.
Why did you go out in the first... He's been on holidays for a bit and now he's going home.
I need to be searching with them, and I've said to Christina, as Christina knows, as soon as the searches start again, I will be straight back out here to help. But right now I do have a few other commitments in the UK. So we've got Jay Slater's funeral coming up.
You're going to be going to Jay Slater's funeral? That seems a bit... You're going to be TikToking it? That's...
And I also need to head down to Bristol to meet missing Jack's mum as well. So
what on earth would she be doing wasting her time with you? What a fucking savagery. Please don't do that. Disgraceful's the word of the day. I feel kind of upset by it, to be honest. I don't want to watch this. I've had enough this week, to be honest. I thought I'd come on Nutterwatch, try and do a fun show. It's hard. Let's be honest, it's hard. It's been a bit of a difficult week, and the way that dickheads have hijacked things has been savage. Absolutely savage. Let's be real. It's been absolutely savage. Anyone that was on the social media pointing fingers at Muslims, anyone that's been... I'll tell you what, also, on the TikTok, they're all going on about a boxer who's a man, not a woman, or who's a man, or... She competed in the boxing 4 years ago, was born as a woman, has a uterus and a cervix. Like... You're not allowed to change genders in the country she comes from. It's illegal. They're just so desperate to have their horrible, stupid views perpetuated on social media by fake bots, echo chambers. It's just thick-ass people, you know. I've had enough of it this week, and now he's doing this. I'm going to go and see Jack's family. Disgraceful. We've done an episode about Jack on the old stream, haven't we? On Super Chuffer, you know, quite responsible, well-reasoned, thoughtful episode. If she's going to speak to anyone to try and help find, you know, out on the internet, I'm not the person, but he's not the person either. Like, oh my god, he's the worst person. What's he going to do? Camp in the woods in Bristol? He's a detective now. I literally can't watch the rest of this video because it's making me feel angry. So I'm going to stop watching that. I'm going to watch something that makes me feel better, like somebody else's misery. No, let's check in. These are in sections. These are. So let's start the intro for this. Let's go through some sections of this. I do want to get up to the Dropbox incident, but I haven't watched enough Review Tech USA over the course of my life. I was aware of Review Tech USA as a YouTuber who did review tech. I think there was a time. Do you remember there was a time on YouTube where they were doing? There was a time on YouTube where they were doing unboxing and stuff like that. It was the big trend at the time. You don't see so much of it now. Like many things on YouTube, they have their time and they sort of fade a little bit as YouTube wants new things to be popular on the algorithm, keep that bubble bubbling. So there was a time when unboxing was the main thing, wasn't it though? Tech, and this was like the big trend. Still happens, they still do it, but Rich Review Tech USA doesn't. He doesn't do it anymore. But when he first started, I think he was just sort of, you know, this is a microphone, this is a monitor, let's chat. But yeah, Rich, Review Tech USA, what is going on with this crazy Dropbox nonce?
Rich, or as he's known on YouTube as Review Tech USA, is a creator who really doesn't review technology. Nowadays, you can catch him exclusively on his second channel, where he streams without a shirt on, high on weed, and discussing riveting topics, such as Dark Side Phil, a gaming creator who has been the center of a lot of controversy over the years. When Rich isn't doing the things I previously mentioned, he's making hip-hop beats and getting into rap beef with established musicians.
I can't wait to hear this as well. His tracks are so bad
in the industry. Or maybe he's making ASMR content of 1990 Christmas wish books.
This is Rich of Review Tech USA, and you're probably wondering now why I'm whispering.
In today's video,
it's funny, I've done some ASMR. People, if you go in the comments on my ASMR stuff, they fucking loved it, all the ASMR people. They thought my ASMR was pretty good. If you go in the comments, to the uninitiated, it does seem a bit weird, and I think there's a part of it is the personality of the person behind it as well, because like anyone can whisper, but the way you do it, like maybe it could come across creepy or maybe it could come across sincere, depending on the way you do it. But yeah, like, that was an old trend as well, wasn't it, the ASMR? That's one of my first forays into it wasn't my first foray into YouTube. I think, what did I put up first, a YouTube video about ASMR or YouTube video from, like, if you go onto Battery Exhausted, my channel, and you look at the videos, my oldest video is this really cool Match of the Day interview. Actually, yeah, so I did ASMR first, and then you see, look, this Match of the Day, look. The ball throughout the midfield a little more, but going a buffer. Keeping possession, and at the end of the day, not conceding any goals is the most important thing in Premier League football. So next time we run out, I think we'll get a slightly better result. We were at a football ground doing some filming, and I said to my mate, this is the corner where they film the interviews for Match of the Day, and he said, I don't watch Match of the Day, and I said, shut up and hold the camera. Film me doing an interview. I'm in the corner where they do the interviews on Match of the Day. It's fucking funny. So what happened was I did Battery Exhausted. Battery Exhausted was my scrapbook channel. I did ASMR channel first. It went really well, quite successful, and then we started making documentary films. So I did a documentary film on the ASMR channel called the ASMR Road Trip. That was my first film that I made, and then I did the Eddie Strongman documentary. We were filming that, so I stopped doing the ASMR channel, really, like, just sort of. Who's ever, like, ASMR got really big on YouTube, but I didn't realise it was going to get that big. I was fortunate enough to be featured in Vox magazine, so like, this is good as well for me, I suppose, which is quite, you know, the biggest ASMR people at the time. The moment that it broke on the internet and everyone was talking about it, Vox magazine are quite big, reputable. I think I was interviewed by Radio 4 or something as well. A few people contacted me for a few quotes every now and then, and I basically said, there's my ASMR road trip film, look, that's the film.
Hi, you're with Scott.
You're with Scott, and it's all about ASMR and the people that make it, and some of the top ASMR, one of the top ASMR creators in the country.
Tingles, and when your tingles have gone, how to get your tingles back.
She was on Loose Women and all sorts. So, like, I was there before the trend kicked off big style on the internet, documenting it. It was fun. So yeah, that was a massive success in a way, and it gave me the platform to be able to then say, hey, I'm a media producer here, not just a whisperer and a weirdo. So I moved on then to make documentary film, the whatchamacallit, the Eddie Strongman film that we made. That went on Netflix. I was really lucky about, you know, to be part of that. So yeah, then from there on, I was into making media, and then we had COVID, didn't we? And I became a full-time carer. I have got another documentary film under my belt, which you can watch on Super Chuffer. It exists already, and it's called Indie Development Paradise or something. It's an unfinished hour and 40 minutes. It's all there. Documentary that I made going to Sweden to talk to video game developers. And in the future, this is why I say, as we improve and move forward with Super Chuffer, we'll go back to using the cameras and creating that next level content on that channel. Hopefully some of that will appear on that channel before the end of the year, as promised. So yeah, that's a little, that was me. I got into talking about me.
We'll briefly go over some of his history, talk about some things he's been involved in, and then cover some of the recent controversy.
Because I'm not going to say there's any parallels between me and Rich. I'm going to say he dipped into trying to do an ASMR video because he was desperate for some fucking attention and views. I bandwagoning it.
And going on. Rich is an old school content creator. Prior to YouTube, he was involved with Blip TV, blogging on That Guy with the Glasses, the old website for Doug Walker's Nostalgia Critic show.
Bloody hell, this is like, you know, this is old.
Alongside its associated programming, although Rich's time there was not well documented. The oldest videos currently on his YouTube channel date back to 2009.
God, look at the old Xbox. I've still got my old Xbox. It's kind of gone yellow now. It doesn't work. I've still got my old Nintendo NES as well, and it's got all stickers on it, like smash hit stickers.
In which he discussed and showcased his video game consoles, both old and, at the time, new school, which is clearly where his username comes from. Although as we continue, Rich doesn't really know what he's talking about when it comes to tech, nor does he really even review it in the first place. Despite posting frequently for years, it wasn't his full-time job, from what I can gather. From 2008 to 2013, Rich struggled with jobs, with him blaming the economic recession, although... It's
weird that you should say that, because in this clip it doesn't look like he's struggling with jobs. It looks like he's got loads of expensive kit, because like back then, like the PlayStation on its own, you know, is not expensive, you know, everyone... I suppose not everyone can afford a PlayStation, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, most people can have a PlayStation, but a PlayStation and a PC and all the microphones and the chair, and we're watching him on a second camera or another PC over here. There's stuff on the floor. There's all like tripods and lights. As we just saw in that other shot, he had the Xbox as well and the Nintendo. And like, if you're going to be a tech person on YouTube, it's actually quite expensive unless you're going to get somebody to give you the stuff, like getting going. And a lot of people did this on YouTube when they watched all the unboxings kick off. They were like, I'll just go to the shops and buy stuff and put it on YouTube and I'll have a channel. And you kind of can, maybe. There's a very funny, very famous guy called Ashens who did a brilliant channel reviewing tat instead of good stuff. I don't know if everyone remembers Ashens, but they used to review these. They're still doing it. They still got dropping videos every now and again. Video game tat. They used to go to Poundland and just buy old shit from Poundland and then review it. They did some quite funny food reviews as well, like really old, horrible food. And then they were buying stuff off like Amazon that was rubbish as well and reviewing it. So like, it's funny because it's like, there's one here, old joysticks, that's had over 1 million views, and you can see why in a way. But it's like the unboxing content, but the angle on it is not, I've got the most expensive cool stuff, which is a lot of them were going for that angle, weren't they? They had to have the most expensive cool stuff. But this is more sort of, I've been to Poundland.
Hello! A while ago I reviewed a Terminator Salvation-based toy and mentioned that it was sort of a reissue of one they'd released years ago to tie in with Terminator 2. And I've had a lot of correspondence from people going, what? Toys based on Terminator 2? But that was a film not for the kids. And yes, you may have a strange accent, but next up is arguably the most popular of said toys.
So, you know, different kinds of reviewing channels. Actually, look, I recognise that with the thing that comes out of his hand. Anyway, look, the and some old tat from Poundland, like they're my favourite ones, is the, like Fake Lego Week. Look at this.
But yeah, instructions did the job very clearly, which is nice, and tells you how to...
Load of old fake Lego.
It's this.
I don't know why, it's just like watching someone buy a load of old tat from Poundland and then review it on their channel seemed to really work, at the same time as other people were doing the really expensive, you know, what would you call it? Wait, where's all my windows? The really expensive tech review, the idea that you'd go out buying something from the supermarket from somewhere nice and review it on your channel and then you like, have a good look at it. Yeah.
Rich struggled with jobs, with him blaming the economic recession.
Big ups UK lady. I started doing scratch cards on my lives this week. Apparently it's quite popular. I don't know about the rules of gambling on YouTube, but you want to check out the terms of service as to whether you're allowed to do gambling, and I personally would advise you not to gamble because it's a waste of money in my opinion, and you might end up like losing your money. If you look, there's a series called The Gambler on Channel 4, and what they did was they spent, I think it was £1,000 on scratch cards and scratched them all off and ended up with less than 50% of their money in returns. I think overall it's if you're going to do it once in a while every now and then as a bit of frivolity, maybe, you know, it might be a bit of fun, but if you do it consistently then you will lose your money over a period of time. In my belief.
13. He finally started doing YouTube full-time, due to receiving enough success on his channel. Review Tech found his niche, which was not actually reviewing tech, but rather discussing controversies and news within and adjacent to the gaming industry, frequently centering around crimes and sexual allegations that were tied to gaming. Or he would talk about odd stories related to gaming. Even a decade later, these types of videos from the early to mid 2010s are still his most viewed, his most successful being Father forces kid to destroy Xbox after bad grades. The video opens up with his iconic intro, skip it up, but up. I can't do it. Him talking for 30 seconds, giving context to the viral clip he's about to show, playing the clip in its entirety with no editing or added comment.
God, what a lazy, rubbish content creator. Just piggybacking off other people's content. Like, oh no, Scott, you're doing the same thing. No, I watch, pause, analyse, critique. I add value. A lot of people think that fair use means they have to pause the video every now and then for fair use. That's not what you do. You have to add value. You have to give a critique or you have to, the whole point is that you're using this as a basis and then you're doing your bit. But if you're just thinking, right, I'll let this play because I want to steal the content, and then every now and then I'll pause it and say something for a bit so that the fair use doesn't catch on that I'm playing the entirety of the thing, then you're an idiot. So yeah, I'm not doing that. What I'm doing is analysing, reviewing, adding to critique. But what Rich was obviously doing, and a lot of other YouTubers do, is they see something that's popular and they want to push it, share it out there on YouTube, but it's not their content, so they think for fair use I'll just pause it and just talk sometimes, maybe about myself. Yeah, no, what a lazy thing to do. And the irony there is that he can't guarantee any longevity of career there, because the thing that people were going to watch was the viral clip. And then when they get their viral clips, as today, they get their viral clips in another format. They don't need a YouTuber to bring them a 2-minute video with an introduction and all this. They've got TikToks, they've got shorts. So the more viral clips are going to go on those sort of formats, aren't they? And YouTube now, I always think it's good for, as you're watching it, you enjoy it, you understand, is a bit more about longer term conversation, bigger conversations, slightly longer videos. We've also got shorts, of course, but yeah, things change, don't they? So I think Rich, I didn't realise he did that. I thought he literally did content. I didn't realise he just played other people's clips and dressed them up like that. You still see it today. You see some reactors like me, like other good reactors, who are here to react and create content and have things to say. And you see other reactors who literally sit like you've seen it on the shorts, they sit in a window and you're watching a clip and you think, who's this person at the top window? Oh, they're reacting to it apparently. And they're just trying to share the clip. Alan does it so often, where he will make the thing he's watching big and he'll disappear down the little corner while he's watching someone else's content on his channel, as if you're just in the room watching the telly with him, and they're on the telly and he's in the little corner. So it's not actually creating content anyway, is it? It's just sort of watching content on the channel. And that's a massive fallacy of people who believe that creating content on the internet and getting successful long term, having a sustainable success, is about creating a viral clip moment or riding on a trend wave,
whatsoever in between. And then after the clip, he talks about it for a few minutes. And that's the video. Now, Rich isn't solely a content thief, if you can even call this content theft in the first place.
There you go. You see, everyone on YouTube sees it and knows it.
People who are just content thieves don't stick around long, because they themselves aren't the content. The content they steal. Exactly.
I haven't watched this yet. Exactly. The interesting thing about this as well is this is a video made up of someone else's content, isn't it? It's all pictures of Rich, it's all stuff from his streams, it's all evidence of the things that the guy's saying to make the point. Exactly. I like this. This is Michael Alberto. I'm going to drop in the subscribe now. I think it's good.
Steal is the content, and stealing can only get you so far. He became and stayed popular because he was consistent with posting his videos. He was always at the forefront of reporting clickbaity gaming news, and he's not a bad personality. He speaks well, and I can see why people liked him and still like him, and why other gaming content creators watched him before making it big themselves.
I never saw that. I always thought he looked like a bit of a dopey sort of, like, he looks overweight, a bit stupid looking in a way. No, I don't know how to quite explain it. He doesn't seem to me to be the sort of person that appeals to me in terms of someone that I would take advice from or something. Like, there's some vibe about it that I just don't vibe with. Like,
just Scott the Waz.
Scott, I've been watching your stuff for a while, and
thank
it's
you.
Awesome.
I've been watching your stuff for a while.
I know. I was shocked.
Probably like 2013 or so.
Oh God, you've been watching me for a long time.
I've watched a lot of YouTubers for a long time, so.
Even within these older videos, we can see a glimpse of what was to become of Rich nowadays. In January 2015, he made a video covering someone who calls themselves Christine Western Chandler Sonic Chew. Rich's video discussed...
Do you know who he's talking about there? Do you know who that is? Do you know Chris Chan? That's another story for another time, I suppose, if you don't know. Chris Chan was recently sent to jail for sex with his elderly, dementia-riddled mother.
Clip of Chandler assaulting a GameStop employee. If you aren't aware, Chandler is an infamous figure online, most well known for creating the surreal fanfiction comic book series, Sonic Chew. In the video, Rich seems surprised and excited that he gets to discuss Chandler's antics, as it seems Rich has been following the drama involving Chandler for quite some time, opening the video by playing some famous clips, then discussing the recent controversy. While Rich now almost exclusively focuses on lolcow content, that being content that documents or makes fun of public figures that the audience considers foolish. Rich claimed to 2020 while talking to Scott the Waz that he almost became the next Wings of Redemption, but corrected his path.
I was on the verge of being the next Wings of Redemption, which would have been my own fault. I don't know if you know who he is. Your life.
Well, I've watched a fair amount of the down the.
Again, Wings is another famous lolcow insofar as he's quite overweight. He sits in front of his computer and he plays Call of Duty and he gets really wound up. Lots of screaming, lots of banging the keyboard, other stuff going on in his personal life and behaviour and ways living. You know, like a bit of a big man baby. Yeah, like quite famous for that sort of behaviour and being a lolcow. Yeah.
Down the rabbit hole videos.
Oh, so you do know? Yes. I was going down the same route, and that's what social media could do to you, man. Because if you get caught up in that, it could destroy you. And it almost destroyed my youth.
So I think what he's saying there is that he was having rows with people on social media and acting up like a big man baby. So that took him down a route of looking like a massive idiot.
YouTube channel. So
Wings is an old school Call of Duty creator who has attracted a lot of criticism over the years. While Rich's channel definitely peaked 5 to 10 years ago, in 2023, Rich was pretty successful hopping on the anti-DK Oldies bandwagon. DK Oldies is a pretty popular business and brand, with a store in Pennsylvania that sells retro video games. They have a large social media presence within the gaming community, utilizing short-formed TikTok-like content featuring what they sell to go viral. However, they've received a lot of negative attention as people feel they mark up their prices. According to a Game Rant article, they'll mark up products over double the market price. DK Oldie seemingly thrives off of people interested in retro gaming, but aren't the most knowledgeable on what's a good deal. If you ever go to these retro game stores in person, they will always sell above market value. They have to do it to stay in business, because they'll buy products usually at the market value. So in order to make a profit, they need to sell it above. I don't see the big issue with that, because I feel you're mostly paying for the experience of visiting one of these stores in person. However, do not buy a PlayStation 2 from them for $200 online, or ever. Rich made dozens of these videos as they received hundreds of thousands, even millions of views a video, with him buying from them multiple times, alleging they were scammers, showcasing and discussing the products coming in dirty and broken, contesting.
To be fair, this is actually the best thing he could possibly be doing with his content, isn't it? Like actually reviewing tech from a sort of gaming angle and all this, like
the refurbished claim that they have on their website. Rich likely made a lot of money off these videos, not just off AdSense, but also the big sponsors he was able to get. And another way I know this is he bought from them multiple times, paying the huge, overpriced markups that they do.
But I suppose there's a negative there, isn't it? If he's making money from the videos, but each video costs him a lot of money to make, then there might be a funny balance going on there, but yeah.
Though as the DK Oldies criticism trend became yesterday's news, Rich's views dropped back to around 20k to 70k a video, which is still really good, but nowhere near as they were when he was riding the wave of criticism videos. Now, what is Rich up to these days? Before that, we're gonna go over some of the drama and criticism he's faced over the years.
Good.
There's a lot of it, and I don't want to be here all day.
Because what he's up to these days is he's trying to make beats for famous music producers in his bedroom, and no one cares. Plus, he got caught with this fucking Dropbox with all these pictures of his ex-partner's children on there. So that's what he's up to these days, and that's what I'm most interested in.
Have the time to research 10 years of someone's online history. So we're just going to be focusing on some notable moments.
Okay, before we go and focus on some notable moments, let's jump back down the rapids. I'll finish off this video that I got so cross about now.
And that's the plan. Fingers crossed Michael will be in contact soon with the family. He's an absolutely great lad, and anything I can do to help.
No, I won't. I hate him. Let's have a look at what it's like to wash up in the wild.
Right guys, let me show you how I wash up all my dirty pans, pots and dishes. There's many people who will probably disagree with this. I do not care. This is how...
There's many people who would disagree with this. I do not care. What's he about to do?
Pots and dishes. There's many people who will probably disagree with this. I do not care.
I do not care. Rock and roll.
This is how I do it. I'm happy we're doing it this way. They do it in many countries like this. It's never made me sick. It's never made anyone I know sick. So I'm going to keep doing it. But let me show you guys.
Okay, the reason they disagree is because they think he's not doing it well enough and it might make him poorly. What's he doing wrong?
So grab your dirty dishes and pots and everything. This is all...
What's in there as well? Is that a serviette? It actually looks like a paper serviette. Or is it a cloth? He's got this lovely ceramic cup. I think that's a mistake if you're camping, to take like heavy ceramic cups with you, but maybe it's his favourite cup.
I've got from this morning, and we head over to the stream. Now, I wouldn't do it in water like this. It's not flowing fast enough, but when I can see water like this with the white bubbles on top,
With the white bubbles on top.
white water,
The white water, the bubbles down the rapids. Look, the
you can
rapids.
see water like this with the white bubbles on top, the white water. You know it's all aerated, guys, so I'm going to be using this water. This is...
It's aerated. What does that mean? The bubbles are creating water, bubbles of air, bubbles, air bubbled, aerated. So that's clean.
fine for me, but
It's fine.
that nice white water, absolutely perfect.
And we're just sort of putting it under the nature's tap. You probably want to put the items down so you're not holding them all at the same time if you're having trouble balancing and holding all the items. There's the pan, that's gone in nature's tap.
I like to think I'm a well-trained man.
I hope to think that you didn't use any surfactants or soaps to pour straight into the water system. A well-trained man. You're out in the woods running your cup under a stream. And that's sexism anyway. Well-trained man.
What do you guys think?
Guys, I think it's sexist. Oh, look at these sad chuffers. Look at these sad chuffers. It's all over. The end of your relationship with Freely. The end of your relationship with Queencobra. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's carry on with this documentary.
And then we're going to talk about the position he's in today.
They call these documentaries sometimes on YouTube. I guess it's, free-form word, isn't it? I kind of call them video essays, but like, if you want to call it a documentary, it's up to you, I suppose.
Now, when Review Tech, it does cover consoles, aka technology.
You should think it's fine. Yeah, I don't really see what was the problem why people were so angry at him for washing his pots and pans like that. The only negative I would say is that if he's using soaps and stuff and pouring it into the, into the water stream system. But I think most people would wash up their kit in a stream, wouldn't they? Thought it was a bit of a weird one, the fact that he didn't care.
Anyway.
It
seems to be surface level, because even when diving ankle deep into the technological aspect of it, he would be wrong in ways that I don't even know how you could be wrong. In 2013, around the launch of the PS4 and Xbox One, it was reported that Call of Duty Ghosts would run at 1080p, 60 frames per second on PS4, but 720p with the same frame rate on Xbox One. Review Tech, claiming to have very, very reliable sources, reported the opposite in regards to the PS4. Rich said it was going to be 720p on both consoles, and he claimed this was because the online play functionalities couldn't handle the higher resolution. This literally makes no sense because the resolution you run the game on your device has no impact.
Okay, I don't care. He got some stuff about PlayStation wrong and everyone hated him for that.
Back in the day, there was a lot of negative stigma around creators trying to solicit their audience for money, as it was a new thing. Even some of the most successful creators that make a lot of money doing that, like Mr. Medicare, were once against it. Although times have changed. Money is money, and audiences are now normalized to it for the most part, and a lot of people are willing to help keep the content they enjoy.
Oh, tippies. Tippies. Wait, where's my coffee? Coffee tab. Switch to tab. Tippies. Tippies. I got a tip from Louise a day ago. Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you for the tippies. And Caroline was the last one, and that was on the card stream we did on Twitch. So, but someone tipped me when we were doing a premiere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's the tippies system. You are normalised to it now, aren't you? Normalised. Wait, I'm not allowed to put... Poor Pom Bears. Right. Carry on. Where is he?
consuming a float. Rich received a lot of criticism due to asking his audience for things. At one point, he wanted a Sony camera and asked his audience for PayPal donations for it. In response, a creator named Buster made a video where he showed he had a brand new Sony camera in his possession and bragged about buying it himself without needing to ask his audience for it. Even though he never mentioned Rich, it was a clear sneak diss and he responded to it. This seems minor. What's the point?
This is really interesting to me, actually, when you're talking about tech channels, because if you're doing a tech channel, then you're going to need like I said, you're going to need this stuff to not only make the videos, but to show on the videos. And if you can't afford it yourself, you're going to need to get it either sponsored for you, borrow it, give it back, whatever. But, you need to get the stuff. So the deal is that you make the videos the audience like, they start watching them, you use the money from the videos you've made to buy the next item, and you keep progressively getting, and then you end up buying more and more expensive things if your videos go well and you make more money. That should be the sort of strategy there, shouldn't it? If Rich is having to say to his audience, I'm making these tech videos, can you buy me the thing first, then I'll review it for you, then his videos aren't going that well, and the audience shouldn't buy the items. And this is the difference between what's begging on the internet and what's making content. And if you want to support, we've got a system, you all know it, you've got your memberships, you got your super chats, you know it, it's there. And there's a difference between doing that and just allowing the audience to support if they think there's value there, and coming on the stream and saying, right. And it's not like every now and then you might have a target, you might say that we're gonna I don't know, buy a popcorn machine, and here's the target goal or whatever. But more realistically, in the way Rich was doing it, he's just asking his audience to pay in advance for his business expenses to make the content, for the content that's going to make the money. But then if the content does make the money, he's already in a cycle of being behind. And I just think it's a really, really bad setup. And this guy made a really good point by making his detractor video.
Tracy sent tippies.
There you go, see?
Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you. You do understand the system. There you go. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I really do. It's what keeps me going, keeps me making content. And we're not going to have some sort of I'm not here to tell you that, oh no, I've got bills that I need to pay, and if I don't afford it, it's not a begging system. There's no direct can you give me money going on. It's literally a gratuity. I also make money off the view count, and I also make money, like I was just explaining, off trying to work hard on content. There's a balance. It's a diverse portfolio, a diffuse, different what do you call it, when you diversify your income streams. But yeah, it all absolutely massively helps me, and tippies are one of the main things that I support myself with. So thank you. Thank you, Seb.
Sebastian Bluewater sent tippies. Hiya Scott and Dover and Dolly's mom. Sending love and light to everyone. Cox, big kisses.
Cox.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. I'll get some buttons out for you, Chuffers, look.
Battery exhausted,
Come on, button, it didn't go.
Follow ladies.
There you go.
I want ladies. Super ladies.
Now hold on, Lorraine.
I'm going to update the buttons soon, So yeah, it's just interesting that he, in that, I didn't realise this about Rich, because like I said, I haven't been watching all of this content, but when he was doing the tech reviews, even back then, or I suppose it's more modern at this point, we're up to slightly more modern times, but asking the audience to pay the money for the tech, you don't see that often amongst tech review channels.
Point of even mentioning this? Well, it helps set the stage and leads us into...
And he's already sitting there with all cool stuff. He's already got more stuff than I've got, or any normal person would have. So how come they need to pay for this Sony camera?
Drama involving a YouTuber named Big Cheese. He was an associate of Rich, and the two made a deal. Rich needed a computer, so Big Cheese loaned him one of his. In exchange, Big Cheese was to get 3 shoutouts from Rich a week for 6 months on his channel, and also $200.
3 shouts out a week, $200. What kind of a deal is that? He didn't give him a computer, he bought the computer for clout. And wouldn't you as well? I suppose, if someone said, I'll give you a computer, please give me some shout outs, I'd be like, yeah, thanks, I'll shout you out then, I guess. Free computer for doing nothing. What a fucking weird world YouTube is sometimes.
However, Rich wouldn't hold his end of the deal
No?
and decided by himself he no longer needed to pay the $200 or keep promoting Big Cheese. While negotiating with Cheese, he threatened to go to court over this dispute. Although after Big Cheese made a video and Rich got public backlash, he admitted fault and gave Big Cheese the $200. This became a meme.
What an arsehole.
To mock Rich, because the phrase "pay Big Cheese $200" is humorous to a lot of people. But also he did agree to this arrangement and decided not to follow through, even though it wasn't a lot of money at all.
Yeah, like, you got your computer, all you had to do was every now and then shout out Big Cheese, thanks to the computer, and give him $200. Why wouldn't you do it?
Rich's growing number of detractors then started calling themselves the Big Cheese Crusaders, and they produced content criticizing him. The most well-known one, who we will just refer to as the Critic, produced pretty long videos with text-to-speech. The Critic garnered a couple thousand subscribers, and had somewhat successful videos criticizing Rich, although he didn't just critique, at one point going as far as writing emails to sponsors of Rich, asking them to drop him. According to
This is where sometimes really, the sponsors and the people you write the emails to they'll have their own heads screwed on, and they will look at what you're like. They won't necessarily look at every troll that comes through the door, will they? But like, they'll look at the person that.
DC sent tippies.
Big ups, DC. When did
Don't
the picture not
forget
come
to
up?
tip your DJ. Much love.
Thank you very much.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
The dancing feet didn't come up for you then. I don't know why. Thank you very much. Thank you. What was I just saying about?
to Rich himself, the Critic succeeded in getting 2 sponsors to drop.
Oh, the sponsors, yeah. The sponsors will look at the people that they're going to, be sponsoring, and it's not that the trolls can stop them from, the trolls say something bad so they don't sponsor somebody. It's that the trolls might alert them to have a look, and then they might look and decide. And with Rich, obviously, they've decided not to sponsor him, which is another really bad aspect of, if he's a tech channel and he relies on sponsorships for his, this is really bad for him, isn't it? Massively bad. At this point, I think if I was Rich, I might reconsider. Well, you see, the thing is, we're going to get worse, aren't we? It's going to get to the Dropbox at some point. But I'm surprised that he doesn't reconsider his position. And this is another thing that I'm always surprised by some of these people on the internet is
him.
If he knows what's going on in his own private life, and he knows that this isn't going well and it's costing him thousands of pounds and stuff, why is he doing it? Does he think it'll get better? Seems like from this point onwards, things are destined to get worse for him.
Of this channel would cause controversy and discussion, being, was this just criticism, or was it also harassment? This was covered in a pretty popular video released in 2016 by YouTuber Becky Boop.
If you go on YouTube long enough, and you're decent enough, you're going to pick up a few trolls who are dickheads, shit people. There's always going to be someone a bit bitter, isn't there? There's always going to be someone a bit butthurt and bitter or whatever. But that's okay. Generally, people just see it and just think, oh, well, a few idiots. And for Alan, the way he tried to write me off as a troll, and actually I wasn't that. I was actually making very clear and concise, good, well, not concise, but very clear, good points, creating the content, having fun. So I don't think that getting trolled necessarily has to shut you down, but it's the quality of what the people are saying about, and the quality of the person they're saying it about. The detractor aspect is coming up here now, isn't it? And I suppose Rich is going to have his own set of detractors, yeah?
I got to interview Rich about the situation in a follow-up video. Between the release of Becky's coverage and the upcoming release of the interview, the Critic took down all but one of his videos. He was afraid of being mass-reported while threatening people against him. The situation got ugly. A lot of people rallied around Rich, including big creators like political commentator Mundane Matt, with him claiming the Critic had doxed him, threatening to release it if Matt didn't disavow Rich. During Rich's interview with Becky, he alleged the Critic would harass him on Twitter and stalk him, which does appear to be true from what I've seen.
And this is where, as a detractor online, I've always told you this, and I've always made sure I said it. I don't think we should be harassing Alan into his real life. I don't think it's fair enough for us to make content where we review and critique things that are happening on the internet. That's absolutely fair game. That is fair use. But if you're going to start following people into their private lives and harassing them, that's not, and it ends up with the police. So I don't know what goes on in America, but
Though the critic would eventually disappear from the internet, with detractors of Rich claiming he paid someone to dox him to get them to stop. In a now deleted video, Review Tech USA promoted some sort of person or group that was supposedly dedicated to cybercriminal investigations and preventing them. A lot of people thought it was sketchy and led to backlash. Regarding the doxing allegation, Rich disputes he paid this organization to dox, claiming someone doxed a critic without being paid.
People sent me information. I've never personally doxed him. I've never paid to get him doxed, even though he goes around saying that.
Despite disputing the claim that he paid to dox, he publicly pondered releasing it on his Twitter. The critic challenged him to. Rich responded saying he would and also dox the guy's child. Rich would later try to walk this back.
But I was very tempted to release it, and I got angry and tweeted on Twitter that I was going to release his personal information and release a picture of his child. I didn't do it.
You didn't do it, but you threatened to do it. So you, like, see, like, you know, when people said, the guy that was making the video said at the start, Michael Alberto that made this video said at the start that some people like listening to Rich and like watching him for some reason. I've never got that vibe about him. I've always got this sort of creepy, like, weird vibe about it. Like, not like weird's a funny word, but like, you know, this creepy vibe about him. And these threats that, okay, so he never did it, but that doesn't matter. Like, you threatened to do it. So now you're online making a big point about how good you are for not doing something that you brought up and threatened to do. Like,
thankfully,
even though he did publish the guy's docs on a now deleted Facebook post. Rich also claims he was not paid to promote the group. Instead, Rich paid them $30 to promote their organization.
So you presented them as a sponsorship then, saying that they had sponsored you, but they did not pay you money to sponsor you.
Nope.
You gave them a token amount of money.
The
$20.
token would be an overstatement. It was like $30 at most.
And the reason he...
At most. Sorry, I'm not picking this apart by, you know, lie detector test or whatever, because obviously, but like, he was not telling the truth there. And it seems really weird to me that he could have quite a normal, reasonably successful channel on YouTube doing these reviews. Like, so far in the story, he was doing the reviews of the broken PlayStations and stuff like that, and somehow he's managed to fucking throw it up the wall. And it's this has all started because he has been rude to people that have been helpful to him, that have, like, you know, the guy gave him a computer for $200 and wanted some shout outs, and it degenerated into a big row. It just seems like really weird that he, like, why was he so, I don't, maybe I'm missing something there, but why was he such an arsehole to Big Cheese? But yeah,
did this was to try to scare off harassment.
Yeah, he's trying to, yeah.
What was the benefit for you out of the arrangement of working with them?
They would have basically tried to keep, you know, the harassment at bay.
The person who ran this group allegedly ended up being a convicted criminal, with dozens of separate convictions, and Rich would eventually distance himself. Rich is a big fan of hip-hop and rap music. He's been producing his own beats going as far back as 10 years.
Has he? Because his current offerings are fucking horrific.
Appearing to be mostly done as a hobby on the side. As of recently,
he's like a child who's just like opened up their first music program on the computer and thinks they know what they're doing, and like his stuff sounds awful.
Rich has decided he wants to become an actual hip-hop producer and have it not just be a side hobby. The closest he's gotten to achieving this dream was with his remix of rapper Rome Streets. Rome isn't the biggest in the industry.
So when he says remix, what Rich is doing is he's like taking other people's existing music and then fucking about with it. And obviously it might sound reasonably good because their music sounds good. Like, if you cut their music up and just move it around, it still sounds reasonably good. Like, a remix is if you have individual elements and you process and repackage those elements and maybe write your own bits in the middle and stuff like that as well. Like, I think I'm going to need to get us an example of some of his music to corroborate how bad it is. I want to say, like, really bad, I mean Rich RTU streams beats I mean, this is the kind of stuff that's going on the internet at the moment. Well, 2 years ago this was. So this is the context that they're talking about. Review Tech has an argument with his wife live on stream. Deadbeat dad that doesn't look after his kids. There are these moments in his streams where I know this happens, where his wife would, or someone in his house would say, "Can you come and help with the kids?" And he'd say, "No, I'm streaming." And like, there's no point in the world where you would not just put down your stream and go and like do whatever the fuck your family needed. Like, it doesn't matter what you're doing on your stream. It's not that important. Your kids real, you know, actually go, like, the kids can't understand, oh, daddy was working on his stream so he couldn't do it. I can't believe he wouldn't, where, am I not finding any of his beats in his music? Which is a bit of a shame, really, actually. RTU streams joint. No, that's Shinko Flirt? That can't be actually it. I just want to hear one of his actual songs, because, like, you know, how are you going to... Look at all this content. Look at all this content that's not... so we've got a problem here, because we can't find his content amongst all the... you know, you can't find it. Maybe these channels have got it.
So there it is.
I just need to find one of his beats. Okay, we'll come back to that. Maybe they'll play it in the documentary. Although maybe it'll get us all done for copyright for his beats.
At all. But he did release a celebrated album in 2022, which was listed as one of the best rap albums of the year.
So, like, in terms of copyright as well, taking his samples and just reworking them into a remix doesn't make you a music producer, it just makes you a copyright rip-off, but yeah.
By the Rolling Stones, and received a 7.3 out of 10 by Pitchfork. Rome did not like Rich's
depending on the transformative quality of your remix
at all, calling it whack. He also referred to it as a Frankenstein science project that sounded worse than his original song, and told producers who make stuff like that to not release them. Rich responded, claiming his remix was superior. He also accused Rome of being racist.
The guy that made the record said, "Stop Frankensteining my music," and you said, "Mine's better."
And ageist, citing that as the reason why Rome didn't like his remix. Adding on,
RTU Rich Rome remix. Like, why can't I just find one of his... Right, there's his own channel.
Skip it a button.
Like, here's his own channel. So surely here, somewhere, playlists. Shorts, vlogs, video game reviews, YouTube Exposed, tech news, Game Saga, Oldie Saga, Tech Review, Coffeezilla, Soldier Boy. Like, where's your fucking music that you keep constantly going on about, you fucking idiot? Look at all these playlists. How many playlists have you got? The news from the 3rd of the 24th, 2019. I don't want a playlist for that with 4 videos in it. The news from the 3rd, 21st, 2019. Full playlist of 3 videos. What are you doing? This is a crazed mind. That's a crazed mind. Let's just search for beats. News anchor mocks kids for beating Tetris. I produced some hip-hop instrumentals, check them out. There we go. This is from 4 years ago.
What's up, everybody? Real quick, let me know what you think. It's on my secondary YouTube channel if you want to subscribe to it, or 3rd or 4th, whatever the hell it is.
Okay, that'll be linked in the description below then, yeah.
For promotional use only. Please inquire for licensing.
You don't need to put he didn't need to put a copyright thing over it, because it's somebody else's sample. It's from someone else's song. It goes like that from the song, and he's just put it on a button, and he's pressing it and pressing it and pressing it and pressing it, and you can hear how muffled it is because the EQ is so bad. Like, that's a bit of fun, yeah, but you can't just use that and say that's your whole music done. Like, surely, I mean, maybe people do these days, I don't know, but you would take that and use it as like an instrument and work it into your bigger composition, and you'd probably end up with something that you'd made on the computer with lots of tracks. Like, this, like, just looks like I know this is useful in music and whatever, but like, it's kind of like a physical version of it's a toy in a way that allows you to mess about with the music, but you're not, without something to put in there, without something to sample, you're not creating, like, there's nothing to start with, is there? So it's just, what he's doing is he's looping samples, which is fine, and he's put a drum beat over it. I mean, it doesn't, that was 4 years ago, so it's not particularly good. And have we got anything more recent? No. What happened, Rich? And how come, for a man who is constantly banging on, because I've seen him constantly banging on about these beats that he's making and how he's going to get into hip hop and stuff, like, where is it?
That no one outside of incels.
The only time I ever get to really see it is on Twitter when Darkseid to Flow posts a tweet berating it.
Rome was before him. This beef was covered by actors.
And also, that box, fair enough, it's fun. It's a little, fun box, music box thing. But that box, and it's quite powerful as well. You can do a lot on it, and I'm sure loads of hip hop producers have used it as an integral part of their hip hop or whatever. But like, ultimately, you can just do that on your computer these days anyway. And he's got loads and loads of kit, so he should be way over just using a box and pressing the button 4 or 5 times. He should be way like his the amount of kit that he's got, the amount of computers, and therefore technological capability. His stuff should sound so much better than just like a sort of lazy sample.
Actual hip-hop bloggers. And I don't blame them. This was a pretty odd beef between two public figures you would never expect to interact. A critically well-received underground rapper and a gaming YouTuber. Despite the naysayers, Rich remains married to the rap game, tweeting out how people told him he couldn't become a YouTuber, and they were wrong, as now he has 1 million subscribers, and how the same type of person's gonna be wrong again, and he's gonna become a hip-hop producer in his 40s.
This is what I've been seeing recently, is that attitude from him, that he's going to make it, he's going to be the next Kanye West effectively, and he's not. There's just no way he is. It's not about detracting, or it's about reality, and it's about listening to his music and understanding that it's just not good enough. The end.
A lot of people have mocked Rich for this, but it may not be impossible, as Rich has actually had some success producing popular tracks before. In 2016, Rich released the Exposed song.
That's not because of its musical quality, it's because at the time he was quite a big and notable YouTuber, and he's talking about other big and notable YouTubers in a diss track, so that's what's got the interest there. It could make the track could have been made with pots and pans and a bin lid. It's the content that's got the interest, not the quality.
In which a voice, I believe to be his, basically just says exposed over and over again, on top of a copyright-free Kevin MacLeod instrumental. Imagine Daft Punk's Around the World, but as a 2016 YouTube meme song, mocking the at the time rise of drama content.
And this is another point. If he understood this, he is a meme, he is a joke, yeah, he is a big joke meme, so like, why doesn't he just make big joke meme songs? Because he's done one that's popular. Why is he trying to be this serious hip-hop producer now? We're going to get onto the Dropbox in a minute. That's going to be the best bit. We've got Jay Hoofed and then the Dropbox.
The platform. The song was well liked at the time. It currently sits at around 1 million views.
Big ups, Kaz. Yeah, like, I don't think the machinery is necessarily bad, and it as a principle, I'm sure you could do quite a lot of good stuff on it. But I also because I've used a lot of those things. I just you see people like the Prodigy and other people like that. They obviously use samplers, synthesizers and stuff. But I think just having that one box and saying, right, I'm a music producer, let's go, is like just having a drum kit and saying, right, I'm a band. Like, there's so much more in music, and I'm sure that your other half has also got more than one box, if you know what I mean. I think that as a bit of fun as a music producer, being able to take someone else's music, cut it, sample it, chop it up, press the buttons, have fun, yes. And there are probably quite legitimate tracks out there now that are made with just the box. But from my knowledge of music production, most likely, and like more often than not, is a component in a bigger picture. and for Rich to assume that he's got one of those boxes, or a few of those boxes even, and that he's going to be Kanye West. Like, maybe even the irony is that someone like Kanye West probably did use a couple of those boxes, but ended up in a big studio with lots of stuff, mastering it and finishing it and making it perfect, and it wasn't just the box. I don't know, I'm spending too much time on the box, and maybe I'm being too dismissive of the box. But I heard what he did with it and I wasn't that impressed. It's more about what he's doing with the box. Right. Tonight we've also got these two having a breakup, and for dessert we've got him complaining about his ex-relationship from the past. Oh, it's all over. Oh, we're sad. So we're going to have that, and we're going to do a little bit more Down the Rapids. So let's do another Down the Rapids before we find out what's coming up with the Dropbox. Or maybe I shouldn't do this. Do you want a bit of Down the Rapids? I don't know. I'll do what I want, yeah. Let's drop into a quick Down the Rapids. They're only a minute long. Hygiene in the wild. This is hygiene in the wild.
So one thing that is really important to do, guys, when you're surviving outside,
Guys.
is to stay on top of your foot care.
Foot care. Well, this is an irony, isn't it? This is a turn up for the books, because later on, when he went to Masca, he got athlete's foot and he had to stop the search for Jay Slater because his foot was bad. Do you remember? This is ironic. I'm surprised he's on this now. I thought he would have.
Means cleaning your feet all the time, changing your socks, keeping your socks clean. And I'll be completely real with you. My socks absolutely stink. There's
I bet his shoes stink as well.
no way they're going back on my feet. They're filled with sweat. So I need to clean them. And obviously out here in the wild, guys, there's no washing machines. So the easiest thing for me to do right now is to wash them in the river. So I'm going to do that. My next challenge after that is to then get them dry. Now, as you can see, the sun is trying to come out. Hopefully it'll be quite a warm day, which means I can just hang these on the back of my backpack and hopefully they'll dry out throughout the day. If it was a wet day though, if it was pouring down with rain and I needed to dry them, what I'd actually do, guys, is I'd tuck them into here and then I'd put my coat over the top of them. And then that
crotch socks. Top tip, look.
Wet day though, if it was pouring down with rain and I needed to dry them, what I'd actually do, guys, is I'd tuck them.
I didn't know this. Maybe I'll have to remember this if I need my. He's in Scotland, is he? He hasn't kept us all up to date with it. He's been very quiet with it, hasn't he? He's been very quiet with what's happened. He's not kept us all up to date. He's just said, I'm going back for a bit. Tuck him in there, look.
Into here, and then I'd put my coat over the top of them.
Crotch socks. Big old coat there. That's actually quite a big coat when you think, like, look at it all.
And then that would dry them out. So let's tuck them into your waist belt, and then underneath your coat. So that's how you do it if it was wet. Yeah, right now I'm going to dip these in. Let's get them clean.
Don't you get a wet crotch?
Let's get them nice and dry. And then that's the socks.
Is it going to just clean them just by putting them in the water? Because you said they were really sweaty? Ah, well.
After for today. Obviously, I've had a wash this morning as well. Get them absolutely soaked, guys. Give them a good old clean. Rinse them out. Go again. That is so.
I mean, he's doing it in one hand because he's doing the filming, but they used to bash them against the rocks and all sorts, didn't they? Like, give them a good old go in. But yeah, clean your socks in the river.
So hopefully that will make them smell a little bit better. What you can do as well is you could use a little bit of washing up liquid if you.
Oh, don't start on this. This might make me eggy. Should you be putting washing up liquid into the stream? I'm sure there are some soaps that are maybe more appropriate for use in the wild and some that are less appropriate. And do you have a bottle of washing up liquid? No. Who's going to carry a bottle of washing up liquid in their fucking camping bag? Bear Grylls.
Really wanted to. But yeah, I'm going to bring these out now, guys. Put them onto the back of my hiking bag, and then they should dry out in the sun. Perfecto. That's how we do it.
Perfecto. A bit of Italian there. Importance for the future, wasn't there?
Yeah. Stay on top.
Foot care. Stay on top of it. And your shoes obviously stink as well, because if your socks come off and they're stinking, maybe the inside of your shoes is also sweaty and stinking, and you're not washing them or changing them, you just keep wearing them all the time. Yay. Stinky Paul. We're not even. I don't even suggest that we watch John Wedger. Like, I just have him on as like there's an idiot. Right, let's carry on with this documentary that I'm actually quite enjoying from Michael Alberto. Let me share out his channel into chat as well. That's Michael Alberto. Paste that into there. This is going quite well.
The song was well liked at the time. It currently sits at around 1 million views. In early 2024, Rich had a very similar controversy to that from the Big Cheese days a decade prior. Rich decided he didn't need his editor Jay anymore, and apparently fired him on his birthday. His reasoning...
This is where it kicks off. This is where it kicks off. He's done it again. He's shot himself in the foot by being really... Like, he's working with this guy, and like one of the things that... Like my dad used to run a business, and he, taught me a few things about doing the right thing, your word being your bond, like handshake and stuff like that. And you always pay the people that you work with. Like, you always pay them first. You always pay them before yourself. You always pay them exactly what, or if not more, like a little bit extra for a bonus. Like, never goes wrong. Like, no one's ever cross with getting a little bit extra. You always pay them. Like, it's, if you don't, then you're shit, basically, aren't you? Like, so Rich has done it before with that computer. He's going to do it with this guy, and it's going to lead to more trouble because, like, his Dropbox, all these things that are going to come out. Like, this is where it starts, and it starts with him just being a shit to someone that he's worked with. And like, you don't have to be shit to people you worked with. Like,
the song was well liked at the time. It currently sits at around...
And he's on the back of like 1 million views on some of his best stuff, which is incredible for him, isn't it? So like, I can't believe he's managed to dash all that into the toilet in this way, but yeah.
Million views. In early 2024, Rich had a very similar controversy to that from the Big Cheese days a decade prior. Rich decided he didn't need his editor Jay anymore, and apparently fired him on his birthday. His reasoning being he no longer uploaded that many videos onto the channel, so there was no reason to keep him around. The drama comes from a pay dispute. Jay and Rich seemingly couldn't agree on what the final payment should be, and things got heated and got public, with Rich making dehumanizing comments about Jay on Facebook. Rich claims prior to all this, he was paying Jay $2,500 a month to edit for him. It's a bit confusing, but for the final payment, Jay was apparently paid $3,275. Rich made it sound like Jay wanted this exact amount, citing extra work he did for Rich, being live streams. But the way Jay described this final payment, he made it like Rich was trying to be nice to him after the drama. What seems to really make this whole thing heat up was Jay publicly saying Rich left him horrible voice messages, but not leaking them, which led to Rich leaking them himself to show the audience what he said.
So you're having, like, Jay might be considered his friend, like work colleague. I don't know what way you do it on the internet. Someone that edits for you might be quite friendly. But ultimately, you've got to deal with them that you're going to pay them a certain amount of money every month. So if they're not doing enough videos for you, you can say to them, right, I'm paying you this month. I don't want you anymore. The end. You don't have to have a big drama about it. And if a drama breaks out, making it public like this is a bit fucking, a bit extra, isn't it? And I don't know if Rich is doing it because he wants content, drama, views, clicks, or if he feels eggy about this, but it seemed like Jay was quite reasonable from what I can remember seeing on social media, and Rich seemed to like make it worse again. So
sympathy card that you played after we had a payment dispute, which is something that happens constantly, it is a very normal thing, is going to be one of the worst mistakes you've ever made in your career.
Judging by the comments on these drama videos, it seems like the vast majority of the audience sided against Rich. While Rich has a dedicated...
Like, if you had this problem, it's a bit weird because it's like business, but it's on the internet, isn't it? And you're making content. But like, I would suggest that if you had this problem... Like, if I had this problem, if I don't have an editor, actually shouts out if anyone wants to maybe talk to me about being an editor, because I've got fucking loads of content that I churn out and it could do with being edited. Yeah, like if I had this problem, I would say, okay, so we came to an end of our arrangement, like contract terminated or whatever. They've had the money that they're owed. I'm happy with that. If they want to come after me for any reason and pursue that, then they can do it privately or in small claims court, because I will not be talking about the matter any further. The end. Like, if I had to make a public statement like that, which I don't think you necessarily need to do, but if the guy's, making public problems for you and saying, oh, Rich hasn't done this and he's done that and done the other, I'd make one clear statement, just very clearly, this is why it'd be easier for me, I suppose, because I believe in doing the right thing in this way, is you would have had to have paid them the right money first. And I'm assuming Rich, by giving him this 3,000 whatever, feels that he's done that. So that would be fine, wouldn't it? But in order to make it look better for himself, he's then played public messages where he's threatening the guy. Like, the guy can walk off into the sunset or not, or do whatever, but you can walk off into the sunset and, like, you have no reason to be continuing a public threatening. Like, why would you publish your own threat? Why would you threaten someone behind the scenes and then publish it in your own defense?
Amount of detractors, this drama left their little bubble. It was exposed to a much larger audience, one who doesn't know who Big Cheese is, and a lot of those people seem to side with Jay.
Yeah, this is like, because for me, Rich sits on the fringes of, like, he's like a lol cow. I see his content picked up on Twitter sometimes and stuff like that, but I can't be asked to go and watch him all the time, so it sits on the fringes. But this stuff with this guy Jay, this, like, came up, and like I said, the resultant, it was like a little bit of a tinderbox, and the resultant fire revealed the Dropbox allegations, and this is what maybe I wonder if Rich wanted in some way, because the story is he was quite successful and popular, at least in numbers terms, at one point, and he's fell off, and he's had these public arguments with these people, and that he's supposed to have paid and he didn't, and then we're getting this again. But like, maybe he feels that there's some sort of eyes on him at this moment, so maybe he's just doing, like, you kind of maybe assume that he might be doing it for a bit of drama, but like, it's like, I don't, to be honest, like I said before, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. It's a very like, he's been on the internet long enough, and he's done enough of this, and he's made these mistakes before. I don't understand why Rich would play this so wrong, is my confusion here. But I'm glad that he did, because it creates content like this. So.
Just the little guy, after all. He was getting fired and simply wanted the payment he had been receiving. And Rich didn't want to pay until it was made public. And he seemed to be all over the place while this drama was going on. It didn't help that Rich seemingly kept flip-flopping on the issue. He was going to go on Lolcal Live, but then he wasn't. And he talked to Jay, and they were going to do their own video together discussing the situation. And then Rich went out of his way to try to sabotage a collaboration between Jay and Darkside Phil. And then Rich did go on Lolcal Live. During his attempt at the DSP collab sabotage, he also accused Jay of admitting to extorting him over the phone. The DSP stream never happened, with Phil citing critical tweets made about him from Jay. Phil would tell Jay to get a life, and he thought Jay was trying to bait him into something.
If someone told me he's a chill, down-to-earth guy, he'd like to have a chill stream with you just to talk about games or whatever. That's what I proposed. He said, yeah, that's what I would like to do. Let's have an offline conversation about it. Okay, how do you want to do it? And then I find out he's posting that up on his Twitter timeline. Get a life. No, really, Jay, get a life. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what you're trying to bait me into. I'm not doing nothing. Get the fuck out of here. All right? That's the God's honest truth of what's going on, and I'm not involved with it anymore. Obviously,
even just edited in amongst these other people, Phil seems like a fucking, like, doesn't he just sit apart from these and like look like a fucking nutter in his own right, complete, like he sat there with this. Do you know this is a meme? This behind him, that on the bike. Do you know it's a meme? It's a. I mean, how am I gonna? I can't. I mean, I can't type it in, can I? Because I'm not sure. This is a racist meme. Okay, it's from Punch Out, but it's also used as a racist meme. He sat there with his like 1980s gaming paintings. This shirt. To me, this shirt is one of this shirt makes him look like a bar of Green and Black's chocolate, doesn't it? This shirt makes him look like he works at the Hawaiian barbecue that he likes to order from. This shirt that looks like he works at Tropicana Nights. this shirt, and like the combination of textures and colours with this shirt and the stuff behind him. These items are stood on boxes that are covered in towels. He's got Sonic there up on there, the little statue of Sonic. Sat in his little gamer chair with his sound reduction foam. Like, he just looks like an arse. He just looks like such an arse. And he speaks like such an arse.
I'm not going to talk to the guy again.
According to Jay, in an alleged leaked DSP DM, this stream Jay was planning with him was apparently just a way to try and troll Rich, at least on DSP's end. Despite all of this, and Rich's years-long criticism of DSP, Phil would wish Rich well.
That's all I had to say. I wish Rich well. I hope that whatever happens, I don't wish him poorly.
In April 2024, Rich started claiming his Dropbox was hacked by someone in St. Thomas, Canada. They even got past the two-factor authentication.
Here we go, the Dropbox.
He said the hacker went through his 1099s and photos of his ex-wife's other kids. According to Rich, him and his ex-wife shared the Dropbox.
Right.
And some of these photos, according to Rich, were her children in bikinis.
Right.
They absolutely, dude. They don't care. They got around two-factor authentication too, and they're gonna try to make it. If there's like they're teenage girls, they took pictures of themselves like in bikinis and shit. They're gonna try to make it like, did it look like I was accessing them?
By discussing what happened, in his view, he was trying to get ahead of the hackers trying to make him look like a creep.
Right. This is what I can't understand as well, is so no one accused him of this. He went on his own stream and said, I'm worried that hackers are going to reveal this, so I'm going to reveal it first. Like, okay. Hackers then, is it? Definitely hackers. Something weird's going on, isn't it?
Some people would speculate if there was illegal pornography in his Dropbox, but Rich denied this. Rich would say the hackers were the real creeps for going through his Dropbox. He would.
And also, if he got hacked, then whatever's in his Dropbox, I suppose you'd be able to validate when it went in the Dropbox, wouldn't you? But like, wouldn't he say the hackers did it? But like, I suppose then also it's his ex-partner's, ex-wife's kids. So yeah, definitely not. I'm laughing, but this is like awful, isn't it?
Alleged the hackers were Andy Worski and PPP from drama news stream Kino Casino, or it was one of their fans, as the duo had been covering antics Rich was involved in consistently. Worski would mock the idea that they, or their fans, were hackers. When I spoke to Worski, he told me that he and PPP believe Rich was never hacked at all. Worski also denied living in St. Thomas, Canada, also saying Rich has changed details on where the hacker was accessing from. When I asked Worski what the official Kino Casino position was on whether Rich was actually a pedophile, or if they were just joking, he told me that they thought Rich was sus. When I asked Rich about the situation, he told me to just look at the times he's publicly addressed this, and didn't comment any further on the matter. On April 7th, 2013, Rich announced his YouTube channel was now his full-time job.
So, we just gone over the Dropbox quite quick. But there is a lot more detail on the Dropbox. There's a lot more back and forth that happened. There's a lot more conversation that happened about whether Jay had got access to his computer, whether that person who'd given him the computer in the past had hacked. Like, I think there was all sorts of ideas thrown up in the air about who these hackers were and how much culpability Rich had for having this Dropbox. Also, in the Dropbox, I think there was some pornography found as well, in the same folder. So it turned out it was like a folder with it, like the Dropbox is a big space. There's a folder in the Dropbox. Within that folder are the pictures from this mobile phone download, multiple mobile phone downloads of the kids in the bikinis, and also were files of pornography that were not bad, or they were pornography, like standard pornography off the internet, you know. So all in the same folder. And Rich, to this day, I think his defense is that he allowed his partner's children to access his Dropbox to upload the pictures from their phones when they wanted to change mobile phones so they could save the photographs.
Very exciting thing for anyone. Children all around the world want to be a YouTuber more than an astronaut. However, all good things don't last forever, and 11 years after the fact, Rich announced the end of his main channel, although he would post one more sponsored video the day after. And he didn't leave completely, he was just moving to his second channel. But not too long after that, he announced his audience would be seeing him less, as he got a new job. I don't think we're gonna see him fully quit anytime soon, but for now he's just a part-time YouTuber.
Things have got so bad for him that actual fans of his started leaving after the Dropbox thing and the editor thing. So his main channel that had gone into the toilet, that had gone downhill, gone into the toilet, you know, as the documentary made a really good point, making content about other people's content. No, wait, what I'm saying. Making content where he was just using other people's content in terms of presenting something that other people like. You find the viral TikTok video interesting, so you watch the channel for the viral TikTok video, not for the person that's presenting it and occasionally pausing it to talk, or in Rich's case, not pausing it. You know, that aspect. And then he had the success with the PlayStations, and he managed to throw that into the bin. The viral song success, didn't manage to capitalize on it and make much of it. Thinks that he's a music producer because of it. Since then has managed to at least limp along with a core audience on his second channel, talking about internet stuff, and has then either not made enough money to maintain his editor, or at least decided to sack him, had a big row with him, which has led to the exposure of this nonsense behind the scenes. I think we could all agree that having a secret Dropbox with pictures of your ex-wife's kids, even if at some point those photographs in that folder had gone on there, he's probably got obligated to delete them, isn't he, quite quickly after, or as soon as the divorce, what happens? I don't know, that's really bad. I think his actual fans have started to leave him because they've seen his behaviour in relation to his editor and this Dropbox thing, and now he's decided he's going to be a hip-hop producer and just not do so much YouTube anymore. So, as today's show, like I said, it's over. Today's thumbnail is about endings. There will be new beginnings, but for Rich, probably not so many. And he is literally just basically a lolcow that we're sort of aware of now. And me personally, I think there's still some skeletons in his closet that somehow might come out, because he seems to have a track record of coming on the internet and saying the worst things about himself.
What a normal day job. He went from popular and successful commentator to just a guy who has detractors online, whose streaming career is now just attacking those more successful than him, while he acts as if he's above them. While I was making this video, I thought the drama between Rich and Jay was over, but apparently Rich has decided to start stirring the pot again on X, with him mocking Jay's mental health. Jay responded and tweeted out a hotline for mental health services, adding on that he thinks Rich is suffering from mental illness. During all of this, Rich decided to embrace being a villain. Alongside announcing this, Discord leaks came out of him acting deranged, writing that he thinks his career is over, so he's decided he's going to have his demise in spectacular fashion. His words, not mine.
The ship is sinking, and man, I'm going to stir up everything while it's sinking.
With him asking his remaining fans for any info on his detractors.
Whoever has stuff on any of these assholes, by all means, post it here.
On June 21st...
Reminds me of Alan, that does. Remember when Alan was like, who's that cat? Give me her name. Alan's always asking anyone for any information, isn't he?
2024, Rich went live at the same time as both Jay in the Kino Casino. While he did secure about 800 live viewers, saying very unsavory things about Jay, the casino duo, and commentator 8-Bit Eric, that I cannot repeat or play because of how out of pocket they were, Jay in the casino still made more in donations than him, from my understanding. Rich later said he was going to do another stream the day after, discussing journalist Smash JT, and alleging he was involved in a crime. But Rich didn't go live, and he stopped posting on X. In a Discord server, he posted an audio message about collecting dirt on Jay to send to business associates of his.
you're going to look real fucking bad. That's another thing I could send to his employers now.
And then, some shocking allegations about Rich came out from the Kino Casino. Keep in mind, this is all allegations from a drama news show, but it's gotten a lot of traction, so I think it's worth mentioning. After talking to Jay, they alleged the Dropbox login came from Jay's computer. This was because Rich gave Jay a computer. He had previously used it and he didn't wipe it. So his Dropbox was logged into the computer. So that would explain how somebody from Canada got past Rich's two-factor authentication. The account was just there. They also alleged Rich had a backend on this computer, so he could remote access Jay's computer without him knowing. Originally, this computer was meant to be given to DSP. The casino alleged Rich messed with Jay's YouTube channel and PayPal account while Jay would be live streaming. The most shocking was regarding what was in the Dropbox. They said it did have actual legal pornography on the Dropbox, trying to build onto the narrative that Rich is a creep.
I can't remember exactly how this works out, but some of this was like this. Since this video, there's been more conversation about whether this computer was a ringer or not, you know?
According to Jay, the computer is no longer plugged in or connected to the internet. Jay has also spoken about getting it forensically investigated for criminal activity. The next day, Jay did a stream talking more about what the casino said. He made sure to add he didn't think Rich was a pedophile. On the same day, Rich did a stream about the Kino Casino and Jay, announcing he was sober for the stream, a common criticism of him the casino gave. He played videos he had securely archived onto a USB flash drive that he showcased to try and make his critics look bad. Most notably, Rich played an exposed video of the Kino Casino by God Winson, an online personality who was once affiliated with the program. In this video, God Winson alleged the website the duo used to collect donations from the audience was unsafe. While watching this video, Rich brought up older scandals and allegations Andy Worski has faced. From what I've seen and read on the stream, Rich didn't really address the allegations against him much, besides pointing out the fact Jay doesn't think he's a pedophile.
So things degenerate now, yeah? And that's where we're at now with this story. There's this Kino Casino that have been brought up a number of times on here. They're a stream, I think they're on Kick. It's like Twitch, but different streaming service. This Kino Casino are currently trying to get Phil on their stream, having a chat to Phil. There's back and forth going on with Rich. Rich is not giving up on his YouTube channel just yet, because he's still using it to argue with people like this and do streams where he takes his shirt off and eats edibles and witters on and has a bad time. So that's still going on. He's still showcasing his beats, and his story is not completely over. But yeah, that's the Review Tech story. Review Tech USA, the Dropbox has been covered there, so there's not really a resolution on this, is there? There's not really a resolution. What's his RTU? What's going on with it right now?
Skip it up and down.
Shut up. 3 weeks ago, he's put a music track. Here's a music track 3 weeks ago, so we can listen to one of his music tracks.
My mind talking shit, I call it brain power. I went broke and got rich in the same hour. A blaze runner, same come up, never strained flowers. School of hard knocks, I was trained how to change powder. My
So that's somebody else's music, because you've not got any of that rapping. You've got like an a cappella of the rap and put it over something. Surely.
Got locked up, had me moving before the cane sour. Gave my mother rent money, paid for the homie's baby shower.
And underneath is a sort of like 3-layered loop.
You never get back what you.
It goes wow 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 wow, and it's got a guitar, and it's very simple. Like there's nothing there. And like the most, like everybody who gets computer music technology under their hands, and you give them that a cappella and a bit of a time to work on their music, like anyone can create a sort of remix hip hop style. Like there's not that much there. It sounded a lot better than the other things in terms of music production quality, but there's nothing there, is there? No one's going to pay him thousands of millions of pounds to be the next Kanye West. This is a video called "This Is a Goodbye" video.
Hey, shameless plug that I was a complete idiot and forgot to bring up in this video.
But we've just covered that in that documentary, so that's what Review Tech USA is currently up to. Skibbity bop, shut up! And then his streams channel. 2 months ago, and the last live stream was 3 days ago. Philip is very angry with me.
Certain accusations.
And he's watching Phil.
We may not feel.
Okay.
And then he's watching this guy's one of the pedo hunters. So like he's basically become his own, like the way his detractors, what he's done, like he's had detractors make videos about him and watch his streams and react like that. So now he is just like, here he is watching Boogie. Like he's turned himself into a detractor.
Here we are.
But he's a lolcow.
I know.
So he's turned himself into a detractor, which is a kind of weird like reversal there, isn't it? It's kind of like Darvoing himself in some way. But he's not a very good detractor, and he's not a very like people are watching him because he's a lolcow. Like it's a really weird. That's a really weird role reversal for him, isn't it? To go from lolcow to detractor. I wouldn't. No one classes him as a detractor. He's not a detractor. He's a lolcow. But like the way he's done that, like what he's done to his own content and where he's gone and how he's turned it into that is weird. If you ask me, it's fucking weird. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's close me having an interview. There's John Wedger. Let's close that. We've got breakups. We've got emotions. We've got arguments. We've got huge meltdowns.
If I drank as much as you.
This was uploaded by Jessica Messica, who covered it live.
So why the fuck are you getting mad? I'm proud of you for acknowledging you have a problem and cutting down on it. I know the feeling.
It's not even about cutting. It's not about cutting down. I do not. Let me if it's not about cutting down, I don't want to drink, period. Let me finish. I don't want to drink, period. It's not about cutting down. Yes. We're not having a conversation. Well, let me finish. Cutting down would be no, Josh. Josh.
Like I don't hear from you, so make up your mind.
What do you mean? So let me finish. I'm not cutting down because cutting down would mean when I drink that I know when to stop. I do not know when to stop, so I am stopping, period.
That you don't know when to stop, so by not drinking it, you are cutting down, so no bullshit.
It's not it's stopping, period. It's not cutting down.
Cutting down, same thing.
No, it's not. Oh yeah, I'm delusional. I'm delusional, yes. Because you said I was a bigger alcoholic than you, and then when I say that I'm not, you said bullshit, and then you think that I'm saying that I never called you one, period.
So this is Queencobra and Kingcobra himself. Josh, this is Kingcobra. Having an argument about who's the bigger alcoholic, and it leads to the breakup. This is like the breakup happening live, and she, as he said, I don't know if you can hear him well enough. I could try and balance it out by giving it some compression, but it's, you can hear him in the background. This is Jessica. She's called Jessica in reality, and her name's Queencobra. We've covered her a little bit on Nutterwatch, a little bit. We started covering it, and then we sort of moved away from it a little bit, and we jump in and out of the important moments. And I mean, this is just kind of, it is what it is, isn't it? It's car crash telly. She's decided to put it. He's angry about her putting it on Twitter as well and all that. He's angry about this, and one of the reasons he wants to break up for her, and he's figured it out. Is she was using him for content, she was using him for clout and all this. So it's a bit of an interesting moment, and they have a little bit of an argument on the old internet. And then she has a bit of a meltdown, and then he does a video to respond to it all. So
the words never came out of my mouth.
And this is degenerated as well, because he said, it's good that you're cutting back on the alcohol. And she said, I'm not cutting back, I'm stopping. And he said, well, cutting back is stopping, isn't it? And I'm saying I'm proud of you. And she said, it's not the same. I'm not having, like, she's causing an argument out of basically nothing, right? And that has now led him to say, look, I don't like that we're arguing in the way you're talking to me. And that's the problem, really, that it's degenerated into. And she's literally just created this entire problem herself, because he was quite happy with her at the start when she would go around, have sex with him, party a bit. Even she cleaned his kitchen at one point, which he wasn't that impressed with, to be honest. And she did get on his tits a bit, but like, he was reasonably okay. But if she just didn't behave like an absolute possessed nut job, then he'd be fine, or they'd be fine, I suppose. Maybe.
Okay, good. I'm glad you don't need my opinion. I'm glad you don't need it. I mean, hell, you told me to give it to my parents. I don't want to give it to them. Oh, well, you should have heard him. It should have been off of mute when he said I'm a bigger alcoholic than him. That's fucking rich.
They're both about the same alcoholic.
He doesn't let me get a thought out. It's not funny, Blush.
It is kind of funny now.
It's not fucking funny.
It is, because, like, it is. You just have to accept it, don't you? The way you're behaving is extreme.
By volume, Cobra probably ingests more alcohol. Now
That's Jessica Messica,
is more problematic when she drinks.
the reactor whose channel I'm watching here to bring you this.
So addiction is based on the negative effects, not the amount that you drink. I would say now is possibly the bigger alcoholic, but I think they're both chemically and physically dependent. So, I mean, they're twinning.
I don't know the limit, Josh. That's why I don't want to drink, period. And it's not about me cutting.
And I get that, and I respect that. That's why I'm not going to fucking crap on you for...
And it's not about me cutting down would be saying, okay, instead of me buying this size, just let me finish my thought really quick. Instead of, and just let me finish my thought. Instead of me buying, stop mocking me.
In a way, right?
Yeah?
In a way, it's kind of sad because, like, you know, we're talking about, like, literally people who are, like, yeah, alcoholism, you know, dysfunction, all that. Josh as well. I don't tend to, like, go hard on the detracting of Josh because he does have Asperger's. So I think, like, you know, there's a reason for some of his behaviour that is not just he's an arse or an arsehole, but he does do some quite, you know, extreme behaviours that are worth watching on the old internet. And this is, you know, this whole thing is quite a interesting microcosm of the kind of dysfunction and I don't know what you'd call this. There's a different section of lolcows. There's lolcows and they call them horror cows, some of them. Like I don't know if this counts as horror cow. Like, it's like a slightly different section of lolcowdom here. Like, it's car crash telly for me, this is. And she's broadcasting it on the internet because she wants the views. She went round to his house to have sex with him, to be his girlfriend, to, you know, glom onto him so she could get the views. Like, you know, they want the views when they want them. And it would be, I think, unfair to say, well, you're irresponsible for viewing them in their worst moments. Like, it's almost like Big Brother or something like that. You know, you watch it for the arguments sometimes, don't you? Like, you know, Love Island is all lovey-dovey, but it's also falling out and having a squabble. So there's that element to this. It's something that happened, so I'm just going to watch it.
Go ahead. You just did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
He didn't mock her.
You just did mock me.
He didn't mock you.
That you just did that, though.
Oh, no.
Yes, you did. So let me finish my thought. So cutting down would be, yes, you did. So say this is the size bottle of rum, okay? And this is what I'm drinking on a nightly basis or whatever. And I get... Why? It's part of conversation. I am talking.
You claim to be about conversation as soon as
So...
with you, I'm an asshole because
I didn't even call you an asshole. You just said I have to explain myself. I'm talking. What is talking? I am talking. Let me finish. You're not letting me finish. So then why are you saying that I have to explain myself? It's part of the conversation, Josh. Okay, so this is the regular.
When things degenerate into an argument about the argument, you know it's fucked. Like, when it's a meta argument about, like, whether you're letting me speak or whether I am not letting you speak, I'm actually letting, like, you're just arguing about anything now. It's like, and she's, like, we've seen a bit of Jessica over the time on Nutterwatch. No, those that haven't, you know, maybe she's new to you, but she will find a way of, like, having an argument in an empty room. You know, she's that personality. So you're seeing it live in action here. Like.
This is the regular size bottle of rum. I do have to. I'm fucking talking.
It's not just alcohol that she abuses. She also huffs duster. She sprays the air duster that you can get, like, you know, clean off your computer with a spray, like air duster. She inhales the solvents. Big up, Simolius. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you very much for that.
So what, now you're gonna...
Do you want a button? I've got a nice button for that. Hey, Buttons, why didn't you go?
David Icke penetrate you with his penis.
Battery exhausted, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about or who you're talking to. That's the problem.
Super tougher?
Thank you.
Ignore me?
I'm not ignoring you, I'm letting you finish because apparently if I try to interject my thoughts and have a conversation with...
Oh my god, that was so annoying. When he shut up so she could talk, she said, "Are you ignoring me?" Oh my god. Oh.
So what,
Yes.
now you're gonna ignore me?
This is, I paused it at the wrong moment there, but this is probably one of the most frustrating and annoying things. And the reason that he's breaking up with her is because he cannot win.
Josh? Okay, so this is the regular... This is the regular size bottle of rum. I do have to... I'm fucking talking. So what, now you're gonna ignore me?
I'm not ignoring you, I'm letting you finish because apparently if I try to interject my thoughts and have a conversation with...
Oh my god, that was so annoying. When he shut up so she could talk, she said, "Are you ignoring me?" Oh my god, that was annoying. Sorry.
You say something, I say
But
something.
if I'm not even done...
Conversation works.
And I get...
I have a conversation with you, you say something, I say something. I'm a piece of shit because I won't let you finish your thoughts.
Where do I ever call you names? I do not call you names. Stop making stuff up. I don't... So let me finish what I was saying really quick. Why is this such an issue? You're gonna hang up on me? Okay. Because I can't finish my thought.
Hanging up on her will not make her calm down. I mean, this isn't even the worst we've seen her, because as she's saying here, she's trying not to drink, I suppose. But when she's been really fucking wasted, she's been really nuts. She pees in a box. She's got a box in her room, like a cardboard box that she puts in, there's a wee in it, so she doesn't have to leave the room.
I didn't even get to finish my thought. He literally called me a bigger out. Okay, Josh. Okay, so this is the...
I don't care what the proportion sizes are. You tell me not to say anything, let you finish your thoughts, so I do.
Let me...
And then you get mad because I'm ignoring you when I don't say anything? That's bullshit.
I didn't say you were ignoring me. Will you...
She literally said it.
Yes, you did. You just got done saying, why are you ignoring me? Because you won't say anything. Why?
I did not. I just...
You and I won't let you finish your thought.
I'm just...
Don't say anything, I'm ignoring you, and I don't appreciate you. That's bullshit.
I'm trying to say something about the portion size. Now let me say it.
Portion size.
Yes, what I want to say
He
is...
said to you 3 times, he doesn't give a fuck about the portion sizes. Right? This is Josh. Josh is sat there like this, with a drink, sat on a sofa, listening to her scream through her phone, feeling really put upon, right? And he's told her, I don't give a fuck about the portion sizes. What I'm concerned with is that if I try and talk to you, you won't let me talk and you shout me down. And if I don't talk and let you talk, you shout at me and tell me that I'm ignoring you. So I'm tired of having the conversation in any way.
The portion size. Let's just say this is the... That's not mocking me, Josh? What you just did with your hands, you're not even letting me finish, though.
And like when they were together, we should review their relationship, I suppose, shouldn't we? We didn't cover it all on the channel, not all of it, but they've had some, like, she went over and visited him, and they had a couple of arguments. Like there was a huge meltdown. Oh, of course, there's the we should show this, shouldn't we? If we're doing this, I should really. What should NAL? What is it? What does she say? Fishnets. In a fishnets. In a fishnets. So this is back in the day. What happened was that she's round at his house and she's cleaning up his kitchen, and she went into the room to see if he wanted anything or whatever, and he was watching a chatterbait model wearing fishnets and having a jerky jerk over some woman on the internet wearing fishnets.
Is that actually supposed to mean something? Is that supposed to mean something? Okay, that's a joke then, okay.
She gets well eggy about it though. Where's the fishnets? Hang on.
How do you fucking keep losing your...
No, obviously I don't want it in the... Not that, you stupid. Show transcript. Find fishnets. No, is it not in this one? Oh, fishneck. Okay, yeah. This is just like, this is what she's like. Is she gonna do it? She's throwing stuff. There we go. There you go.
Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits? And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish.
Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she? Where's that fucking whore at? Is she sucking Josh's dick? Is she fucking cleaning his kitchen? Where's that fucking whore?
Like, he must be scared of her.
And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish.
Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore?
Like really mad cleaning his kitchen because she caught him watching a video of some other woman.
The fucking tit.
not like you know, cheating on her, but watching pornography.
Where's the fucking blonde whore with the fucking tits? And a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fishnet, and a fish.
Where's that fucking blonde cunt whore? Where is she? Where is she? Where's that fucking whore at? Is she sucking Josh's dick?
They had such a screaming row, and it was streamed. Like, you know, most of this was streamed. Sometimes they would point the camera away, but they had such a screaming row over this that Josh got evicted from his property. For noise complaints. The police had to come.
She's fucking cleaning his kitchen. Where's that fucking whore?
So, like, Josh doesn't really want to hang out with her anymore. And a fishnets. Possessed, yeah. I honestly, like, possessed is the word I think is the best one for her. Like, she definitely seems possessed most of the time. She goes quiet for a bit now after, you know, they've had the row there. She goes quiet for a bit. And then she starts with this.
Always unbroken, can't you see?
Obviously, music gets me copyrights, you know, but like she starts with this sort of like.
Yeah, I like that. And what am I getting up for?
But this is what most of
don't
her
have
streams
to
have been like over the last few weeks. Is her sitting in a sort of semi-dark room, pretty wasted, screaming into the camera, getting like it gets worse over time, and then at the end of the night it goes quiet, like.
Otherwise, when he's screaming like this.
But we have got more, which is we've got this.
Oh, I'm supposed to get what you're throwing down, but you won't even listen to what I have to say because you mock me. And oh, I'm explaining myself. Heaven forbid a woman try to talk and get her side through. Heaven forbid.
So what she does is she decides to go on her computer. I don't know if this is part of the same. Is it on this? Is it on this stream as well? She decides to like. She obviously has a bit of a ranty evening. Yeah, it's on this stream as well. So she decides to go on her computer and reveal the private messages between her and Josh that have recently happened. And in the private messages, Josh is literally saying, "Can you not do this with the messages?"
I'm just showing you what he does to me. This is proof.
What he does.
I literally. Oh. See.
So it says, "I don't appreciate your broadcasting our verbal fight all over your Twitch, by the way. Thanks for the privacy." Like, this is the continuing conversation. "I literally hung up on you several times while you tried to call me. That should be enough for you to go. Maybe Josh is busy and he'll call me back." So what he said is, "Please don't broadcast my conversation with you. I don't like that. And I've hung up on you enough times. Please assume I'm busy. I will maybe call you back." It's quite reasonable, actually, isn't it?
He admits he hung up on me several
Is she drunk? Well, she just said she wasn't going to do any more drinking, but yeah, I think so. And then she also, like I said, she abuses other things, like she huffs like aerosol, like that. Like, you know, she huffs the aerosol, so that's a lighter refill. But she has what they call in America, they call it huffing duster. I think they do it in the UK as well. I don't know, but it's the stuff that you clean keyboards with and stuff. It's like an aerosol spray, because there's no, you know, it's just propellant, isn't it? So they huff it.
times, but he didn't.
Dover and
admit
Dolly's mom knows more. Dover and Dolly's mom has been following this story a bit.
that earlier. He did hang up on me several times. He did.
And stop showing my fucking chat conversation with everyone on stream. You have no respect for me, do you? Imagine someone sending you a message and like saying, "Stop showing." And also in the UK, this is illegal. Like, I think it's actually like, I don't know. I think it's illegal to show private correspondence like this, especially when it concerns relationships as well, because it would, you know, we've got new rules about revenge stuff, haven't we, and stuff like that. But he's literally saying to you, I don't know if she wants to go out with him or not at this point. You know, I don't know if she's just trying to hurt him, using him for content. Like, I think she was always using him for content, to be honest. Like, we'll see his side of it in just a second, and you'll see what I mean about using him for content. Like, you know, because let's be real, Josh is not everyone's cup of tea when it comes to the ideal man, right? And you'd be surprised, well, I was surprised in the first place that she wanted to just randomly, because she didn't know him that well, they'd been talking on the internet, she wanted to turn up at his house, suck him off, do all the sex. She was his big girlfriend, like they were going to get married. Like, it would all happen very quickly, and that for her was a quite big benefit, because she suddenly was like this person on the internet. She'd been on the internet a while doing stuff, but suddenly she was like this Josh's girlfriend, and she calls herself Queencobra now still, so maybe she'll have to change that name. But yeah, Naked and Laughing was her original tag, or Jessica's her name, isn't it? But imagine someone sending you a message saying, "Stop showing my message with everyone on stream," and you're literally showing the message on stream. Like, it's just fucking awful, isn't it? Like, he's not going to want to go out with you anymore. And who's Anthony Grafeo and Jared Lackland, Mia and Xenia? Who are they? Because they're also on this list of messages above Josh, but let's not look at that and worry about that at the moment.
Did hang up on me several times.
He did hang up on you, yeah. He did. So why are you calling him again?
Yes, he did hang up on me several times. Yes, he did. But I'm a him? Show me the proof. I'll wait. I would love for all of this to be recorded. I'll show you the proof when he put his hands on me twice.
What?
When he put his hands on me twice.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna call-
I didn't know she said that. Oh my god. Because, like, the way she's been behaving, like, we can watch maybe a short one, but, you know, at some point of their early relationship in this stream. She is not, like, she is... We did, didn't we? I just showed you her in the kitchen. Like, when she's doing all that madness in the kitchen, he's sat in the other room scared because he's just been caught having a wank. Like, this... The anger and the vitriol and the screaming and the yelling and the, like, arm waving and all that, like, the fact the police had to come to their house because there was, like, such noise complaints, is all from her end. And he's like, rah, 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 like, he shouts back and tells, like, you know, puts his boundaries up, but, like, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe she just said that.
Call me back after Cameo. You know what? That's rich. He told me the other day.
Like, if she didn't want to be there with him, like, she literally invaded his space and he was telling her to go home. She had to go home early because he'd had enough. like
At 11 a.m. in the morning, my time, so 9 a.m. his time. I'll call you back when I'm done doing my cameos. I never heard back from him that day. I did not call him back that day. He said, I'll call you back after my cameos. I gave him the respect. I thought he was going to call me back that day. He never did. Didn't call me back till the next day. I did not call him back all that fucking day at all. He said he was doing... So I said, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. He never called me back because cameos don't take that long, okay? He never called me back. He never called me back after...
I get the impression that you're cross because he didn't call you back.
I was depending on his word.
I think he might be sending you a little subtle message there. She keeps calling him. This is after the conversation where he said to her, like, I don't want to talk to you, please stop calling me.
I was depending on his word. Oh, he'll call me back when he's done. Because it's always about it's always about something else. It's always some excuse. Always. This is...
Oh, look, she can see he's active now as well. Like, it says handsome devil active now, like green. I think she can see that he's on the Facebook or something, can't she? And, like, that's egging her up as well, isn't it?
Not it. Like, he gets to talk to me this way, though, but I don't even get to finish my thought that I wanted to finish earlier.
You can write him a message.
But this is how he gets to talk to me.
What part of stop trying to fucking call me when I'm busy? It's so goddamn hard to understand for you. What he's saying is, what part of stop trying to fucking call me when I'm busy is so goddamn hard to understand for you? I don't think this is going well.
How was I supposed to know the first time I was blowing up your phone if you don't communicate with me on a first-hand level? You wait for me to call you 3 or 4 times for you to blow up at me, as if I'm a mind reader.
You wait for me to call you 3 or 4 times before you get mad at me. What she means is, he didn't get mad at me until I repeatedly harassed him. Right, yeah. This is from Josh's side. Josh has been, like, having this problem. So,
video from yesterday's live stream.
This is from... I've got this one from Cat Snaps, who I haven't subscribed to yet. I just, I'll subscribe to them now, I suppose, if they're doing a good video. I haven't watched them before, but I was looking for these particular videos about these subjects. This is from Cat Snaps. Can you see that? Well, no, hang on, I'll show you. Cat Snaps. There you go. Cat Snaps.
going to the bathroom, and I'm not going to.
So I'm going to skip the cat
basically-
snaps bit, and I'm going to watch the content that they've snapped, and then react to it myself, sort of thing. Yeah.
The reason why
But shouts out cat snaps.
I chose to break up with Jessica Boyle is because I'm sick and tired of her emotional manipulations.
Oh my God, he's mad, and he's right. He's right. He spotted it finally. This is the thing about this whole debacle. He spotted it finally. She has been emotionally manipulating him.
Right now she's on Twitch talking all this shit about me, and it's like, I don't appreciate it. Instead of being like, oh, I know, how about if I wait till I'm off Twitch and me and Josh could talk about this like mature adults and not drag the entire world into it? She does the exact opposite.
This thing that's been blocked out, I don't think it's anything rude. I think it's either an alcohol bottle or maybe the design on his t-shirt. I don't know what she's blocking out here, but...
Quite frankly, Jessica is emotionally manipulative. And on top of that, you know, on top of being emotionally manipulative, she's easy to troll. And she is so delusional, dude. Every time we'd have a fight and I try to interject my thoughts, she would get mad and say, I'm not letting her finish her thoughts. And then when I would put the microphone on mute and just let her talk, why are you ignoring me? So I'm like, which is it? Jessica claims to be all about communication. So how does communication work? One would add that if I talk, you talk, you talk, I talk.
He's making a load of sense here, but would you believe Josh gets quite regular routine viewers on his YouTube and Facebook? I think he's been banned off YouTube for a bit now, I don't know. But on his content... There's also this sort of lolcow edge to it, you know, people are watching. Like, Josh is most famous for... well, in my opinion, I'm going to go for Kingcobra bug sandwich. He's most famous for his food hacks and his, like, strange food. Shouts out Boggling Chronicles.
Cheese. Stuffed into this giant chimichanga's got bacon and steak and eggs. Be on top of the shell. Cut it in half. Look at that greasy, delicious looking burrito. All stuffed with goods. I'll be munching out on that all day, man. We'll try it here in a second. Just wanted to give you a close-up of the...
Obviously, there's bugs in this, and they're moving around. There, you can see it there.
We'll try it here in a second. Just wanted to give you a close-up of...
See it moving on the right. Oh, it's in there and it's moving.
Fried spam's in there, bacon.
That's not ideal. And his whole cooking process is a nightmare.
Burrito in there with all them toothpicks. But that's all.
Like he makes these weird food concoctions, and he ate this one, and you saw it had a bug in it. You saw it had a bug in it.
I really can't complain because it's loaded with calories.
Like he's just a fucking slob, and like his mac cheese maybe. I don't know which one would be the best. Like it's hard to say which is the best. This is why we've watched him on the channel before, though. It's hard to explain what's the best way to explain what he. But
what is up, YouTube? So check this out. We literally have. Now, I'm gonna add some more brown sugar and some more water to it, and let it simmer on that medium heat for a bit. Give it about maybe 5 minutes or so. 4. Because well, that's good, but I'm gonna add some more brown sugar to it. All right, so what I want to do, I'm just experimenting, coming up with new stuff. Look at that.
Look at that. That's macaroni cheese with brown sugar, butter, extra cheese, condensed milk, like he just like the man's a madman.
I have no idea how it's gonna turn out.
Like he makes these weird food concoctions, and he also he also does. Recently, he's been doing mead, which just means putting a load of stuff in a bottle and fermenting it in a bottle. Like, you know, he's a bit. Well, they call him the Bogglim, don't they?
called back and forth. It's called communication. And then it's like, if I didn't let Jessica finish her thoughts, I'm talking over her, all this dumb shit that she'll accuse me of doing. And if I don't say anything, I'm still a piece of shit. And I'm done. I'm physically done. She's on Twitch right now spreading lies about me and trying to derail my fame because she knows I'm right. And it's like, Jessica, you want to know why I broke up with you? Because you did it to yourself, love. You did it to yourself. I blocked her mom's number. I blocked her number. I blocked her messenger. I blocked her from Facebook. I've unfriended her and changed my status to single. And it's like, Jessica, honey, no guy...
That's it then, yeah? When the Facebook status goes, that's it.
Guy's gonna want you because no guy's gonna put up with your crazy bullshit. And isn't it funny that when I bought Jessica that fire opal ring, she was all crying and like, oh my God. I'm like, Jessica, what's the matter? And she goes, oh, these are happy tears. You're the first other half to buy me jewelry. So I'm like, wait a minute. I'm the first boyfriend that Jessica's had that's bought her jewelry just because. That's what guys are supposed to do. And I'm like, you know what? I've been very patient with Jessica, and when she accused me of shit that I wasn't doing, and then gets me kicked out of my apartment, and then spreads lies about me on her Twitch right now.
Bang! I'm surprised he's realised this. She did get him kicked out of his apartment. Like, if she didn't go there and kick up a massive fuss, she also broke the washing machine downstairs they all share. He would have been fine.
I'm like, that's strike 3. Good luck with what you're doing in life, Jessica.
He now lives in a trailer. They call him a trailer in America, like a static caravan thing. He now lives in a trailer. He lives in a little caravan thing.
Because I'm done. Go ahead and cancel the flight to Casper because I'm done.
Whoa, so it's confirmed that she has a ticket to visit him this month.
Nice observation.
And that's how you feel bad for her, you know? And I'm like, no, I don't need this I don't need this I do not need this manipulative bullshit. And then she's on Twitch right now, and then when I try telling her, hey, Jessica, I will call you back later when I'm done doing my cameo shout-outs. Could you please quit blowing up my phone? Well, how am I supposed to know? I don't expect you to know. That's why I'm communicating with you, which is what you claim to be about. Well, okay then, and what does she do? Continues to blow up my phone. So I'm like, nope, I'm done.
She did try calling him repeatedly while she was live on Twitch. You could hear her trying to call him through Facebook Messenger.
We just watched it, yeah. It's funny, isn't it, being able to see like both sides of this, like, and how both are extremely frustrated. Like, that's kind of a weird thing for me. I understand Josh being frustrated. I understand, like, her frustration, I suppose I understand in a way, but it's weird for me that like, he doesn't want to speak to her anymore, so that should be okay for him. He doesn't have to feel so bad. She doesn't... I suppose she does want to speak to him more, so she's frustrated. I don't know, like, they're both not very happy with it, though, are they? Like, both of them agree that they're not happy with this situation, so maybe she should stop fucking pissing him off.
I don't need Jessica's
She's
emotionally
live.
manipulative...
She's live now, is she? On the old Twitch.
For me bullshit. And now that Jessica's mad about me, she's going to do or say anything she can to try to derail me or make me look bad because she knows she's wrong, and I'm not going to put up with her emotionally manipulative bullshit and her lies. I don't need that crap. And I appreciate my fans being on my side. Believe me, I didn't want to break up with her, but I'm like, how much more bullshit am I supposed to take, dude? Jessica is crazy, and she's emotionally manipulative, and I don't need that crap in my life. I'm just saying.
He's absolutely got that bang nailed on right, and that's what everyone's been saying all this time. This is her live on Twitch.
Yeah, I did see one on TikTok, like a dad like cradling his daughter's basically, I guess that could be like maybe even that. I'm like, I don't know.
Is she watching the telly or something?
Manning's doing it. It's like, you know, Dave, your pants can your pending, but I don't know. We'll have really fun.
Like, she does this. Okay, so she like goes live and she doesn't do a stream. Like, she just turns on the camera and like you're there. So like she might be doing other stuff sometimes. Sometimes she'll talk to the camera and explain it. Sometimes she won't. So at the moment she has turned on her live stream, but she's not engaged or interacting with it. So I'll keep an eye on it in another window. But like, I obviously can't be watching that any length of time because there's nothing happening there. When she starts going nuts, I might bring it back.
Oh, whores don't clean his. Oh, girlfriends clean the house. Whores suck his dick. All right. So whores get the attention. Girlfriends don't get shit. So probably the whore is sucking his dick right fucking now, while I'm still cleaning his fucking apartment. So whores get the fucking ultimate treatment at the end of the day because they don't have to clean shit and they still get what the fuck they want out of the end of the day. And they don't gotta do shit for it except stick their stinky fucking pussies out. Their stinky pussy. They gotta put their stinky pussy out. So, I could have gotten the most out of Josh if I was a fucking whore instead of a real cunt.
You did actually have sex with man-suckers, Willie.
Yeah, okay. So Josh gives this fucking bitch more attention than me. That's fine.
God help, I tell you what, God help him if he has another girlfriend in the intervening, like in the next sort of like 3 or 4 weeks, if he gets another girlfriend on his stream. I don't know how long it'll be, like, you know, the grace period, but if he gets another girlfriend, like there was a moment where he went on another person's stream. Now, you know how they have panel streams? He went on another stream on a panel and this girl asked him some questions and she went fucking nuts over that as well. Like, God help him if he gets another girlfriend.
And then here's how a conversation with me and Jessica would go. Like, let's say we're having a little disagreement. She would say things like, "Let me finish. You're talking over me." And it's like, Jessica, it's not that I'm not letting you finish. It's called having a conversation. I say something,
You've already said that.
Like, I was very patient with Jessica. I put up with her emotional and physical abuse for too long. Too long, dude. She gets me kicked out of my apartment. That should have been my sign right there to be like, I don't need this bitch in my life. Get the fuck out of here. And let me ask you this. If me and Jessica were fighting nonstop and it caused her parents to kick her out of their house, Jessica would break up with me because she wouldn't put up with it. So I'm like, I put up with it because, you know, I try to be a good guy and I try to be patient and understand that Jessica's got mental problems and people have been mean to her. But it's like, that's how she lures you in, dude. That's how she manipulates you, by getting you to feel sorry for her. And I'm like, I'm done. I am done, dude.
He's having a bit of a day, isn't he? This is her stream now. She's not on it anymore. She's gone. Like, she's there. She's like gone live, and within 10 minutes she's off somewhere else doing something. I don't know what she's gone to do. Maybe she's gone to get something, but she's not there anymore. So that's. I'll keep an eye on it for you in another window. I do want to see Kingcobra and Nal arguing. I want like just a classic, you know, them having a row. Is that there must be a sort of, you know, them shouting at each other clip somewhere, mustn't there? Oh look, happier times though. Happier times. Look, happier times. Come on, you buffering bastard.
Shit on the end of your nose, fucking looking like a jolly green giant fucking bitch.
What? I can smell the sweat coming off of you and it smells like Wendy's.
Did you get that? Your pussy smells like Wendy's.
Shit on the end of your nose, fucking looking like a Jolly Green
Your
Giant
pussy
fucking
smells
bitch.
like Wendy's.
What?
I can smell the sweat coming off of you and it smells like Wendy's. I'm sorry, I'm a fucking pig. But I'm like, you smell good. You smell like fucking burgers.
I can smell the sweat coming off of you and it smells like Wendy's. You smell good. You smell like burgers. I mean, they did have some good times.
Your nose, fucking looking like a Jolly Green
Your
Giant
pussy
fucking
smells like
bitch.
Wendy's.
What?
I can smell the sweat coming off of you and it smells like Wendy's. I'm sorry, I'm a fucking pig. But I'm like, you smell good. You smell like fucking burgers. You're laughing now, so that's good.
Burgers.
I like
You smell like burgers. Surely there's a, you know, there must be one of them having. Oh, there's her in the bathroom. Those streams, her going nuts in the bathroom, screaming at the this is.
You're telling me to hush. I didn't even do anything.
She spent several hours in the bathroom on a live stream in the bathroom with the tap running, and her parents started to get worried or angry or whatever it was, and this caused a bit of a problem for her.
Washing my face off. The water hasn't been on that long. What are you doing? I haven't done anything to you. Why are you telling me to shut up? I didn't do anything.
So it's not just Josh that gets it, is it? Like, she's like this.
What?
Also, as one of our new Somolius, big ups, new member, you pointed out, she goes out sometimes, and she's been to Wendy's and other places, like, and to the Walmart and places, like. So you could encounter this lady in public. She might behave the same out in public too, like, if pushed.
You're telling me to stop? I didn't fucking do anything! You're gonna call the police and have me locked up because I'm washing my face. Talking to you like what?
Like that.
Don't come back, Lyle. Don't come back. I don't want you. What am I doing? I'm washing my face! What am I doing? What am I doing?
She said, so you could just hear her mum behind the bathroom door going, "You're screaming at me."
You're fucking cussing at me! I'm almost done with my fucking shower! What have I done to you? I'm trying to wash my face!
I'm turning the volume down to save your ears. I mean, I tell you what, this is like domestic dysfunction, but she's a fully grown adult. Like, you know, in some ways it's not funny, is it? It's like this horrible domestic dysfunction, but in other ways, like, she's broadcasting it on the internet and it's funny, so... So the complaint was, you've been in the bathroom a long time, you're on the internet, you're running the taps. Are you okay? Can you, maybe, like, you know, the parents are saying, like, you're running the hot water maybe, or whatever it is, you know, running the water. Like, can you maybe just knock it on the head with the bathroom and the taps now? And instead, the response is to scream at them. And then when they said, I don't like the screaming, the way you're talking to me, she's elevated it to another level.
I'm trying to wash my fucking face mask! I've done nothing!
So that's not going to end well, and it didn't. But I'm surprised there aren't more clips. Like, you know, I've just put Kingcobra and now arguing. Oh no, I haven't put arguing. I put arguing. Argument. There should be like more clips of them like in the house together having a massive row. Like,
This porn shower curtain. Then they canceled it, and the only place you can find these stupid fucking shower curtains is AliExpress, and it takes you that long to ship it out, and then you cancel it? Okay, well.
So I think she broke a shower curtain. Look.
Laws are made to be broken. Exactly. It's only illegal if you get caught. Exactly. Okay? I'm retarded. Don't expect much from me. You know? Oh, Josh likes fake tits. Josh likes fucking fake tits. No, the fuck he doesn't. Who's jealous of a poster, you fucking retard?
All right, enough with the language. Yeah, she like spent, you know, she went there on sort of holidays to his house, and they had these fat rows. That he wasn't in that one, but you know, maybe another time I'll show you more of her and him shouting at each other. Kingcobra hit Kingcobra. Look, there's a meltdown one. Surely I'll be able to...
See, I'm not Chantal Foodie Beauty where she eat feta cheese. A blue cheese. Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim.
There's all sorts of clips on this one. All sorts of clips. Yeah, she's on her stream, as you said, like live. Watching the telly or something. There's 100 people there watching her, waiting for her to sort of kick off and rage about Josh. Like, this is literally the next day after it all. She appears to just be watching a YouTube video or something in the background there, and she's not really doing anything. So that's a bit of a weird one. And I've got this video for Arnott to watch. I mean, we can check back in with her to see if she kicks off, but that sort of covers the Josh-Jessica breakup as it stands. But I've got this to finish Arnott to watch, and it's a real good one as well, I think. I haven't watched it all yet. I've just sort of checked in on it. You know I like Durianrider. You know that Durianrider in the past, he had a relationship with this girl called Freely the Banana Girl. Freely was very popular on YouTube, and he rode her success into his own success, and they both have since faltered and fallen. She's seen as a bit of a strange one. He's seen as an even more weird and strange one. But in 2024, he's made a video with her name on it, Freely the Banana Girl, Is She Okay?, 3 weeks ago. And we documented their breakup on this. You know, you see, on a previous Nutterwatch, I've shown you their relationship and their breakup. So he actually turned up at her, like, they live opposite sides of Australia. Okay, opposite sides of Australia. And he turned up at her house on his bike, and she lives in the fucking wilderness in the bush, and he turned up at her house on his bike and was like, oh, happened to see you, how funny to bump into you. Like, he's a lunatic narcissist, Durianrider is. So this video has got to be weird. It's got to be weird. And you'll notice that he sat in this room, this junk room, with these shoes and this shit on there, and he's wearing some sort of scruffy clothes, but he's put a biking top over the top to make it look smarter. But he seems to be in a bit of a bad way. He's currently got a girlfriend, but his girlfriend is doing reasonably well on the old social media with her OnlyFans, and I think she makes him live in the shed. I don't think she lets him in the house. He's a very strange character. So if you know, you know. If you don't, like, you know, get to know, check out some previous Nutterwatches or previous videos on Durianrider, or I'll show you some background to him other times as well in the future. But for now, I want to get into this and see what he's saying about it. Like, this is going to be very strange.
Freely deleted all her videos with me in them.
Oh, did that happen recently? I don't think it happened recently. Surely. Like, surely she deleted all of the videos with you in them a while ago.
My thoughts on that, it was all the videos that I
that helped her build a career. It was the videos I directed, or videos I should say.
Directed. Back then, they used to go out with each other, and like he'd film her on his phone. And also, she was doing popular on YouTube before he was with her. Like, was he? No, was he? Or did they do that together? I can't remember off the top of my head now. But like his format for this is still going now, which is you just sort of film your missus on the phone and like make, you know, sexy body. How do you get this flat tum-tum? Like, he's got nothing really special about him, and he's not doing particularly well on the old internet.
You should do this. Do a reaction to Kylie Jenner. Do a reaction to Jenna Marbles. We had a list of people do a reaction. Wear this outfit. Show your stomach. Blah 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 blah. So
wear this outfit. Show your stomach. It was that, wasn't it? And you're still doing that with your current girlfriend.
She's deleted all those videos. Tragedy. Why did she do that? Is because she didn't.
He looks like he's been crying. Like, he does to me. I don't know if you see this. Like, his eyes look slightly like glossy or glazed. Like, he looks like he might have been crying. Like, I wonder if she did recently delete videos, because I'm sure she would have deleted all of her videos with him in it ages ago. So maybe he's just reflecting on this. You know, maybe it's just a reason to create a sort of dramatic point. But I don't think she did that recently.
Want to be associated with me anymore, which is...
He's wearing the cap, but he's got a very dark hairline. I think the Just for Men's gone wrong.
Ironic is not the word, which is like silly, you know, because she still uses freely the banana girl. She still spells her name the way I told her to spell it, with the L-E-E. She used to do it L-E-A, and she still uses the banana girl term, which I created and said, hey, you should use this. It's like, so catch.
Does she? Is that right? No, she's now called the Frugivore Diet. Durianrider, she's changed her name completely to the Frugivore Diet.
Hey, Frugivores, welcome.
And we looked at this before when we were covering their history, is that she's still got the bananagirl.com, I suppose, but she's changed herself to the Frugivore Diet, and now she does reaction to fat people on the internet because she thinks it might get more views, and that the people that watch those things might themselves have problems with eating, and then follow through to her Frugivore Diet plan book that she sells as an ebook. She's a scammer and an idiot, and yeah, she has completely removed all trace of you from her life and from her content. But I think you're wrong about the banana girl thing, at least. Like, look, freely reacts to TikToks. Look, she was doing the reacts and getting some views there, but it has all fallen off for her now as well. Like, most recently, she's been getting 10,000, 4,000, 6,000, 5,000, 5,000. Yeah, it's all fallen off for her. Doing this stuff, which is part of a grift now for her. It's just a sort of stable grift. Attract people who are interested in weight issues, sell them the ebook. That's what's going on here. Look, here's the ebook advert.
And me, in order to crush any binge. Hey, Frugivores, today I want to introduce you to my new ebook, the Binge Free Me book. I'm really excited that this is finally finished. The book is...
No, we should look into her more because she has, you know, she's got issues. But yeah. He's completely wrong. Sorry, he's completely wrong about what he said there, isn't he?
She's like, yeah, good idea. Boom. She's doing a 30 Hours a Day website, something that I created in terms of the name, and she created the website, and I filled it up with all the content. Is
this an old video? It's 3 weeks ago, this is, but did you record this ages ago, Harley?
Pull that. Made up some bullshit excuse. I can't afford it. Like, Freely's a multi-millionaire, okay? If you're going to, I mean...
She lives in the fucking woods. I don't think she is. And he does look like he's been crying.
And here's the thing. Let's say she wasn't. She is. Then do the maths. And,
what?
You know.
She's a multi-millionaire. And even if she wasn't, which she is, do the maths. So, proves it, to be fair, doesn't it? That does prove it. Like, this is the ramblings of not just a malignant, manipulative, aggressive narcissist, but now a reflective, tragic. They say narcissists mellow as they get older. I don't know if that is the case, but certainly he seems to be in reflective mood today.
You just give the website. If you can't afford it, you can say,
I think he's been crying.
Hey guys, Harley, you can afford it. Run the website. Thanks. No. So that's the problem I always had with her, and that's my problem as well. Is that I expect people to be like me. all right, accountable, fucking loyal, got your back, shit like that. And that's the problem that I have.
What?
And so when someone doesn't give back like I give, then I get all feminine and like...
Feminine?
Okay, fuck this, I'm out. And that's, you know, that's...
It feels like he's had a row with his current girlfriend, you know. Is he? I think he's not allowed in the house.
It creates problems, okay? Especially when you are in a power couple where people are inspired by you, and then you pull that apart. All
right, that was a long time ago now, Harley.
That's a big one. Big mistake I made in my life, one of the biggest. And not managing her moods better, and not managing
her moods better.
My own better.
And not managing your own better, yeah.
But hey, you know, that's how it is. But, you know, live and learn. So, what we just, again, off the script.
Off the script, yeah. What is this video?
Instant video. What can we say?
What are you saying?
The big reason I still keep going today is I have a priority to contribute to the planet. The best.
Right. That was the original grift that you jumped on board. You saw the vegan movement and you were like, these people want to help the planet, and if I say I want to help the planet, it makes me look good. So, like, you don't want to help the planet. What you want to do is you want to make some money. So that's why you're trying to sell those crappy trainers, those fake Nikes. You want to pretend to people that you're doing well so they like watch your videos and buy your ebook, and it's not going particularly well, and your current girlfriend, even though she's got quite an athletic physique and is promoting it on the internet for cash, she doesn't let you in the house, I don't think. So things aren't going very well.
Well, I can. All right. I don't care what people say about me. You can say well.
Yes, you do. One of the main things about you, Harley, is that you really, really care a lot about what people say about you. It's one of the main features of your personality, is the really caring a lot about what people say about you. That's, everyone knows you for it.
What the fuck about me? As long as you're talking about me, that's the main thing.
That's what I mean. You really want people to talk about you. That's the main thing. In fact, you get a little kick at the fact that I'm still doing it these days. A little kick, don't you? But I get a little kick too, so it's funny.
Because if you're talking about me, good or bad, then people go, wow, that guy's lean.
Lean?
I want to be lean. Everyone
lean. Even if I'm talking about you in the negative, people see you and see that you're not overweight, and they say, well, Harley must be doing really well. I'm also quite lean. I don't have a special diet. I drink a lot of chocolate soy milk, but like, I don't think they look at you and think they want to be where you are, sat in the shed with some old shoes.
Must be fucking lean, all right? He's lean, he's free, he's fucking free. He's
free. You got nothing to do all day. You fucking ride around on your bike looking through bins.
Free, he's got freedom, look at his face. All right,
I love that. He's got freedom, look at his face.
He's fucking free, he's got freedom, look at his face.
Look at his face. You feel, look at your face.
All right, the dude's just like, whatever. There's no fucks given. Let's go. Personify no fucks given.
Personify.
So when you have that attitude where
personify no fucks given by living in your fucking shed,
you want to help the planet, then you can never be affected by other people's nonsense. Okay. But for the time there I was in 2016, 2017, I was very reactive. I wasn't really understanding the bigger picture.
You were furious because your life was falling apart, because all the things that you glommed onto and used to exploit and manipulate to get yourself anywhere had run away from you, and you were left exposed as a fucking dangerous predator on the internet. So that was what was happening to you there, Harley.
It was the estrogen levels I was experiencing higher because of the testosterone increase. Who knows? Maybe it was just
you were taking steroids.
Maturity, lack of experience. Who knows? But I'm a much more experienced person today in 2024 than I was 2016. Like, damn, I'll look back and some of the shit I was saying to her, or some of the things
you've experienced these things, but then you've repeatedly done the same things again. Like, you're doing it again to the new lady now, which is probably why you're having this video. It's probably more reflective on your current relationship and the problems you're having in today's situation. Maybe your current girlfriend's done you a freely and left you again, the fact is you can have the same experience repeatedly over and over again and not learn and not change. And it seems to me, Hardy, that you have done exactly that. You haven't learned or changed. The only thing different about you is you're now living in the shed and you have to sell shoes as well.
I was reacting to people and I was like, man, what the fuck are you doing, bro? That was some cringe shit. But again, it was just been silly. So I have no problems about anyone out there who wants an apology in public or whatever. I can give that, no worries.
You could easily give an apology in public, but you didn't just then, so why did you bring it up? Because if someone comes and requests one of you, then you can easily do it. So do you think now, sort of, what is it, nearly 10 years later, the people that you wronged 10 years ago are going to want an apology from you on the internet to the extent that they're now going to contact you? They'll see this video and they'll say, oh, Harley's changed, he's now prepared to give public apologies. Let's contact him and ask for one. What about those people that accused you of those sex crimes? What about them? Are you going to publicly apologise for that? I don't think this doesn't sound right.
That's just who I am.
That's just who I am. Yeah, you're not a narcissist because you've said that one day if someone asks you to, if someone begs you to, then you will apologise publicly because you're a good guy. That's proved it. What's going on with your hairline under that hat? There's something weird about that hairline.
That's who I am. And that's why am I like that? Because I like to be free emotionally. All right. And if you look at my face, you see me.
It's his face again. We've got to look at your face again. Emotionally free. Does that mean you're having emotional outbursts? What does emotionally free mean?
From 2008 to today, I'm still that cheeky bogan bro who's living free in the head. All right.
You mean Freely's living rent-free in your head and you're still living in the shed? You've got nowhere since back then.
Living free in the head, and that's just so...
Living free in the head? You mean... You're homeless?
Important to have a life like that. You're like, how do you deal with the criticism and people make up bullshit about you? You know, you help Freely and she become your biggest enemy online. How do you handle that? So focus on the
Was he going to cry then? Was he going to cry then?
Handle that.
Was that a break of the voice actually because he was feeling upset? Or was that just a, because I swear he looks like he's going to cry when he talks about Freely. Like, I think he's looked at her, we just did, like, whether you, like, agree with me or not, like, she's a nutter, yeah? Like,
hey, Frugivores.
She's not a good person and her content's gone to shit, right? But, like, she's still doing better than him. Like, she's not even doing lives. She's still doing better than him, though. She's doing hour and 20-minute reaction videos to fat people films from 10 years ago. This is not on trend. Like, her thumbnails look like... She's like what someone from 10 years ago who did YouTube 10 years ago would think was right, because she's stuck in the past like he is in a way, yeah? But she's changed herself again. She's no longer the banana girl. She's now the frugivore, I can make you thin girl. But she's always been the I can make you thin black girl anyway, right? So he's probably looking at that and just thinking she's slightly more successful than him. Is that what it is? Because I don't look at this and think much of it. I think it looks shit. But slightly better than Durianrider, I suppose, still. With his 2,000 to 5,000 views on a cycling video every day.
You're like, how do you deal with the criticism and people make up bullshit about you? You know, you help Freely and she become your biggest enemy online. How do you handle that? So focus on the good, what I'm doing. Focus on what my goal is here on the planet. It's not to
help the planet. Sometimes you get some food out of the bin and gives it to a pigeon.
Have everyone love me and like me. It's to have everyone on board, getting shit done. But man, we are losing humanity. We are losing the environment at rapid pace. It's fucking crazy, man.
What's that got to do with cycling? All you ever spend your time doing is cycling and talking about cycling.
I travel the world.
Obviously, cycling's better for the environment, but not competitive sports cycling isn't. Like, it's not about, it's not an environmental pursuit, is it? Competitive sports cycling. You're wearing a vegan hat because you hijacked the vegan movement to pretend that you were vegan so that you could get some popularity. But ultimately, Durianrider, you do fuck all for anyone else. You never do anything for anyone else. You're not interested in helping the world. You're interested in pretending to, so that people think you're nice.
Last 21 years, 23 years I've been traveling around the world, around Australia.
Around Australia.
The world is
and the world, you mean Thailand and Australia, the Philippines, where he videos schoolgirls in the streets. Fucking weird that video is. We've covered that on this channel. Check it out on the videos.
It's getting hectic out there, man. There's so much misinformation on nutrition, and that's causing massive mental health problems. It's causing massive environmental issues, social issues. It's fucking crazy. So what would my advice be to Freely? It would be just,
she's not going to listen to you or anything you say. Your advice to her. Look at his face. He's asked us to look at his face a number of times. What's going on with that face? Looks like you're sucking a lemon. What would your advice be to your ex, who has deleted all of her content about you, hasn't spoken about you for years, doesn't want to know you or anything about you, doesn't want anything to do with you, and although her own channel is equally a fucking diet-based grift channel, is doing slightly better than you? What would you say about that?
What you got?
This is funny tonight because, like I said, it's over. The show is called It's Over. We've covered that guy who ruined his YouTube career, and like that guy, Harley's been in that situation. We covered the two having the screaming row and the breakup. Like Harley, he's been in that situation, and now we're 10 years down the line. This is what it's like for a narcissist 10 years down the line who just never lets it leave his head.
What you go? All right, what you go? Her goal back in the day when we got together was skinny, rich, and famous. And I said, I can guarantee I'll get you skinny, rich, and famous. I remember saying it one time.
She was already skinny. And it wasn't even hard to do. You just starved her, made her eat bananas all day. She was on board with it anyway. I don't even want to get into what was possibly going on behind the scenes with that. But, skinny, rich, and famous. I thought it was the vegan movement. I thought it was helping the world. You just contradicted yourself.
I think it was 2008. We're up in Darwin. And I said, I'm going to get you so skinny, people are going to make videos about you saying that you're too skinny. And she's like, looking at me like, you're fucking crazy, man. And she was...
That sounds like a healthy relationship.
What? No. Part was like, yeah. Part was like, fuck off, you're weird. And then... boom, now we have it. She has some super fans out there who are like...
She has what could be considered a strange connection to diets and food and content on the internet, doesn't she, instead? I have to be careful about what I say here because YouTube don't like you talking about certain issues on that front because it's dangerous for young people. Make sure you eat greens, make sure you eat a healthy diet. But she might have certain attachments and problems because of you bullying her when she was young.
Just watching her every day making content about her, it's obsessive in a bad way, I think. But Billy's too skinny, blah 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 blah. Sugar makes you fat, blah blah blah. It's just crazy. But unfortunately, I roll with the haters. I love it. I'll have fucking anyone on my podcast, or these days I roll with it a lot differently than I did in 2016, 2017.
You sorry, what?
Unfortunately, I roll with the haters.
I roll with the haters? What does that even mean? Who says haters in 2024?
I'll have fucking anyone on my...
People who are trolls themselves making videos saying, the haters. Somebody who is making a video to attack somebody, yeah? And this is a video called Freely the Banana Girl, Is She Okay? So he's making a video to attack somebody, and in the video he's saying, the haters, the bad haters. You are the haters, you fucking idiot. So you roll with the haters, yeah?
A podcast, or...
You'll have anyone on your podcast. You don't have a podcast. What do you mean? It is different. Dark Side Phil does this. He's got a computer and a microphone. He's set up in his bedroom, but he doesn't really have a podcast. I think the basics of a podcast are either that you have a guest. A format is not necessary, but format maybe, a guest. If not a guest, then what's crucial, I believe, is a topic that you have maybe put some effort into researching, so you're telling some sort of story from A to B. Like, a podcast can have pre-recorded segments, it can have dramatic segments, but some sort of scripting and planning. I don't think it's fair to say I turned on the camera and talked into it for 40 minutes, podcast done. It's the same as what we were talking about earlier about documentaries. Traditionalist here, I think documentaries, you're going to want to see some camera work, some editing, some scripting, some storytelling, and I think you can go very loose, very what's the word, cinema verite, where it was just literally a camera, a fly on the wall. You can get very loose with it, or you can get very serious and contrived. But on YouTube, people who, and we watched one earlier, people who make a video where they write a script and then they put pictures, I see that as a video essay. People these days call it a documentary, fair enough, but fair enough if you want to call this a podcast, Harley. We can all do a podcast on our phone immediately now. It's just stupid. I think there needs to be a slightly different category for podcasts other than sitting in your shed talking into your phone. But bless him, he'll have anyone on his podcast. Is that a sort of cry for help? Like he said, he'd roll with the haters, he'll have anyone on his podcast. Is there a chance he'll come on my show and talk to me? Is that what he's saying? Or do I have to deign to go on his? Because he doesn't look like he's got a show. It looks like he's in his shed talking to the phone. But I would have Harley on. I would have him on here to answer questions and talk about things. I would fucking love it. It would be funny as fuck. He'd get well eggy and he'd get tetchy with me and stuff. He might even start quick cancel off. If he wanted, I'd pay him 40 Bogan bucks for his episode appearance. Give him an appearance fee. But I'd do a special. With Durianrider on and asking him questions if he was up for it. Then if he rolls with the haters, and he'll have anyone on his podcast, I'll have him on mine. Because we have Nutterwatch every week. I've got a proper microphone, there's lights. I count more as a podcast than he does, the dickhead. I'm not even calling myself a podcast, but we could call that episode a podcast, couldn't we, Harley, the both of us? So yeah, that sounds like a bit of a cry for help there, like he wants to be on someone's show.
These days I roll a lot differently than I did in 2016, 2017. But
you're making a video to reflect on events from 2015, 2017, like now, still bitter.
Freely ain't like that. She takes it to heart, right?
Freely's not changed.
She does not.
You are having a breakdown.
She really, and it's and this is most people, right? This is most people. But for her to level up.
For those of you that were talking about Alan in chat, I've done the react to Alan's recent stream on his Rumble. I'll put it up as members content after this. It was awful, his stream, his content, it was really bad. And I've reacted to Luke's stuff as well. I'm considering putting that as members content as well, because they're just I call it the dark place sometimes, the members content, because you're going to want to see it, you're going to want to see it, but it is horrible, so it comes with a trigger warning. And we want to have a bit of a laugh. We want to watch on Battery Exhausted, we want to watch people on the internet have a bit of a laugh. We don't necessarily want to drag the tone down like that, but certain people are really on one at the moment, aren't they? So you know who they are.
And have that emotional freedom. Right? Freedom's all about freedom. Freedom. But she doesn't have that. The last stage is that emotional freedom where you can have accountability.
You look emotional and free insofar as homeless, but
when you understand where people are coming from, you're like, hey, you're talking shit to get clout, cool, whatever.
Oh, I got a buffer. I don't know why that would happen. It's not right, is it? Maybe it's because it's coming from Australia. What I think is that's really interesting to me is you never see Harley and his girlfriend in the same videos. Although he claims to have a girlfriend and he videos her on the phone sometimes, it's almost like she's a temporary arrangement. Like maybe she lives in the house and occasionally, like once a week, he gets to film her a bit for the content. But I don't think they hang around together or do anything together really. There was a video where they fed the pigeons together once, but and apparently he's done an OnlyFans with her, but I'm not paying to see that. I just find it a really contrived, fake relationship. That's what I think of that. A real fake relationship.
Social disapproval.
I wonder who she's really dating.
Okay.
Or I wonder if he's doing the coercive control.
So Freely calls me a rapist, a pedo, blah, 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 blah. The worst things a man can ever be called, especially if he's not.
It wasn't just her calling you that, though, was it? It was other people.
But she would never, ever say, actually, look, none of that stuff's true. I was pissed.
So this doesn't look good for you, though, does it? If she's called you all those horrible things, but she would never retract them.
I made it up. Boom.
But then again, you know, some people do say horrible things, just mad lies, don't they? You know, I suppose it's the judge of the character of the person that we're watching. That, like, you know, if they're a decent person and people think they're well, not just think that, if they're a decent person, then that mud don't really stick. But if they're obviously a rotter, then lots of other people, and then it keeps happening, and there's more people, and there's different people, and it seems like, you know, pretty sticky for Durianrider. Insofar as after Freely, he continued to do things that continued to have these people coming to say these things about him. I wonder what his current girlfriend would say.
She would never say that, right? She would rather have that look of spite and regret on her face for the rest of her life than say, look, this is the truth. All right.
Mind you, his current girlfriend has been to those places like the Philippines and been in the videos where he filmed the kids in the street. Like, she was in the video, so I don't know what's going on with her, really. You want to check that out? That video's on my channel.
Look at her videos with, like, she's still slim, she still looks fit, but look at do a vibe check, all right, of anybody out there who talks shit about me today or whatever.
What about a vibe check of you? You're wearing a brown polo shirt covered in a pink cycling jacket, which I suppose, if you know a bit about cycling, is a cool cycling jacket from the Tour de France or something. Over to your right are several pairs of trainers. I think they're fake. I don't think people who are selling expensive Nikes or good trainers leave them out the boxes all like that. They just look like fake trainers. You tried to get in on the fake trainer game, and all your washing as well. And this, like, cupboard that you're sitting in front of doesn't look much cop. It doesn't look like it closes properly. I think you're sitting in the outhouse or the shed, and things look pretty, like, you look dishevelled, scruffy. Like, I look dishevelled and scruffy as well. But, like, you look dishevelled and scruffy and, like, tired and, like, dare I say it, not to be rude, but, like, you know, a bit sort of old, don't you? Like, you look like well past it, and like you're having a sort of midlife crisis well, not midlife, but like later life crisis mental breakdown, actually, Harley.
Shit about me. Do a vibe check of them today. They could be African, American, Australian, any nationality, men, woman, old, young. Do a vibe check of these people, all right? Look at their energetic in their face versus their vibe in their face versus back in the day when they were Harley fans. And look at the fucking polarizing differences, okay? Just the vibe check, the happiness, the freedom, emotional freedom in their head.
So what you're saying there is that, what you're saying there is that people were happy when they were Harley fans back in the day, when as they discovered you, they were happy people and they looked healthy and happy. But after being fans of yours, afterwards, when they stop being Harley fans, afterwards now, they don't look happy and they don't look healthy. So what the fuck did you do to them?
When someone like me helps you out and changes your life for the better, and then you know, flip on them, and for whatever reason, you feel hurt, I get it, but you flip on them, but then you just let that shit go out there, and then you live with that big guilt, and like, fuck, I fucked up, didn't make it better, and apologise publicly, blah, 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 then that chews away your aesthetic. No amount of...
He's saying if you're bitter inside, then you end up looking like a horrible old, like, nasty person.
Face tattoos or Botox or lip injections or fillers or whatever can take away the lack of freedom in a person's face, okay?
No amount of lip fillers can affect the freedom in their face. Do you need line fillers in your head, Charlie? Because you had a lot of work done, didn't you, in the injection, the Botox injection? Did you? Or was that accused, or did you accuse Freely of doing that and then she said you did it? Or which one was that?
And I was always like that. I was like, why does... You can see some 12-year-olds in the street who don't look free, right?
You can see some 12-year-olds in the street who don't look free. What are you talking about?
You see some 90-year-olds in the street who look totally free. And you see people in between who look free and some don't look free.
I don't know how you can spot if someone looks free.
So holding on to grudges or spite or making up shit about people and not coming amends with that, then that definitely will rob us of our facial aesthetic. And you even see it. You see of any of Freely's haters out there.
He's saying like the picture of Dorian Gray up in the attic, like the bitterness and malice turns you into an ugly person. And he's saying it looking haggard by life with that black line, like he's done his hair with like licorice paste across his hairline, sat in a shed with a load of old shit around him. Like, is this? Does he not understand?
Yeah. Like, none of them are like looking happy. All right, none of.
You don't look happy. I said it the whole time. I said you look like you're having some sort of breakdown, or you're going to do a cry.
Like, look at her biggest haters. Like, they hide their face. Right? They hide their face. Look at my biggest haters. You know, they hide their.
I don't know who's still going out of his detractors. Like, they had a big concerted effort to really say, hey, Harley's in this vegan community and he's a massive shit and we don't want him here. And, like, you know, back in the day, like he was saying, 2015, 2016, big dramatics and all that, and it's died off and it's gone. And he doesn't even stay there anymore. He now just does quiet little cycling videos just so he can get his 2,000 to 5,000 views a day, and that pays his little monies for his rice. Like, he's not. I don't really. Like, I bet if I search now, Durianrider, Google me up a Durianrider. I don't think I'm even going to get his trolls, look. It's just his content. And like, it used to be you'd get like 10 different videos about him coming up. I mean, he's quite lucky to not have troll videos coming up at the top of the list here, you know. If someone's following Durianrider's diet. Why I'm still 95 kilograms following Durianrider's diet. I bought the best new bike money could buy, Durianrider, look. Where's all the troll channels? Michael Mosley's diet killed him. Where are all the troll channels? That's weird to me, because he said he got loads of them. They're still going. I just don't think they are. I just think they've just moved on and don't talk about him anymore. I'm probably one of the last people who still gives a shit about what he's even doing. I'm actually surprised that there aren't more or like any coming up. Durianrider, let me put Durianrider exposed or something like that, yeah? Because there's 10 months ago, is Durianrider's brain okay? Okay, because they're still going. Durianrider exposed by Freely, right? Okay, they're still going. It's just like searching up just the word Durianrider didn't bring them up, which is kind of weird. 3 months ago, the downfall of Freely and Durianrider. We were watching a bit of that, or I was. This is the one we were watching on stream, Evil Vegans from 2 years ago. So there are still channels that are talking about. I think more likely though now, Durianrider, because like this one 3 years ago, the unmasking, that was proper exposing him, yeah. So I think that what's more likely now is that people like I do occasionally do a bit of a video on Durianrider, but don't consistently keep up with his, you know, with his bullshit. Because there's nothing really to consistently keep up with. It's sort of been done and said in a way, hasn't it? Like the big wave is gone. Oh look, she's lied. Oh, she's lied. We'll check in back with her. I've still got a thing open. It's just pitch black on her stream though, so we'll have a look another time to see if she's lied. But yeah, with Durianrider here, the exposing's happened. There will be like people like this that still do videos. Like, look, you'll notice this isn't all about Durianrider, this channel, Vegan Deterioration, but they've done a Durianrider video. Do you know what I mean? Like, every now and then you'll get, there's another one 2 weeks ago, Durianrider roast me, his girlfriends. Oh, so they are back and forth with Durianrider, fair play. But what I think is that you'll get the occasional video about Durianrider rather than anyone consistently following him anymore. Like, because, you know, Durianrider exposed and why his protocols don't work. That's interesting to me as well. So, you know, 20-minute video there to watch at some point. I'll put that on the watch later list. But yeah, where are you, Harless?
Phase 2, that there's no.
I'll just quickly show you that Kingcobra is now currently doing this. It says live, but it's just like a black screen. I'll reload it. Oh no, there it is. Did it go off? She's there, but you can't see her.
That's good.
I think she's talking now. But it's not much of a stream, is it, her stream? Like, so I'm not really going to watch and react to that. Like, I prefer people just get the good bits and I'll react to the good bits.
That's so she's fucking clean. That's the fucking tip of the and her fishnet and her fishnet and a fish, and a fish. Where's the
content of them out there looking happy and joyous? And the reason they make content like that is because they're not feeling so good, okay? And I got no hate for any of them.
Wait, you just said that people who look happy are doing well, but now the people who make content where they're looking happy are doing it because they're fake and they're having a bad time. So which one is it? What are you doing?
Wish everyone the best. I genuinely do, because it's like, yeah, it's okay to have hate for someone for 30 seconds, okay? The 10 seconds, and even then, like, just get on with it, all right? We all have our moods and moments and insecurities and nonsense and stuff like that. And to hold on to shit longer than 30 seconds or 5 minutes, it's going to rob you, man. It's going to rob you of your facial freedom aesthetics. Facial freedom aesthetics. FFA. There we go. Can't say that, can you?
That's good. Do you write that down? FFA. I'll write that down. That could be the name of the next book.
Cancel that one. So I'm not forgiving my parents. I'm not forgiving my ex-boyfriend. I'm not forgiving my ex-girlfriend or my husband or wife or that person who did this or that to me back in 1972. I'm not forgiving that. I'm going to hold on to it in my face.
Hardy, you're making a video about your ex-girlfriend 10 years later.
I'm going to hold on to that spot in my face. So, you know, and it's nothing as well. It's like, you got to surround yourself with fucking legends, man. All right?
You are in your shed on your own.
And some people out there live with family or friends or their husband or their girlfriend, and there's no real support there. All right? Then bail out. Okay? Well, I've got kids, I can't bail out. Okay, then listen to me or listen to Tony Robbins, but avoid Tony Robbins' sugar-phobia bullshit. But just listen to like mentors out there who are just giving you some uppers, mental uppers, without the pharmaceutical bullshit. You know, different ways to think about life. All right, so Freely doesn't have anyone like that in her life at the moment. She has Lindy.
What it is, right, is that he talks a lot of shit on the internet, watch that 5-minute video about go to the gym and then you're going to feel better, like Andrew Tate bollocks, yeah? And he's saying that she can't access anything like that. Like, what do you want about? Like, how do we turn from you should watch short videos of mental uppers to boost your, get you going, and Freely's bad, like she doesn't have... Is he all right? Is he all right? Is he all right?
Life. All right. So Freely doesn't have anyone like that in her life at the moment. She has Lindy and Dennis, who are very, 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 very supportive, and they're always there for her. But they won't hold her accountable. All right. And so for that, then I hold Freely accountable, and then boom. Yeah.
I don't think you need to hold Freely accountable for anything now, because you don't go out with her and it's been over 10 years. It's like, what? It's been nearly 10 years. Like, is this like the 10-year anniversary of them breaking up video or something? Like, what is he saying?
If you hang around people that won't hold you accountable, then how can you grow?
Right. It's the same for you, though, isn't it? Because you don't have anyone around you that holds you accountable. You don't even hold yourself accountable because you're a mad narcissist. Like, this is really the ramblings of a lunatic. Like, when you say about growth, when you started your stuff, you were promoting yourself as a dietitian and cyclist and trying to get your shit together. And currently you're still trying to get your shit together and you do cycling and diet videos, but now you've filtered in bitterness and resentment. I can't wait, like, because he's reasonably fit. I know he does a load of steroids and talks shit and lies on the internet, so he's probably eating all sorts of shit and drinking behind the scenes, but, like, I kind of can't wait. I hope that in some of these lolcows, you can't predict them into the future. Like Chantal and Foodie Beauty, like, there's definitely a sort of short-term timeline on Foodie Beauty because she's going to die, isn't she? Because she's, like, driving herself into, like, she's gone from not having diabetes to now having diabetes. Like, what's next? Like, like, she's going to drive herself into a position where she's in real situation, and then she won't be there anymore. Like, it won't be so funny. It'll just be like, she died. And that will be sort of funny, but in a bad way, in a dark way. But, like, with him, because he goes cycling and he eats a reason... I don't think he does eat a vegan diet. You know, I don't think he. You know, I just think he talks shit. But it might be that he continues on into old age, and like, I mean, he's already getting there now, yeah. But like, there's a generation of people that have adopted the internet and grown up with it, and will continue on into old. We've seen, of course, lots of older people use the internet and stream and all sorts, but like, not the ones that have lived on the internet, if you know what I mean. So we've yet to see that phase of these early adopters, early vloggers, early YouTubers, of them becoming, in, you know, elderly and embittered like Durianrider is, and it's going to get so much worse for him. Like, he's going to hate it. He's going to be a really angry, nasty old man, and I'm really here for it. I'm here for it. You know, I'm here to enjoy his increasingly delusional rants, because this seems like just the tip of the iceberg, this one, to me.
Growing, how can we feel better? We can't. All right. Growth is like happiness. Happiness is growth. When you are improving,
So what's degeneration, Harley?
you just feel better about yourself. But if you're holding on to shit from the past, or making up big lies, or holding that and
You're doing a video about your ex-girlfriend from 10 years ago.
just ignoring it and not speaking the truth, then you're not growing. And if you're not growing, you cannot be happy. Simple as that. Simple as that. So it's you know, you want to hang around people who hold you accountable. So hey man, call that bullshit. But again, when you, and that's why she has 0 friends. All right, 0 friends. That's not a bad thing. When you have the fame level, at that level, you have so many fake fucking friends. You have so many yes people. Yes people.
What do you know about it?
Whatever, you know, like, because people are
Both of you, you've got no friends, Harley, and you're having a pop at your ex for having no friends. It's very childish, this one.
scared to tell you the truth because
I want to see what's underneath the cap.
they're just fair weather friends. They don't really care about your growth. They're more about, what can I get from hanging out with Harley or Freely or whoever, blah, blah, blah. Okay? And then when you need some actual something from someone, these people, they're just like, woo, see you later, bye-bye. Or they're friends in, they used to be friends in public, and now they're friends in private. And so that's why, you know, she's very jaded about that. And I was for a bit there as well. I was like, all these fucking fair weather friends. But again, that comes with the fucking territory, people. When you have fame, you have a lot of fucking positive attention, negative attention, and you have people who want to, you know, they want to pretend to be your friend, and then when
This video got 5,000 views on YouTube. Her stuff, as we saw, was getting about the same, I suppose. I don't think that fame is the right word for it, really. He has got 200,000 subscribers, yeah? But yesterday he released a video called I'm Fat, Dead, Broken, Lazy as Fuck. It's an 8-minute video, and it got 4,000 views. So I don't know if you would call him famous. He's done a live stream a day ago as well, look.
Are you any questions, people? I've got this hat from YouTube Australia. Cheers, gang. YouTube Australia, getting some.
In the shoe room.
We just got a little. I'm just doing some unboxing here of shoes. So we'll just.
Every fucking surface in this room, just loads of boxes of shoes. It looks like he's got a job lot of cheap shoes from somewhere and he's trying to sell them on the internet, yeah?
Do this while we get some comments up on board.
A pink chair.
The date today, August 1st,
Has she gone out and let him in the house?
2024. We're in Adelaide, South Australia. It is winter. It was actually quite a nice warm day.
He's making the boxes. Don't make another box because you haven't got anywhere else to put it.
Quite a nice warm day.
And how are you making the boxes if these are not fake shoes?
That's picking up some shoes. Shoe order came in. And,
Shoe order came in.
Got Nike Air Structure 24, really nice shoe. We got the Nike Air Max 270.
I mean, they might not be, like, listen, they might not be fake shoes insofar as I'm sure you can go on the internet these days and find 500 pairs of old Nikes that you need to, like, in size 13 and a half or whatever it is. Like, you know, like being a small-time shoe salesman out of your garage, there are people that do now make big money on old shoes. You know, it's like a collector's item, isn't it? Cool, not Jordans and stuff. But he's not at that level. He's just trying to look like he's got something going on, and I think it's all prop stuff. Like, I just think he's bought several boxes of shoes in a job lot once. Like, I just don't really have any faith in this whatsoever. But doesn't he look really fucking stupid?
I'm not a fan, but they sell really well, and they were cheap, so people want.
So this is his live stream.
A channel, you know. Like,
Oh, people turned up to talk. Look, I'm surprised by that. Not many.
it's like if someone giving me advice about women and they're still a fucking virgin. It's like, okay, bro, like, come on, man. Like, I'll listen to what you got to say, but I'm probably gonna be laughing at the end of the story. You know what I mean? So,
And also, he doesn't do a lot of lives. Like, if you look at his live streams, 8 months ago was the last one, a year ago, and
Thailand, and you can see. We'll just show you around here. This is the edge of the Himalayas. Doi Satep Doi. This is where it's at. Okay, be careful though.
he's just on to show off when he's on holiday, yeah. But he's not really a live streamer sort of streamer. Like, he's not particularly good at that. He likes doing his little videos and churning them out. But he has done streams in the past. Look, 6 years ago, he was on it more. Durianrider being interviewed by the audience. So he has done streams, but like, you can scroll down it, it's all there, right? Whereas his oldest videos go back 16 years, and there is just fucking loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and fucking loads of it's clickbait as well. Like, he got into clickbait in a heavy way because he was there from the start of YouTube. When I'll put the most popular, I don't want to show you some of these because they're horrible looking, like, videos of maggots and things being popped and things, but he went for the viral content, you know, like viral video content, and some of it, like, you know, look at that one with a helicopter and a circle and a shark attack, and do you know what I mean? Like, there's just like a 30-second viral attempt, and if you do that enough and you're there from the start of YouTube and you spot this going on, like, you can actually get some videos to go viral. This is the classic him and Freely. Vegan diet destroyed my health after 13 years, high carb, low fat, and it's a picture of her with her legs out. There's another one over there of her on a bike and, like, you know, her with her ass out, and, like, that's classic. Raw food weigh-in. It's just pictures of her looking skinny. Like, he just used the sort of YouTube viral algorithm as it was being adapted and formed to get successful on YouTube. And fair enough, like, that's something you can do. But YouTube changed its algorithm to, like, weed out this shit. And so his current content is just really the occasional desperate viral attempt and cycling videos and what I would call Durianrider videos, which are his attempt to look like a guru. Like, why does everybody who does my weight loss protocols, or how to get skinny and rich guaranteed, like, he's still on that. You know, he's still doing these sort of videos, but mainly it's just cycling for the algorithm to get some views. That, you know, there are some people out there somehow who are still clicking, maybe clickbait, maybe it's cycling clickbait in a way, and I'm not really aware of the cycling angle, but, you know, he does a lot of these cycling videos, and he's not anyone special, and it doesn't really matter, but they get some video views. So that's how he makes his money on YouTube, is cycling video every day, churn it out, 3-minute video, 5-minute video, something about cycling, yeah. Every now and then a little attempt at clickbait, every now and then a little back to the old form of who he thinks he is, what he thinks he's doing, and being a nutter. But that's where he's languishing now. Oh, there's one with his girlfriend in it. Is she?
Boom, straight on.
No, she was in the thumbnail.
It surprises me why people sort of...
So you've been to the bin, you've got some sandwiches, you're throwing them on the floor for the pigeons.
You know, pay.
Where's your... there he is, he's in the bin looking for the food, look.
Food was going to go to landfill, just chucked into landfill, not even any recycling going on, no greens composting, just chucked straight to landfill. Like, we import food from all around the world. Some bottles there if anyone wants them. There's a couple of bucks there.
So he does bin videos. I don't think it's going very well for him, and as you notice in this content, his girlfriend's not in it, right? Like, she's just not in it. But where she removed her from the list as well. Are they still together, I wonder? What's her name now? It's Fitness by Natasha. Like, following the Durianrider format, has she been banned or something? There she is, look. Get fit with Natasha. Following the Durianrider format, like, you can see the format there, look. You can see what works. She's got heels on. This is her video, 20,000 views 9 months ago when she was with Durianrider doing this. I don't know if she's still doing it then. Like, is this her house? Or I think she took over his house and he's not allowed in there anymore. That's what I think. Because he's allowed to film her for content. Or at least filming her and making her content with her has allowed him to get... I think he takes a cut of this. This is her channel, but he's holding the camera and he's telling her, like we did with Freely, like he says he did with Freely, telling her the way to get the views, and it works. And she's got an OnlyFans, and maybe she's smart enough to realise she doesn't actually need him at all. But this is their content, you might call, or her content. I don't know the way you might... Or maybe he's coercing her into doing it. You know, there's a funny, weird thing about it, but let's have a look at this.
These are my 4 favourite stretches before a bike ride. Number 1. Number 2. 3. And 4.
So that's a good video then. Nothing creepy going on there. Get fit with Natasha. And her videos look like this, look like Freely's used to look like this. It's a picture of her being skinny. OnlyFans ruined our relationship.
OnlyFans has ruined...
We'll watch this in a second. It's a joke video to try and make it look like she's got loads of money and everything's going great, but like they do these like joke on the trolls. You're like, oh, did they ruin your relationship? No, it made it better. Haha, we're brilliant. But these are her videos. Look, you can see what's going on here. So she's doing marginally better than him. Like, and she's not doing great. You know, some of these get 30,000 views. Some of them get 4,000 views. You know, flirting around about there. But she gets enough views to say you could live off the YouTube money and the pay through from the... There's obviously a sell through to the OnlyFans, isn't there? So that's probably where more of the money comes in. And he's here with her.
OnlyFans has ruined our relationship. Has OnlyFans ruined our relationship? This is a question somebody asked me.
She's there in the room with him now, in the shoe room. So I think like there's something weird about her, isn't there? Like, you know, I think that... I don't understand why she would be in it with him, but then I kind of understand why she might be in it with him. You'll have to tell me, actually. You'll have to tell me. It's time for a poll. Can I do a poll? Where's engage with your audience? Is she in it with him? I know we have yes. She loves it. No. He makes her. They're the only options really, aren't they? Yeah. Or I'll just add option 3. Option 3. I don't know what the other option might be, but do you think she's doing it that she likes it, or do you think he's making her and like, you know, it's I just can't really get my head around like what's going on with their fucking weird relationship.
Hey Natasha, been subs to your OF for a few months, and I just want to know if it's ruined your relationship with Harley, because, you know, it's a big jump to make.
Sounds like she got a blocked nose and she was rubbing her nose there, so maybe he's got her on the cocaine.
And yeah, it's true. It is a big jump to make, but because Harley and I have been together for the past 6.5 years, and we've been working together on YouTube videos and filming B-roll and making all sorts of funny trolling content, then the jump to OF, it really did not feel like anything major, because we had already filmed X-rated content before, we just hadn't uploaded it anywhere. So it's normal to me because, you know, Harley's been filming me since 2018, so it's something that I'm used to.
He normalised the filming of your relationship and then your sex life to the point where you felt reasonably comfortable with having an OnlyFans, so you could say he groomed you into it.
And because I'm confident and I enjoy filming videos, then I really enjoy filming OF content and making OF productions with Harley. And if anything, it has strengthened our relationship, because it's just something really fun that we do together. And no, it has not ruined our relationship. the slide.
Like, is she not all there? Is it that she's not all there mentally and she just looks fantastic, but she's quite not all there? So he's really got into her head and fucked, making her do this, or like, because he seems like a psycho sat next to her here. Like, there's something not right here. Or is she just like a nasty, mean person who just wants anything she can get for herself, and she likes the Harley plant? Like,
yeah, I feel very close to Harley at the moment. And,
well, you're literally sat next to him.
And yeah, it's just, I'm just having a lot of fun with it.
Like, was that a little cry for help there? I watched this in a funny way. Like, I feel very close to him at the moment, so I have to say it's good. Do you know what I mean? Has he got her trapped in the house?
In the slightest. Yeah, I feel very close to Harley at the moment, and yeah, it's just, I'm just having a lot of fun with it, and it's been great.
There you go. Boom. I think a lot of relationships though would crumble with social media. Even people just doing a YouTube channel together, let alone OnlyFans. Like, I think for a couple to do OnlyFans,
she needs to give a signal. She needs a signal that she can give people.
Got to be very, very tight in your communication skills.
Yes.
Like,
you have to be tight before you start OF.
Yeah.
You can't just jump into it, because then shit will hit the fan if you don't have your communication skills and communication styles, and you don't communicate with one another in a way that you both understand, then it won't end well.
Yeah, that's right.
I just wonder if that's something he's told her and she repeats back, or if it's something that she's into, and like I can't get my head around whether she's manipulating him or he's manipulating her, or they're just both manipulating each other. Like, do you know what I mean? I really, like, my brain doesn't.
And the main reason we did it is just like every day people.
You were telling me in chat that she loves it and she's in on it. So
where's your account? Where's your account? Where's your account? Where's your account? It's like, it's easier just to do the content than to just have it, might as well give the fans what they want. And that's what we do. We appreciate.
Exactly. Yeah, just my inbox every day smash comments on YouTube, TikTok, and Insta. Like, people have been asking me for OF since
you're legal.
Since I was legal, yeah, that many years. Yeah.
And this is 2024. I mean, like, it's 2024. But don't do it.
Did he know her before she was legal?
For the money, because a lot of people do this content or do YouTube for money, and then they get haters, and then they some of them end their lives, or some of them just go AWOL. They just hate it. So it's only do in life what you really want to do. We love being in front of the camera. We love showing people what healthy, fit bodies, eating high carb. We love representing that. So, we're half naked all the time anyway, so it's like, well, might as well just go to the next step and just, boom. So, for sure. So,
you may as well go to the next step and create pornography for money.
Ships would crumble, even just having an Instagram account together. So, yeah.
And the implications for her and her future are different for you and your future, aren't they, Harley? But
social media really has the, potential to destroy relationships. It just depends on the quality of the relationship, the communication skills, and what each person wants and what each person expects. That's what it all depends on. But yeah,
I still don't believe it. I still think she makes him sleep in the shed.
I've seen social media destroy many relationships, and
Have you seen social media destroy many relationships?
It is what it is. But for us personally, Durianrider and Get Fit with Natasha, nope.
She crossed her fingers at the end there, though. Was that a sign? Don't worry about it, But they don't. The weird thing about this to me as well is, I mean, maybe it's the other places. There's all these links. Oh, will it let me go there? Yeah, like there's links and other places they want you to go to. So maybe they're making content for this other space. You know what I mean? I'm not going to click the OnlyFans, but like TikTok, Instagram, her ebook. They've always got an ebook, so like maybe it's that. But she doesn't seem to make as much content on this channel. Maybe it's the shorts. When's this one? Right, shut up, shorts. They're too noisy and horrible. But like, I'm surprised that there isn't. The way he makes content is he absolutely spuffs it out video every day. Like, he's still doing that on his own channel. That's what we're sort of watching at the moment, isn't it? This video about Freely. So he's still got time in his life to sit here and like wax lyrical about Freely, but he's got that lovely girl, they're having a great relationship, they're making OnlyFans content, they're busy. So how's he got the time to make a video every day? And this was a 20-minute video for his second channel, actually, Ask Durianrider. So like, he's got 2 other channels that he's maintaining that he constantly bangs out cycling content on. You know, maybe he does, like, I would consider, if he's sensible, he would go for a bike ride and film 5 bike ride videos in one, because they're only 10 minutes long, you know, and then put them out over the course of a week. But like, there's something fishy to me about the way the content comes out between them, the way she's never in his content, or she sometimes intermittently is, but yet they're supposed to be having this wonderful relationship, everything's great, they're doing the OnlyFans, like, it just doesn't seem quite right. Like, big ups to you going Nights. We've hit over 3 hours now. I'm going to finish off this video and we'll cruise into the evening. Yeah,
shit hits the fan, they're like, oh, they flip. You're like a pit.
And you never know who's next on Nutterwatch, do you? You don't know who's, like, it's a weird week for the Nutters. Like I said, Alan and Luke have done videos, but the reacts to that going to have to be members content, because it's just not something I'm comfortable with on the main channel. Not even the main channel, like on any of my channels, like, you know, using those poor victims for their horrible pursuits the way those 2 have. It's horrible. So I'm going to put it in the dark place, the members content, and we've still got Nutterwatch. But next week, the week after, you don't know which of these nutters is going to do something crazy. So we'll always have nutters. So don't worry about that. Nutterwatch every Friday. We're chilling. Yeah. Obviously nothing lasts forever, but like, we're chilling. So the endless wheel, the wheel of nutters. Do you know what I mean? Like the wheel of nutters. They will continue to provide.
Pair of fucking, pair of Billy Eilish Air Force Ones. Trendy today, tomorrow it's not. See you later.
What's that got to do with anything?
I never wore those shoes. Oh, yeah, no, Air Force One. No. So it's just, and you got to go with it. But that's the things, you know. That's why friends come and go, man. And the best friend you're gonna have is yourself. And help.
The best friend you're going to have is yourself. His advice was just surround yourself with really good people, and then it changed to everyone's a bastard. The best friend you can ever have is yourself. You're supposed to be having a wonderful relationship with a lovely lady
on the planet. All right, that's the number one. Like, no matter how bad my life gets, I'm like, what am I going to do today to help the planet? I'm helping animals. I'm helping people, and it's just that drive. Every day I wake up fucking stoked to start the day.
It's back to helping the planet again. But if you remember, it was about get skit, get rich, get fit. Like
every day.
Sorry, get skinny, get rich, get famous.
So anyway, so we're going off a bit of tangent, but again, people are like, oh, just leave it alone, Harley. You cut the cake.
I don't know Harley.
Speaking about it. You don't understand.
The people who are criticising him are female there in his voice, in his head.
That, all right? This is when you have a relationship, a team, a business, power couple, whatever you want to talk about with someone on the internet, that's there for fucking ever. And you can delete it and whatever, but people seen it.
It's there forever. You can delete it. But people have seen it. Sounds like something you might be pressurising this current girlfriend with. You know, you're in this now. You know, it's there forever sort of thing. Like, he probably wasn't laying that on heavy when he was trying to convince her to do the OnlyFans in the first place. Yeah, you can delete it. People will never see it. But, like, now it's there forever. It's a weird double standard. I don't know. Again, I feel like, although this was 3 weeks ago, this video, and we've seen them on camera since, I feel like there is something wrong in his relationship with that girl, and it's reminding him of what was wrong with Freely. And whatever was wrong with Freely, the fact that he's repeating the same behaviours with this new lady, Natasha, means that surely the same sticky end may come, and he's probably aware of that, and he's scared of it.
It's talked about, and it's remembered, and boom. And when you had an iconic partnership like we did, and man, we could still have that. Could imagine how good it would be for the movement if we were buddies again. You know what I mean? Imagine that.
No, veganism has completely moved on and renounced both of you. Nobody in the vegan movement would want any part of anything either of you did ever again in the future, even if you were together. It would be terrible for both of you and the vegan movement. The only people who would benefit is the people that watch your stuff and react to it like I do. Like,
stoked people would be, but unfortunately she would rather just jump off of Mount Everest than do that, to have public association with someone who made her famous, skinny, and very, very financial. And that's crazy, isn't it? And that's what a lot of people can't understand. Like, oh, like, Harley, if you made me skinny, rich, and famous, I'd be loyal and thankful forever, unconditionally, because you look what you did for me. But that's, But then again, people say that, but you know, it's okay. I got 0 spite, 0 spite, because that's not how I roll, man.
You've got
like, my spite.
You've got 0 spite after having insulted her, saying that she has no friends, saying that she could never shake off her association with you, making a video about her for 20 minutes, 10 years after you broke up. Declaring that she hadn't changed her name even, which she has, specifically hitting that nail on the head. Maybe he was cross about the fact that she did that, I don't know. Is
very, very quickly to diminish, you know?
Durianrider, yeah, he, big ups Arkan, he is a nasty control freak. 100%. It's not just I think that. The examples of it have been documented in public and recorded. Like, so we can watch them again in the future, you know, on a stream. Like, he has done nasty, horrible things. Yeah. He is one of the early internet narcissists.
I might say, yeah, Robin's a beta bro. He's just parasiting off her. He's fucking hopeless, blah, blah, blah. And whilst that may be true, that's more of a call to action. It's not like, it's not like I feel in my heart. It's like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? You know? He's sitting there in Cape Trib fucking sweeping up cassowary shit. Like,
what he's doing is he's slagging off her current boyfriend because they live in the woods together and have a nice time, and he's saying he's a beta male because he sweeps up the farm for her and stuff. Like, yeah.
Can't do something, bro, you know?
Do something, bro. Okay. Has she deleted this video then? Is that what it is? Durianrider turns up at Freely's. Yeah, this is when he showed up at her property. So this is 2 years ago this happened. So they'd been broken up for about 6 years, 7 years.
A few people just told me about this video, especially if they ask you to leave and this is like, I don't know about...
That's her boyfriend getting hold of his bike and telling him to his face, putting his finger and say, you can fucking leave now.
There's land right here that they're standing on physically. If
I had the camera, I grabbed my camera and I started filming him.
I have shown you now with my physical force that I wanted to go.
This is the guy who's calling a bitch and saying, you know, come at me, bro, do something. Yeah, on his video 2 years after this. Durianrider lives the other side of Australia. It's a very long way away for him to come on his bike to harass these people in their private residence in the woods like this. So they're quite angry at him, and the guy stood up and said, get off my property. So it's funny that Harley should be now, you know, this amount of time later reflecting on it and saying, yeah, you know, this guy's a bitch and this guy's just there as a beta male, because he wasn't so beta when he fucking stood you down, was he, Harley?
You came into our property. It's like me coming into your house. Why would you come in here without even saying anything?
You gotta go. You gotta go. Yeah,
No. You can't force me to talk. You know all the hell that you caused me.
That's it. He's put his bike at the bottom of that. That's obviously their drive, so to speak, isn't it? It's their path up to the house. He's put the bike at the bottom of the path, and he's come back now to. It's a bit of a strange situation for him because obviously he doesn't want to just assault the man, does he? But he kind of does, I suppose. And he also wants to defend his lady, so to speak. But she's quite, capable herself. This is their, their previous thing. However, it is his property as well. He's in this funny, strange place. Me personally, I wouldn't have Harley continuing to stand on the property. I don't think. I think that would be the bike wouldn't be the only thing that had to go. Harley obviously does go in a minute, but but they cut that there. You have to be careful as well. Or do they cut it, or is there more? I'm not going to advocate for violence, and if you can just tell him to leave without having to kick off a massive strange argy-bargy. And, I don't know if this bloke really... I don't know how much of the history of Freely and Durianrider he is aware of or cares about, if you know what I mean.
Do you really think? And Durianrider probably I would never hurt Freely. Do you really think?
Maybe he didn't expect that man to be there as well, I don't know. But yeah, so Durianrider went down there, he told him to fuck off. So what was that you were saying about him being a bitch?
It's not like I feel in my heart. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing with your life? He's sitting there in Cape Trib fucking sweeping up cassowary shit. Do something, bro. You know, do something worthwhile. Stop taking. Just start giving back, man. Giving back to the community. Anyway, that's just the deal. And again, that's where women always need a strong masculine presence in their life. All right. Women do best around that. That is the biggest thing you can give a woman in your life is masculine presence, direction, guide.
Well, I don't want to get into this really, but like, I think what he's saying is that women who have daddy issues make good targets for him.
And support. That's the biggest thing, guys. So that's why you always see when my girls are living with me, you know, under
my girls,
my wing, they look their fucking best. They radiate. They fucking radiate, regardless of their.
That's because you went out with younger people, and then they got older, and then they didn't go out with you anymore, and your new girlfriend is young. Like, it's. Like you said, she was like basically just on the cusp of being legal when you were doing your things together. So that's that's youth, Harley. You don't radiate that.
Age or weight or genetics, they radiate because they have that support from me.
And it's one girl, it's not like multiples. It happened with Freely, and now it's happening with Natasha. You're repeating the pattern that you did with Freely with Natasha.
That's something I want to teach more and more men out there is, you know, but that's the main thing, guys. Like, women crave that the most. The biggest thing women crave is masculine presence. That's why women are obsessed about their aesthetics, because aesthetics draw masculine presence. All right, that's the biggest fucking thing. You have women out there say, no, I don't do it for any man, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, yeah, whatever. And that's not a bad thing. It's just our DNA. Like, as men, we want to protect and provide and grow. All right? We want to groom the person.
I'm sorry, what?
Grow, all right? We want to groom, to protect and provide and grow, all right? We want to groom. To protect and provide and grow, all right? We want to groom the person, the animal to health and better things. Like, I catch these pigeons around town, got one the other day.
What do you mean the person, the animal? I think he had a mental panic when he said the word groom, and I think he thought, well, groom doesn't fit right. I mean, he could have edited this video, but he thought groom doesn't fit right unless you're talking about like a horse. So I'm going to now, like, mentally gymnastics, like, because he's one of these people that just talks and lies and talks and lies. So he's mentally gymnastics going to try and sanitize the use of the word groom, because we're talking about people or animals or fixing a broken wing. But what you actually said there, Durianrider, was that when you're applying your concept of a relationship to a young lady, that you groom them.
Grow, all right? We want to groom the person, the animal to health and better things. Like, I catch these pigeons around town, got one the other day.
You don't catch any pigeons unless you're fucking nuts and you're killing pigeons on your free time after you make the videos when you feed them. Like, this is going to make me angry. Durianrider videos. Like, he does this stupid shit.
Hints. Again,
getting food out of the bins, and some of these videos where he gets the food out of the bins have got the pigeons in them. Oh look, how to catch and help stringfoot pigeons. That's 10 months ago. Giving a pigeon, this must be what he's referencing. Giving a pigeon a helping hand.
Did a snake hold, grabbed the pigeon, and then we did a bit of surgery, a little knife, a little fruit knife, cut the string off the pigeon. So the moral of the story is, I grabbed him.
This is from this video. It says 30 bananas a day in the bottom right. This is a very old video. This is like a 10-year-old video from like back in the day.
On his little leg, so
like you can hear his voice is a lot higher pitched. What the fuck is this about? Why has he uploaded this 10 months ago?
A bit of a string on his little leg.
Like, that poor pigeon's got a bit of string on his leg, yeah. This is more like what I was talking about. 5 months ago he's made this.
and they're very, very anxious birds. Okay, so a little bit of a bang or a flap of a plastic bag and they're off.
Which is, he's got some pizzas out of the bins and he's throwing them on the floor. He does a few of these videos where he gets food out of the bins and then he just throws it on the floor, and it's not good environmentally. You know, he's talking about saving the planet and stuff. Like, this is not an environmental service he's doing by feeding a load of pigeons a load of old pizzas out of the bins. Like... But he does this. And so now when he's talking about catching pigeons, I assume he's referencing that old video that once where he helped a pigeon from 10 years ago, and not using these pizzas as lure or bait in order to catch an actual pigeon. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wonder to myself whether he's this much of a savage, right? You can eat pigeons, can't you? You probably shouldn't eat, you know, pigeons from the city. Poor pigeons. We used to use them as... we used to use them to send messages, you know, like they'd tie things around their feet, they're homing pigeons, they were very popular. And then after we got different technologies, they haven't even eaten all the pizzas. So what are you going to do with that? Just leave it on the street for the rats? So the pigeons ended up as a byproduct of the fact that obviously we moved on, we used other, you know, we used mobile phones, other things. But people had a lot of pigeons kicking around, and some of them just let them loose and abandoned their pigeons, and, you know, they multiply, and, you know, they're just like they were sort of like a domesticated animal used as a technology that we've abandoned and have now become a feature of our domestic spaces. Anyway, yeah, like, I wonder if, like, he's going to use the pizzas as bait, catch the pigeons, murder and eat the pigeons, so that he's like, you know, free pizza out the bin equals pigeon dinner. He's a savage, so I just don't know if, like, what's going on off camera. But he was talking just then about catching pigeons, so...
There was 2 baby pigeons, one was dead, one was near death.
Oh, he's helping them, yeah, he's helping them.
So I put the dead pigeon in the garden of compost, I put the live pigeon, you know, in my bag, brought it home, put it in the pigeon rehab cage, and it's fucking bang, it's starting to grow. So I'm grooming that pigeon to better things. And that makes
that's a complete lie. He's just trying to, like I said, he used the word groom, and he wants to make it about pigeons, because otherwise he's talking about grooming people and it sounds psychotic. And I don't know why he didn't just edit it out.
Death. So now DNA, like, as men, we want to protect and provide and grow. All right, we want to groom the person, the animal, to health and better things. Like, I catch these pigeons around town. Got one the other day. There was 2 baby pigeons, one was dead, one was near death. So I put the dead pigeon in the garden of compost, I put the live pigeon, you know, in my bag, brought it home, put it in the pigeon rehab cage, and it's fucking bang, it's starting to grow. So I'm grooming that pigeon to better things. And that makes me feel really, really good. I don't get any money from it, I don't get any recognition from it, it's just something that I really, really enjoy doing.
But you're using it now as a status symbol and to promote the idea that you're a good person, so you do get something from it, don't you, even if you didn't do it?
I need to help things.
But the grooming the people, you get a lot from that, because you do get money, don't you? I'm sure you're taking a cut from her fucking OnlyFans, aren't you, and all of her stuff. Like, I'm sure the grooming comes in quite lucrative for you, doesn't it?
I need to help. And so that's a masculine thing, is to help.
No, listen, it's not a masculine thing to groom people. It doesn't, like, it's not because you're a man you do a grooming. Like, you're convincing yourself of your worst qualities are simply natural masculine, but they're not.
You know? Anyway, where we're going with this? You women do best with a masculine presence in their life, guys. That's the biggest fucking thing, man. Like, if you can, you know, if you can provide that for a woman, then fucking bang, you fucking have her in all the right ways, you know. And as soon as you pull that back, damn, then you'll be lucky to survive that. But yeah. Anyway, that's the deal. So yeah, wouldn't it be great if we could do a collab together? I mean, I'm fucking dreaming, aren't I? But again, that would be great for the community, great for the environment. But
he's saying Freely, if they could do a collab together with Freely, he's insane. Yeah,
that's never going to happen, because she doesn't care about the environment as much as I do, and that's my problem. Right? That's like, you know, that's my problem.
I don't think she really cares about the environment, like, in terms of changing the world for the better in that way at all at the moment. What she cares about is selling her diet ebook so she can live in the woods. Like, if you can make enough money off the internet, you can just go off and live in the woods, yeah, and like just live your happy life. Like, so I think that's what she cares about. And it was the same with you, except you didn't make it to the woods or anywhere nice. You're in this fucking house that seems to have been paid for through your heyday on YouTube, that is now occupied by your current OnlyFans groomed girlfriend, and you sell trainers and live in the shed.
Problem, that's my expectation, right? She would rather delete super helpful videos than, you know, be associated anymore with me. Someone probably wrote a comment, oh, you still got videos of Durianrider up, still clouting off his fame, so she just delete it.
Oh, there we go. Durianrider does sometimes leave a comment on some of my stuff, like from like some of the videos are like 5 years old or something, and it's like just like out of the blue he just like left a random comment, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, okay, mate. So the premise here really is that what's happened, she's got an old video somewhere on her channel, or had an old video somewhere on her channel that still had him in, or was still something to do with him. She'd probably deleted a lot of the other ones, but he'd found something, and so he'd left a comment to say, and probably with a fake account, but he'd left a comment to say, this video still has Durianrider in it, right, like he said, and she's then instantly deleted it, and that's made him eggy, so he's done this video. What a weird world he lives in. Shouldn't you be like doing, well, shouldn't you be cleaning up the room after the man's been for you? I presume he sits on the chair and you know, films it while they get on the, anyway.
She's still using the Banana Girl frame, she'll delete that next, and she's still using 30 pounds a day, she'll delete that. So it's just silliness, holding on to, not, you know, like,
not moving on, holding on to the past, but changing the name is a bad thing as well.
Holding on to silliness, not moving on and moving up, all right? But you know, but that's the problem. Like when you, you know, that's the situation. Is when you live
and
in an environment.
He's trying to make a point. Like he's going to come to the end of his video now, and he hasn't got a point to make, so he's just going to peter out.
Where
nobody usually watches this far into the video anyway, but
up by people who know to push you the best, then you know, you're getting support, but they're just holding you where you're at, and you're going downhill. But
best if she goes over there. 10 minutes.
Did it just finish? Did it just
freely?
I think it just binned me into the next video somehow, randomly. I think it just randomly binned me into a video somehow. Don't know why. But I think that finished.
Yeah,
best if she goes over there. 10 minutes.
Why is it doing that? I've like literally, hang on, wait. I want to know what that video is that it's sending me into.
You're going downhill.
Best if she goes over there.
2 weeks ago, Wax Unfiltered. These Jay Slater TikTok videos prove the friends are lying. I think I must have watched this 2 weeks ago, maybe. Oh, I get it. It's on my watch later list. That's what it is. This video, sorry, I'm being an idiot. This video is on my watch later list for the show, and so it ticked into a video that was on my watch later list. That's what's happened there. Yeah. Well, let's see what's going on Ask Durianrider, the channel, because his video just stopped. It didn't. Like, he didn't say.
Harley Johnstone, aka Durianrider, and I.
He didn't say. This video is called "How I Ended Up from Ferrari Life to Dead Broke Sleeping in a Tent." It's supposed to go the other way around. He didn't say, thanks very much for watching the video, this is the end. The video just fucking ended. Random. Freely the Banana Girl, How I Made Her Skinny, Rich and Famous. Oh, there's another one 10 days ago. So he's not stopped. See, I saved that 3 weeks ago and I thought, you know, we'll watch that on the show at some point. I didn't know he was going to do it again before I did the episode. Because usually this Ask Durianrider channel is now like, it's just like worse than his main channel. Look, it's awful, just nonsense, but not so much of it. Not so much of it. And it doesn't get as many views, so I don't know why he bothers. Like, I don't know why he puts that there and not his normal channel. Like, I don't know why that goes there. Like, there's something weird going on with that, but the Ask Durianrider channel's got another Freely video.
Still lean, still ripped.
Oh my god.
Alright, boom. This is the story, Freely the Banana Girl, how I got her skinny, rich and famous
Leanne Freely's done very, very well for herself.
Okay, if I watch this one just to finish the show, I'll probably just, yeah, we might as well go on, but I'll play back speed up because I can't, you know.
Hasn't she? It's one thing, she's dedicated to getting the results.
I'm going to get myself a drink
dedicated to that. Having the people around her that support her quest, the nutrition, the training, she is dedicated, all right? And that's the take-home message from this video. I'm going to give you a deep dive story, the good, the bad, the ugly. We're going to just get out there as we do here. No jump cuts, full on, one take, 100%. Information in this video is correct and true. And again, no spite or hate anyone in this video, just sharing the story to inspire people, to give people the understanding it takes, okay? The character, the drive, the focus, the guidance that you need to succeed on this lifestyle. And I met Leanne Freely back in 2007 on a website called rawpleasure.com.au, and it's not a porn website, it was a raw food website, and I worked for the people who ran that. When they were on holidays, I'd fly over to North New South Wales, and it was crazy because where I worked was on the same street almost as where Freely's mum lived, and it was just the synchronicities was crazy, and that's before I even knew Freely at the time. And she was on there called Freely Raw, and we were getting chatty.
So it's it's a 10-year later tell-all video of stuff that he's already told before, just to wind her up, maybe. 2,000 views. In the comments it says, bro, let it go. If you did a good thing for someone, give it as a gift and let it go. Always bringing it up brings suspect to the value. 10 years later and folks still be hating. When was the last time you ate a durian, dude? She wasn't yours, it was just your turn. How does Natasha feel about you spending so much mental energy on this? Who made you a hoarder? Cool story. Some of the insider scoop of what went on. Can't say I'm not interested in that. Right, there's the first positive comment. Underneath it says, she's moved on, when will you? And he's answered this one. If she really moved on, then why can't you have a mature conversation? Why make BS up about me? Why delete helpful content just because I filmed it for her? Things ain't moving on. That's holding on and trying to get my attention. It worked. You said that you went on a video and noticed that it was you that was holding the camera of the video then, yeah, and left a comment. She wasn't doing anything. It's just old content was up. You left a comment that alerted her. She deleted it. She's not holding on. You are.
And stuff like that. And then we hooked up in December 2007, right? And she's like, I want to be famous, I want to be an influencer. And I was like, all right, let's go, let's do it. She goes, I want to get skinny. And I was like, yep, let's do that. We'll get you skinny. She's like, you think so? And like, I've always had to starve myself to get skinny, and I just want to be skinny without starving and going crazy. I said, do I look fat to you? She goes, oh, you're so skinny, I want to look like that. And skinny girls, or skinny girl dreams, they go for skinny guys. That's just fact. And anyway, so the teamwork set up. She came to Thailand in 2007, and I could see that dedication. I could see her drive and focus. But I could see she's just doing the wrong. She's butting her head against the wrong tree. She's not getting any fruit drop and no results because she's just doing the wrong thing because she's taking the wrong guidance. And I was like, look, listen to me. All right. She's like, I don't want like a coach. I'm like, what? Like what? You said you did. You need that. So she was super stubborn, a bit like me. And that caused a lot of roadblocks to her progress, but it also made me a better coach. I'm like, what do women want? The guys don't want praise, praise, praise. That's what gets women going. With guys, it's more challenge. You can't do this, you're blah, blah, blah. And the guys are like, I'll show you. But with women, it's the praise, praise, praise. That's what really is going to get them going, guys. If you know, you know. So it took me a while to crack that into her, turn her out, and get her onto the protocols. But once Freely started doing my protocols, it was around end of 2009, 2000.
So I have got him fast because I just wanted to get through this, but I'll slow him down a little bit because it is difficult listening, isn't it? But what he just explained there was he learned that he had to praise her instead of just bullying her the whole time, and eventually he cracked it and was managing to manipulate her. The grooming process.
In 10, you could see massive weight loss changes. She started about 73 kilos. She's doing water fast and juice fasting, raw food diet, and having zucchinis for zoodles for dinner instead of real pasta. She's doing all these things. I'm just like, what are you doing? Like, you know? And me being an experimenter, I'd eat the stuff as well to try the raw food thing, did the raw food thing, and it's cool. It's got variances to it, but and it definitely got advantages. You need fruit in your diet, that's just a given. But if you... At
the time, they were both promoting the raw food diet because she was promoting it and being quite successful promoting it, and so therefore he just rode on the back of it, and now he's just trying to poo-poo it.
If you want weight loss, my protocols are far, far better than raw food.
Oh, his protocols are better. Well, back then, why didn't you fucking make sure she did them instead? Because you were quite on the raw food thing because it was successful and you were making money, you idiot.
But you still need to eat raw food in life to be healthy and have your best vitality, especially fruit for breakfast. There's nothing better than that.
See, so he won't completely poo-poo it or throw it under the bus. He still has to pretend that it's still good.
Sugar. Anyway, so So once Freely started doing my protocols, the weight just shredded. And
I've noticed something here as well. You notice how these arms are ripped off this thing, yeah? This is an old piece of clothing that he used to wear while he was successful with Freely back in the day. So he's even wearing the old clothes from the relationship. But obviously it's tattered old and the arms are ripped off where he doesn't quite fit it properly. But he's wearing the old clothes.
Remember it?
And the Team Vegan hat, that's one of his old hat. Like, look how dirty and old it is. He's dressed up like he's still going out with her. Like, he's dressed up like he's fancy dressing, cosplaying the past. Like, this is a psychotic mess.
In 2008, we did a run. We were staying in Lamble's Lagoon on an organic mango farm, doing some work exchange, and we're out running, and I did a video called "Am I Too Thin?" Right? And it went viral back in the day. And I was just addressing people saying, "Oh, sugar makes you fat, but you're too skinny, Drew." And they still say that. Look at you.
Also, YouTube wouldn't allow this sort of content these days because it's a bit more careful about, I say EDs, when people have problems with eating and, mental. Like, YouTube doesn't even want you to talk about it. There's dangers involved and stuff like that. Give people bad ideas. So it wouldn't fly these days. You wouldn't get the viral success that he fortunately got by putting a picture of a very skinny person and saying, "Oh, do you want to be this skinny? How I got this skinny?" That wouldn't fly today, but.
You don't know you're skinny bean, but cars make you fat. I'm listening to Jamie Oliver who's fat. I'm listening to you because you're ripped and stuff. It was just crazy stuff. But anyone that supports this video for a second, there's a call coming through. So we're doing this run, right? And I said one day people make videos about you saying you're too thin.
How are you selling these shoes if you've got so many of them? Surely you want to be getting rid of them and have fewer shoes and more money.
etc. Which is, and she looked at me. She stopped. I was on the bike and she was running. She's like, "What are you on about? You're fucking crazy." She got super offended because she just didn't believe it was going to happen. And she couldn't understand my confidence and conviction. Because the whole time I'm just thinking, I'm looking at her going, "Why don't you just do what I do? Like, do what I recommend."
Big up was Paul. Thank you for saying hi. Hi.
But I didn't understand how to really portray that, parade that going on.
The raw food diet may make you lose weight if you don't fuel yourself. Like, it's hard with raw vegetables just to eat enough to get the right nutrients and carbs. Like, it's not a properly sustainable. It's a fad diet off the internet by the vegans. So yeah, I'm not promoting it. He was.
And she just stopped there. She's just like, "What the fuck?" And I was just like, "Oh, well." And I didn't really understand. I didn't really understand women and weight loss and coaching at the level I do now back then. So I'm just like, 2008 Durianrider, baby face, pretty fucking. Very, very new to dealing with girls from Sydney. All right, girls from Sydney are a different breed. Pros and cons, and
he talks like he's learned this skill on how to corral women over the years. But what he means is he had a relationship with one and it didn't work out, and now he's doing the same sort of things to the new one, but a bit differently because the other one didn't work out. So he's not wanting to make the same mistakes, but he's applying the same manipulations.
And so. Here I am thinking, how do I coach? I mean, Northern Territory.
But the manipulation might be to us, the audience, you see, because Freely got a lot out of this as well and had a lot of power in the relationship and a lot of power on the internet and walked away from him. And Natasha here has got a lot of power on the internet now. She's the product. He's the man behind the scenes, really, isn't he? Behind the scenes, it looks like this shithole full of shoes. So, is it possible? I think he's possibly manipulating her. We've done the poll already, but I think he's possibly manipulating her. But I think it could be the other way around, where she's let me live in your house and do all this stuff, and I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. Do you know what I mean? And he's sort of pretending to be "Oh, I'm doing so well. I've got these girls hanging off me, and I'm doing all that." And she's "You can only come back in the house when it's time to do the cooking." Or, do you know what I mean? If he's doing so well with this lady, why is he sat in this room with all this junk, talking to the camera? It feels like he's not allowed in, and even to the point where, in this room, off the bottom frame here, off the bottom right of frame, that looks like a bed to me. Down here in the bottom right of frame, it looks like it might be a mattress on the floor or something. And it looks like there's a load of clothes in this, there's some shoes there, and the shoes have been put up there in the previous video to sort of make it look like, it's a shoe sales shelf or whatever. But actually, it's just a load of clothes all shoved up there. And do they look like ladies' clothes or men's clothes, or what's going on here? Like, is she trapped in the shoe room? Does he make her sleep in the shoe room and he sleeps in the house? Because the house looked like it had the lady's touch. The house looked like it was a bit more nice and tidy when you see it in her videos. So my feeling is she's making the money, she's living in the house. He's allowing it, like maybe allowing her to pay rent or do something, or like, but essentially is having to live in this room, and then on the internet they pretend they're a couple for their own benefit each way. So she he has, like, part of the deal is she pretends to be his girlfriend so he can make this sort of content. But the reality, in my opinion, might be that it's not that straightforward, because why would you have like this mattress on the floor and all this stuff on the here, and what you're doing in this room full of shoes, and pretending that living in the past, dressing up like you used to go out with your ex-girlfriend? Like, what's going on in your head if you're living this wonderful, like, why aren't you out to dinner with your nice lady? Like, why are you making this video about your ex-girlfriend dressed up like you're still wearing the clothes from 15 years ago? Like, something's not right. You see what I'm saying? Something is not right.
How I coach this Sydney girl who's heavy in weight, heavy in debt, heavy in low self-esteem, her words. And what's the pattern? How do I turn around? How do I break it, you know? And I can't remember what I said, but it's more like lines of, you know, it'll happen, don't worry about it, it'll happen. And anyway, you know,
great coaching. Can't remember what I said, but I was like, yeah, it'll happen.
So people ask me, well, how can you speak with such conviction? It's because I have that track record. You can call me the Heisenberg of women's weight loss. There is no one else out there who has a better product than me. There's no one else out there who gets better results for women, and men, but especially women.
So how come you're living in a back room full of shoes? Because people really want to lose weight. It's a massive industry. That's what he's hijacking the back of, is there are people that are desperate. He's a grifter, and his grift is there are people that are desperate to lose weight. So if he can stay skinny by whatever means, he can promote skinny, and if he's got an ebook to sell, something they can, like, they might be stupid enough to buy it. Once he's sold them that ebook, once he's got your views on the videos, I suppose that's limited, isn't it then? Then you have to keep following his protocols and maybe move into his house and start doing OnlyFans. I don't know, but like, even his business plan doesn't make sense, because it's sell ebooks, like sell shoes. Like, you make a small markup on each ebook, or maybe quite a lot, because it's just a fucking nothing that you've done, and it costs $10 on the internet. But $10 on the internet, you're going to need to sell at least 4 or 5 of them a day, aren't you? You know, like, he needs to. It's like with Alan, they think this is a wonderful grift when things are good because they sell a lot of ebooks, or there's a lot of people watching the stream or whatever. But when things are slow, if you're not working hard and create, like, this is what I'm talking about as well. He's like, he churns out and spuffs out content. But if you're not working hard and doing something actual real, then when times are slow, it's what the low ebb goes to. That's what's most important. When you look at people's YouTubes, everyone can be fortunate trend-wise and you know, follow a trend, and like, things happen and float the boats. A rising tide floats all boats. But as that tide falls, what's happening about the people who are really coming back and are really there, and the consistency of the content and what you're getting, and like, what does it look like at the lower numbers? Like, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? I suppose for us over here at Battery Exhausted, we have different characters that we present to you, and on the videos recently, I've had a couple of videos that actually I'm quite disappointed with the numbers, thank you. No, but Darkside Phil and Ellie Arquette are yet to clear 1,000 views, those most recent videos. But I don't think that reflects on my lowest low. I mean, like, you know, when there's nothing exciting happening on the stream, like tonight particularly, you're all here. Like, things are still cool, yeah? But with Durianrider, like, if this girl just goes away, or like, you know, he hasn't actually got anything that he's actually doing. Like, his low is pretty fucking low, and he thinks he's this super expert. What did he say? He was like the leading weight loss. I'm losing my point here. It's just so ludicrous what's going on. It's just, I was making a point about highs and lows on YouTube, about consistency and working hard to make content, so that you've got the content there, but
record. You can call me the Heisenberg of women's weight loss. There is no one else out there who has...
Oh, that was it. I was talking about the sustainability. So the Heisenberg of women's weight loss. People keep coming back to Heisenberg for their product. Like, Heisenberg does, he's in Breaking Bad, isn't he? And he does Making the Drugs, and people keep coming back because it's like they want more and more. Whereas with Durianrider, you buy the ebooks once, then you're done. Like, you don't want more and more. It doesn't even work. You don't come back. It's a con, like a scam. So scammers and con people, it's difficult for them to get repeat clients. Like, it's difficult. They don't often have clients that keep coming back over time. They don't often have like a long. They might have. They might say, "Oh, I've had clients," but like, where are they consistently over time? You know, and it's for most of them, it's difficult to create a scam that does keep the clients coming back. The lucky ones can find a scam that keeps the clients coming back. But for Durianrider, if he's done that well with this weight loss protocols, and like, I think this is the naivety of the scammer, is he wanted the £10 now for the ebook without thinking about what the long-term effect of what his content was and what he was doing. Because to a certain extent, once the people have been there and they've seen it, and the ones that have wanted to buy the ebook have bought them, he's had the money. And it's like that with Alan. Alan had the money, you know, when things were going well, when he was able to capitalise, he had the money. And what did he do with it? He pissed it all up the wall on poker. I presume Durianrider has bought the house that he sat in the garage on, and that the lady lives in. I presume he bought that with the money, and that at least that's paid for. But like, what have you done with all the money that because you've already made it over the time, and you're still out there. Like, if you were so big and so good and you've done so well, like with this, like, it's such a huge industry as well. Maybe you could have made it even bigger and better, and, you know, moved into the American market, or I suppose on YouTube you've got access to that market. I just don't believe any of what he said anyway, do I? But there's this really weird angle to it, yeah, that I'm just realising here, that some of the scammers shoot themselves in the foot, because he's a narcissist but a scammer as well. Like, you know, he's perfect Nutterwatch material, but he shot himself in the foot by not thinking about how, like, if you're making a product and you're convincing someone to buy it or you know, sample it or whatever, like, you know, if I bought that ebook, would my life improve? Will I get skinny? You know, is it healthy? And if not, then am I going to become a repeat customer? Because, like, if you're smoking, I suppose they haven't got anything behind it, have they? Like, you know, if you're smoking, like with Alan and his Patreon is another great example. He wants people to sign up to his Patreon, and then we had a look at his Patreon. We do episodes about it on the streams, don't we? Invariably, he's on there just fucking moaning about his own life. So why would people pay money for that? Like, once you've seen behind the curtain, it's bollocks, and then you're like, I'm not paying for this, and then you leave. So you need to have actually something good to paywall it. Like, there needs to be some reason to paywall it. When I say good, I'm going to be paywalling the reacts to Alan's recent video, and I'm going to be paywalling the react to Luke's as well, I suppose, by the members' content. I think it's good reacts, but it's just different, you know, it's just not, it's adjacent content, not exactly what I want on this channel for fun-wise. So maybe, you know, you might find when you watch that, you members, you might think, whoa, you know, this is not good. What did Scott just say about putting good things behind the paywall? But the premise here is that he's busted himself, because at the moment when everyone was looking, he didn't really have anything to offer, not really, and he did a big job of getting everyone to look and blagging them and conning them, but really it was all smoke and mirrors and facade and bollocks. And so they looked and they saw that it was bollocks, and then they just left. So, like, this is the aftermath of that. And okay, there'll be new people, there's YouTube churn, you know, there'll be new people. But this particular video about how he made Freely skinny, rich and famous has only got 2,000 views, because these days Freely herself can only get 2,000 to 5,000 views. No one cares anymore. I'm surprised I still care, to be honest. But it's an interesting study of, like, development, as he was saying, you know, moving forward, developing, growing. Growing, is that what's happening? Or withering?
Than me. There's no one else out there who gets better results for women and men, but especially women, in terms of weight loss than me. There's no one else out there, okay? Guys as well, but especially women. It's because not every guy wants to be super fucking ripped, all right? Some guys, they want to be like 100 kilos muscular and tren and stuff. And I'm not, you know, even though I do have, you know, experience with anabolic steroids, it's not something I promote, all right? Because, you know, it's just weight loss and health is what I'm promoting here. So if you want to go with that route, then that's fine, I understand that. But for me, I'm weight loss, performance, health, okay? Anyway, so that was the deal. And then the social media thing kicked off. She started losing the weight, and, you know, girl with a skinny midriff, boom, that's just like marketing fucking heaven right there. And then it went from there. And then there was the video, the break.
Marketing heaven? You mean you used her physique to make clickbait videos?
Video for her career was I eat up to 50 bananas a day, and it's fairly since deleted that from her channel. She deleted like hundreds of videos. She deleted hundreds of millions of views from her videos. She was like that. She's just, you know. Anyway, so I feel
when she got a video that went viral called I ate 50 bananas a day, she became the banana girl, and they built the diet plan and everything around it because it went viral. She wasn't always trying to promote eating bananas. it was just another attempt at a clickbait viral video, and then because it went viral and they made an ebook about it, she pretended that she ate bananas every day for the rest of her life. Well, like, she went on that kick for a while. I mean, you can obviously assume that she did not eat the bananas, like, but in her videos there were boxes of bananas everywhere. She was doing smoothies. Like, no one should eat 50 bananas a day. It's not good for you. I don't think she did, but apparently that's how she stayed so slim. And they didn't go to Burger King and then whatever, you know.
On the video, right, it's an interview video. She's super shy, super cute, super girl next door, just super viral content. And I can feel that. I was like, man, this video is fucking history. And so I film it on this basic little fucking Kodak camera we had. And she's like, okay, let me watch it. And she's like, delete it. She went, I'm like, what? I'm like, this is fucking the best ever. And she's like, grabbing it, we're fighting over it. I'm fucking holding it. She's scratching me. She's fucking punching me. She's trying to get the camera off me. I'm just like, what the fuck's going on here? She's like, delete it.
That makes her sound psychotic from back in the day. I don't think you're getting a fair representation. Scratching him and punching her and delete it and the big row. But, you know, if that was the case, how did it end up on YouTube? What about consent, Mr. Harley?
Look terrible, blah, blah, blah. She's screaming at me. Anyway, I'm like, there's no fucking way she's getting this camera. And she's like, don't upload it to YouTube. Don't upload it to YouTube. Please. I was like, okay, I won't. Boom. She went to sleep, uploaded to YouTube. And back then it was...
So, if it's true, which I don't know if it is, but this is like what happened earlier with Rich RTU streams at the start. You know, we watched that documentary about him. It says the worst things about himself. I think he does it deliberately. I think it's deliberate provocation, that is, to make people like me like react and go, oh, Hardy's a bad man. But he just said, like, she didn't give him consent to upload it to YouTube, so he waited till she went to sleep and then uploaded it then. Like, it's like saying, you know, I was in the studio and the singer did a really good song and they were like, oh, I don't like it, I don't like my voice, delete it, but I put it on the album and it went global and pop, you know, I did the right thing. You know, like, this is a bit different, isn't it? Because like, it's literally uploading her to YouTube without her consent. And not only without her consent, her expressed dissatisfaction with the content and wanting it to be deleted, specifically telling you not to do it. You did the exact opposite of what she told you to do. Like, things were rotten from the start, weren't they, with him and her?
It would take overnight. This is May 2010. It would take overnight to upload a fucking video. And, you know, and then so I uploaded it on my channel, and then
on his channel as well, not hers. So
the comments started coming in. Oh my God, she looks amazing. The praise, and then boom, and the video just started taking off. And I changed my password so she couldn't log into my computer and delete and stuff like that. And it just went off. It went off in a good way. And then I was like, see? She's like, yeah. and that launched it. That started.
Yeah, but she had no choice at that point, did she? Like, see, what he means is, see, I've now got success on YouTube because of this. And I don't know what she said or how she felt, because, you know, his response was, but she had no choice at that point. She was then, not internet famous, but virally, you know, there was a viral moment happening about this girl who ate, you know, people were sharing the video. She eats 50 bananas a day and look, she's skinny. Like, it was like a lie they made up that turned into a thing. And then she became Freely the Banana Girl. Like, we've looked at it before on the channel. Like, she did more and more videos about eating bananas, go on the banana diet. And she still to this day is a fructivore, meaning that she says that you should just only eat fruit, really, you know, generally. But it's not, I don't even believe that's how she lives and eats. But, you know, that's what these people do, is they pretend a certain, in my opinion, they pretend to be a certain thing so that, because you're buying into the hope that you might lose weight if you just follow a certain magic diet, aren't you? But yeah, exploited's the right word, isn't it, DC Primetime? He exploited her, and then from that position, she was in a position to then continue being exploited or self-exploit. And she has then, I think it didn't help her as a young person. I don't think she was particularly, you know, she's turned into a bit of a nightmare herself. Like, her own channel is a grift about diet, yeah? But I don't think this whole process helped her, like, you know, in her development and her ideas. But, yeah.
That started it. But And then it went from there. And then she was calling herself Free Lee with L-E-A. And I said, call yourself Free Lee with L-E-E because it's easy to spell. Otherwise people call her Free Leah. And I said, add the banana girl. She's like, oh, that's too corny. That sounds like pornographic. I was like, yeah, sex sells. And then it went from there. And then everyone's like, Freely the banana girl. Oh. It was just a catchy name. And then she stopped using that.
So as he says, it was just like the choices to use the banana girl were basically just a marketing thing to try and get people to watch. He didn't say, because you committed to eating bananas 50 times, you're really doing a good thing, so our diet is great. It was just, this is a gimmick. And it was a gimmick.
Was it 2017, 2018 or something like that? And I said, oh, Natasha, you should use that term. Natasha the banana girl. So Natasha's like, oh, good idea. So Natasha started using it within about 6 hours. Freely's added banana girl back into all the bios. So yeah, it's just lessons to learn, bit of fun, bit of a laugh. But yeah, the underlying thing that all my girlfriends have over the years, they all look amazing. They all do what I say in terms of, the good things. And they all get the fucking results, the lifestyle results. They get the money, they get the fame, they get the weight loss, they get the health boost, they get the fitness, man. They get the fucking fitness. Look how fit my girls get with me. Freely wasn't even a cyclist when we...
You've had 2 girlfriends, and they were both relatively fit when you met them.
Started. She had very, very poor fitness. She'd run like a 30-minute 5K, and in the end we got her down to, in the 1950s, on a reasonably slow loop in New York there that time.
She could run 5K.
So she had, and still today has very, very respectable fitness, but she got so fit on my protocols, and I was like, damn, I remember in 2008 when she came to Adelaide, and I'd introduce her to my cycling friends. They would make fun of her behind her back.
Really?
About how heavy she was. I remember...
Really?
One time the guy I used to work with banned his eyes. Your girlfriend, is she a raw foodist too? She's a raw vegan. I said, yeah. And he goes, how long has she been raw vegan for? Like a day? Because of her weight. He was, and I was like, just a bit of banter, Aussie banter.
What?
And I told that to Freely, and she's like, oh, And
I told that to Freely. So none of that happened, but he said to her that it happened.
But, that's the reality. And now people are, oh, hell, your girlfriends are too skinny, blah, 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 Freely's too skinny. So that's why I can speak with such conviction.
Freely's not your girlfriend.
I guarantee it. Guarantee the results. Guarantee the results, okay? I guarantee the results. Every girl I ever get in my life, skinny, rich, and famous.
Okay, so when you say you guarantee the results, do I have to buy the ebook, or do I have to go and live in your house? Do I have to prevent you from using the bathroom in the morning myself? I presume being your girlfriend involves just keeping the keys to the cellar shed thing that you live in, providing you with rice and just rice, I suppose, isn't it? Just rice, yeah, providing him with rice. He goes out and digs the rest of the food out of the bins, doesn't he? You don't provide him with anything. You just lock him out in the shed. I'm not going to be doing any of your protocols. You're a nutter.
Okay, the right way, in terms of the skinny thing. It's just, and the freedom. Women want to have freedom in their life. Financial freedom, weight loss freedom, food freedom. Yeah?
Freedom from you, which is why they break up with you.
Lifestyle freedom, emotional freedom. That's what women really, really want. Women just want to have fun. Cyndi Lauper. So that's
Cyndi Lauper? What an Alan Partridge. Women just want to have fun. This is what he does. Alan does the same thing, is they're just driveling narcissists, so they're just rolling in, this word reminds them of that word, reminds them of this thing, so then they accidentally say something that's out of a song, and they might, actually point it out sometimes, like Alan Partridge.
Freedom, emotional freedom, that's what women really, really want. Women just want to have fun. Cyndi Lauper. So that's the deal. That is the story how I made Freely skinny, famous, and rich. And other girls as well. You got Maddie Limburner. She came over to, Mad Fit. Her and Kyle came to stay with me in 2016.
Got no idea who they are.
They looked after my place when I was in Thailand, and we took them out and coached them up from day one. And Kyle was fantastic, and he reminded me of myself back in the day, like super grandiose, super like, we're gonna have millions of subscribers, and I was like, damn, millions, that's a good goal to have. But I was like, millions, yes. But boom, he was right, but he got it going. He followed my template, groomed her up, Maddie got going.
Sorry, what?
Boom, he was right. In a bit he got it going. He followed my template, groomed her up.
Groomed her up. Mad Fit, 10 million subscribers. Is this Durianrider just telling lies, maybe? There's no indication of a man here, but this could be a channel run by a man featuring a woman who is in some way being coerced to do this. I do worry about this, you know. There's a lot of money on YouTube, isn't there? And, like, you know, all you see is, like, the video.
Make sure you go and do your warm-up first and then come back. Make sure you can see your screen so you can follow along with me, and without further ado, let's get to it.
But what Durianrider might be doing here is looking at a quite reputable channel and saying, I taught them how to do it, like trying to pretend that he like got some, you know, they might turn around and say, Durianrider's got nothing to do with us, we hate him, he's not coercing me, I'm living a good life, having a nice time, thank you. But it does make you worry, doesn't it, that some channels might, you know, there's all sorts of channels out there and you don't see everything of them, do you? So they might be in a position where someone's forcing them, like Andrew Tate, to make videos. This doesn't look like that. Like, it just looks like a fitness channel, and it looks like quite a normal. Like, she doesn't look like, you know, in the Durianrider spectrum. I doubt they would have anything to do with Durianrider on their channel. Nope. And videos oldest 6 years ago. So there is potential that, like, you know, they interacted with like, this is a bit Durianrider-y, you know.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be doing an intense, somewhat high-paced ab routine.
But like I said, I can't tell whether he's looking at a channel that's successful and trying to pretend that they've copied his style and therefore he's taught them everything they know, so to speak, you know, and also that she's being groomed in the background. Like, you know, you can't say that's him just lying, or, like, you know, to throw shade at a very popular channel, because he would love if his Natasha channel was this, wouldn't he? I suppose 10 million subscribers, looks reasonably reputable. I mean, obviously she's wearing sports clothing, and she's like, for YouTube you're not allowed to put like sexy sauce stuff on YouTube, are you? So like some of these, like that one with her buttocks, but it's glutes, it's, you know, one of the exercises, but maybe, you know, behind the scenes here they are trying to tick a few boxes. And when I say they, is it a man running it and forcing her to, like, exploiting her basically, and occasionally doing things that look a bit saucy just to stay on the right side or wrong side of YouTube? Or is it somebody who's doing a legitimate fitness channel and occasionally does things that look a little bit saucy on the thumbnail because it does or doesn't, you know, win a few views? I mean, how do you even know? I suppose you don't. But Durianrider is asserting that he's met these people, they've talked to him, and he's taught the man how to groom the lady, and she is now essentially, like in the same way as we critique Salah and Foodie Beauty, that she lives at his house, he gets her food, they live off the money, like he's like sort of farming her instead of being her husband. You know, you could worry about that, couldn't you? But my guess is, because of Durianrider and his reputation and the way he behaves, my guess is that this is quite a normal, reasonable channel, and he hates it because they occupy a space that he wishes he could occupy. So instead he throws shade at them and pretends that they are what he is, which is some strange lady being manipulated and groomed by an even stranger man. I think that's probably what's happening there.
Idiot gone a bit. Boom, he was right.
But the important thing is that he still used the word groom, so whether that's what that other channel is doing or not, that's what he is saying he teaches, or his technique is to groom people.
In a bit he got it going. He followed my template, groomed her up, Maddie gone.
Groomed her up. I think it's YouTuber jealousy. I think he's just saying it to pretend that that guy copied him, but in actual fact they've just got a channel and you've got no evidence to say that she's been groomed. But you have now got evidence, again, twice tonight, to say that he grooms people.
Boom.
For whatever good that is.
They came to my Thailand event as well. And again, we ran the same protocols: high carb, low fat, mid drip.
That Thailand event from way back, there were a lot of different vegan YouTubers who went to an event in Thailand and they ran their event at the same time, I think. And there were even people that legit went to the event, you know, because he was quite a, not him, but Freely, the other vegans, like, you know, they were quite notable and at the time, and a lot of vegans went, like, it was like, you know, we're having a vegan event in Thailand centered around, I think you could reasonably say that he was part of the organisation of it, but as we saw in the previous Nutterwatch, it went to shit because there were accusations of sexual harassment and all sorts. So it wasn't a very good event, and it led to a load of problems. So if they were at the event, it doesn't mean that he taught them everything he knows at the event. They're his friends. They might have gone there and thought, this was shit, I don't want to be any part of this, let's do things our way. You know, like, it's weird that he's pretending to attach himself to that mad successful channel when he himself on this video has only got 2,000 views.
Showing, boom, Maddie lost weight, my protocols, and eventually she stopped doing them, she gained the weight, she was looking for a different look now, that's fine. But at the time, go back to like, you know, 2016, 2017, if there's any pics of it, boom, prime time, peak market value, that, again, girl next door look, no plastic surgery on the face, and that's just real natural.
And it just ends like that, the video just ends. Like, what's going on here? And what worries me the most about this is that he is advocating for a young girl next door. Like, what he's saying, and if anyone listened to him, which I don't think anyone with any note would, but he's saying if you can get yourself an impressionable late teen, early 20s girl next door and exploit her on the internet, then you can make some money out of it. And if you can do it really well, then you can probably like have an endless career. But you can't have an endless career because, as you said, she stopped following the protocol. She put, like, the other girl even changed, because as soon as you get them mildly successful on the internet, then they're going to be able to just walk away from you and just be successful on their own. So unless you can keep them coercively controlled, these sort of girl next door, young girl next door, impressionable types are going to very quickly realise they have the power and are growing up. So they're going to leave. He's used a picture of Freely here with a slightly chubby face, or a more, like, you know, he's used some, look, that picture was her like sucking something in her mouth, and this one, she appears to have a slightly rounder face than she normally would appear to. So, like, he's used a really sort of offensive couple of pictures of Freely. Like, he's really eggy at Freely. Like, he's having a proper etch-a-tetch at Freely. Like, yeah, so I told you Durianrider was bad in past episodes, didn't I? And no one ever fucking believes me, but he is. He's one of the worst. Alan's really bad this week as well. He's one of the worst. It's now nearly 1 in the morning. I don't know why I'm still streaming. I do this on Twitch usually. I go on for hours and hours. But because, you know, we've started Nutterwatch a bit more concise, a bit more episodic, I try and cut it off at the end of the show. And I think we've come to that point. So, as disgusted as I am by Durianrider, it's time to finish us on a song. And I hadn't decided exactly which song to play, really. Depends on the vibe, doesn't it? I think this one. We'll finish. We didn't watch a lot of John Wedger tonight, did we? Where is he? We didn't watch basically any of him doing anything, really, because I've got that react. It's going to go on members content. This week there's 2 huge members content reacts, really. There's 2 3-hour, you know, there's like 6 hours of big react, but it's quite dark stuff. It's related to the Southport stabbings, and, you know, if you don't want to see that, then I understand. And if you do, then you have to watch it on members, because I'm not prepared, as I've said a number of times, to just put it on the main, on my channel as part of the rolling, you know, anyone that wants to just tune into one of these episodes on Battery Exhausted, you can go anywhere on Battery Exhausted and watch an episode of some fun, detracting madness, whatever. But if you then like suddenly get a video about that sadness and me being quite cross about it, and it's extra political, I think that we're going to put that on the members just for now. Thank you, DC Primetime, for the super chat. Thank you very much for the 1.99 super chat. Love the Nutterwatch. Nutterwatch is good, isn't it? We've got a theme tune to it as well, actually. Maybe I should play that as the last song, but I picked this. We should put the Nutterwatch. Actually, I'll play both. Look, I'll just quickly play the Nutterwatch theme. Is it this one?
Watch again. Here we go. It's another watch again. Here we go. It's time for all your friends. And
because I should have played it at the start of the show, really, but
I know you love the Nutters. It's Friday time again. Nutter watching Nutters. Shut up and watch the show.
But I'm going to finish with this one, which I really like. And it's a John Wedger. Like, we didn't see John in action or anything, but, you know, fuck John Wedger, basically. So here's another John Wedger song to finish on. We started with On the Podcast. We've got a new one, but I don't know. Actually, should I play the new one? I know what I'm going to play. I know what I want to play. But why is it not bringing it up here on the pictures? It should be just here. Where is it? There it is. Here we go. Finish on a John Wedger song. You be good. If you can't be good, you're naughty, basically. And I'll see you through the weekend. You've got a lot of members content to watch on this channel over the weekend if you want, or join me on Twitch for messing about. So you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.
I got up this morning, John Wedger and the devil molested me. Whoa.
And thank you very much for being here, and thank you for all the members, the gifts, the donations, the super chats, and the coffee.coms. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again soon.
I was so blue, John Wedger and the devil both touched me up. I got up this morning, John Wedger and the devil done both set me up. I've been singing these blues and telling everyone about the satanic abuse. I got up this morning, better than John Wedger. Oh, these John Wedger blues have made me a bedwetter. John Wedger and the devil and John Wedger. I got up this morning, John Wedger and the devil both touched me up. Oh, I was so blue, John Wedger and the devil both touched me up.
You know, so, you know, I don't know how that worked, but I bumped into him and he said he weren't there. The church kind of back, not anymore, of our former Prime Minister was an alleged Operation Conifer, which was looking at Ted Heath. I'm on the roof, I'm in control, I've got my tea, I sold my soul. I had a pie, I had a swim. Strip down to your pants, strip down and get in. I'm the putt-hats. I'm on the putt-hats. On the putt-hats. I'm on the putt-cats. I'm on canals. I'm on my old patch. I'll knock on your boat, so open the hatch. You know, so genetic, you already edged into this guy, sorry, Operation, it was Conifer, Operation Ted Heath, and I mentioned I've got Jenny ceramic, cup of tea, Masonic, Ionic, avionic, platonic, satanic, magnetic, seismic, historic, Masonic, phonetic, oceanic, isotonic, satanic, economic, intrinsic, dialectic, Masonic, euphoric, bionic, tectonic, neuronic, satanic, cup of tea, galvanic, titanic, symphonic, Masonic, authentic, demonic, hydroponic, satanic, telephonic, cyclic, gigantic, Masonic, sonic, laconic, satanic, dynamic, scenic, Masonic, cup of tea, eclectic, psionic, satanic, cyclic, gigantic, cup of tea, Masonic, cup of tea, protonic, chronic, aerodynamic, satanic, Gothic, cyclonic, ergonomic, Masonic, mythic, galvanic,